Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku destroys Hero System. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Our story began in an electrical appliance store where 16-year-old Izuku Midoriya was making sure all the appliances were clean. He watched the news on a lone television as reporters covered the superheroes Homelander and Queen Maeve stopping a hijacked armored truck. Izuku watched Homelander smile at the camera and give a thumbs up, and he smiled back as he continued his work beside his coworker and friend Huey Campbell. When their shift ended, Robin Ward, Huey's girlfriend, and Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku's father, came into the store. The four of them left together and walked down the sidewalk. Izuku was surprised to see his father. Hisashi said he had taken some time off to visit. Hisashi asked after Izuku's job and urged him to ask his manager for a raise. Robin teased Izuku for being shy about it, and Huey admitted that their manager was hard to talk to. Izuku admitted he wasn't sure how to ask, and Robin playfully punched his arm, encouraging him to stop hiding. Hisashi reminded Izuku that becoming a hero had always been his dream and promised that he and Inko would always support him. Izuku began to respond, but before he could finish, the street erupted into chaos. A train, the speedster hero, came through the scene at high velocity. In a burst of blurred motion, the world seemed to slow. There was a sudden, violent impact in the middle of the street. Both Hisashi and Robin were struck and collapsed. Izuku and Huey were stunned and rushed forward, panic and disbelief overwhelming them. Huey clutched Robin's hand as he tried to help her, and Izuku called out for his father, tears beginning to fall. A train skidded to a stop nearby, breathless and disoriented, repeating that he could not stop as he tried to process what had happened. In the days that followed, the two boys were inconsolable. A funeral was held for both Hisashi and Robin. Izuku and his mother Inko returned home and sat together in silence on the sofa, their eyes reddened from crying. Inko turned on the television to distract herself, and the news showed Vaught's CEO, Madeline Stillwell, standing with A-Train as he offered the company's condolences. Izuku watched the broadcast and quietly corrected the account in his head, certain that his father and Robin had not stepped into traffic. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. A Vought representative in a suit entered the Midoriya home and sat at the dining table across from Izuku and Inko. He told them that Vought was distraught over the deaths of Hisashi and Robin and offered $50,000 in restitution, presenting a confidentiality agreement for them to sign in exchange for payment. Izuku recognized the document as a standard non-disclosure agreement and erupted in anger. He demanded that the representative apologize for what their hero had done and refused to be silenced into pretending the deaths had not occurred. Inko tried to calm her son as the man responded that the company was only trying to help. Izuku's grief burned hot. He imagined confronting the man, his anger rising until he visualized pinning the representative to the floor. The vision dissolved when the man gently asked if he was all right. Inko called to her son, and Izuku blinked back to reality, ashamed. He apologized and calmed himself. The representative reminded them that the NDA was boilerplate and left the papers on the table, offering to answer any questions by phone before departing. A few days later, Izuku and Huey, frustrated by the lack of legal recourse, found that attempts to file criminal charges against A-Train led nowhere. Both boys' parents grew concerned for them. Inko and Huey's father arranged a meeting at the Campbell residence to discuss practical matters. They asked the two young men to sit down together on the couch and explained that the money Vought had offered could help both families. Mr. Campbell produced the same documents the Vought representative had left. He explained, with a heavy seriousness, that it was a significant sum and that both families could really use the support. Huey rose from the sofa and looked at Mr. Campbell, uncertain about what to do next. Mr. Campbell stood in shock while Izuku looked at his mother, Inko, in disbelief. Huey protested to his father that they could not leave it, that someone had killed them. His father responded that they had to be realistic. Even if they could afford a lawyer, there would be no case. He compared the incident to a tragic street accident. Huey insisted that the victims had been one step off the curb and that he and Izuku had been right there, but his father bluntly told them they did not have the fight in them and tried to steer the conversation toward the TV. He invited them to sit and watch Remington Steele together. Huey turned and walked away despite his father's calls. Izuku lowered his head, rose from the sofa, and moved for the door. Inko called after him, but he ignored her and left the apartment, leaving Inko to sob while Mr. Campbell tried to comfort her. Some time later, Izuku and Huey walked together to a convenience store. Izuku picked up chips and a soda and glanced away from a display of hero-branded snacks. Huey stepped up to the counter with a bottle of alcohol. The clerk asked if he was all right, noting his distraught look. A short moment later, Huey collapsed against a shelf and fell to the floor. Izuku placed a hand on his friend's shoulder until he could breathe again. When Huey steadied, they paid and left. That night, Izuku and Huey were working and a TV in the store played a late-night talk show with a guest hero. A man entered holding a white teddy bear with a small camera feature. Izuku approached to help, offering the store's current deal on nanny cameras. The man made an unsettling comment about how fear drives sales before introducing himself as Billy Butcher and showing what he said was an FBI badge. He told them he had heard what happened to Huey's parents and made it clear he wanted to talk. They followed Butcher through the city. Butcher, with a sardonic edge, remarked that he did not look like a federal agent, and Izuku noted that being obvious would ruin any attempt to go undercover. Butcher praised Izuku's quickness and explained that many powered individuals caused collateral damage that was quietly ignored. Lives lost, incidents mentioned here and there but mostly swept aside. He blamed corporate and political interests that kept the public comfortable and suggested that the truth would be ugly. When Izuku asked what he intended to do, Butcher said he wanted to make those responsible answer for their actions. Huey asked how they could possibly confront a superpowered person. Butcher hinted that they would be involved in something dangerous but effective, then offered them a choice. He framed the offer as their only chance to get back at the people who had taken Huey's family and Izuku's connection to his mother. He told them this was a one-time opportunity and then began to walk away. After a moment of silence, Izuku and Huey decided to follow Butcher. He led them down a dimly lit alley and told them to stay quiet. He knocked on a door, and a small sliding window opened. Butcher exchanged terse words with the man inside, named Harry, who warned that letting them in could bring trouble. Butcher threatened him into unlocking the door. Inside, they found a crowded space filled with loud music and people drinking and socializing. The atmosphere was chaotic but not the XPLCT scene that had been there before, and the trio blended into the crowd as instructed. Butcher muttered for them to try to fit in as they went deeper into the room. Butcher told them to follow him as they entered the building. He explained that this was the one place where the soups could be private without the paparazzi. Izuku asked Huey if that was the hero Ezekiel. Huey confirmed. They observed a private gathering of soups, clearly off-limits to the public. Huey remarked that the hero's private life undermined his public preachy stance. Butcher called him a hypocrite and urged them to move on. As they moved toward the security camera room with Harry, Butcher told Harry to scrub forward through the footage until it showed A-Train. Huey asked in disbelief whether A-Train was in the footage now. Butcher corrected him, saying the footage was from last night, and told Harry to turn up the recording. Harry started the playback. A man sat down with A-Train and they began talking. The man expressed disbelief that A-Train had run through two people. A-Train laughed and boasted about how fast he'd been, making an absurd joke about the consequences of his speed. The man reacted with disgust, and both of them laughed together. Huey grew frustrated, pointing out that they were laughing as if it had been a joke. Izuku expressed disbelief at how casually they treated it. Butcher asked what they were going to do about it. They left the room and sat at a table. Huey wondered if all the soups were like that, and Izuku asked if that included Homelander. Butcher said Homelander was an exception. He claimed Homelander did not drink or smoke and appeared saintly, but he insisted the rest were corrupt and used harsh language to emphasize his disdain. Izuku sighed with relief at the idea that Homelander might not be corrupted. At least, that was what he thought. Butcher handed them a file and invited them to take a look. Izuku asked what it was. Butcher explained that it was the police log from the day Hisashi and Robin had been murdered. A few bar fights and some stolen cars were listed, but there were no bank alarms, no arrests at central booking, and nothing to corroborate A-Train's claim about stopping bank robbers. Butcher argued that someone was hiding something. Huey asked what might be hidden. Butcher said he did not know, but he suspected some dodgy activity that night. He questioned why A-Train couldn't stop, what had been in the bag, and who he had been running from. Izuku asked where A-Train had been heading. Butcher said that if they could figure that out, they would have leverage. Huey asked how they could help. Butcher outlined a plan: call Vought and agree to sign the NDA and take the money, but only if A-Train was present in person. Huey asked why A-Train needed to be there. Butcher explained that if A-Train were present they would be escorted into the 7 Tower, through security and up to the boardroom, an opportunity to plant a listening device and find out what was really going on. Izuku reacted to the suggestion of secretly planting a device. Huey protested, but Izuku put a hand on his friend's shoulder and assured him that he did not like the idea of signing the papers or taking the money, but they could go together and he would protect Huey if anything went wrong. Butcher asked what Izuku meant by having powers. Izuku explained that he was a soup who could store energy in his body and deliver powerful punches, super strength, essentially. Butcher accepted that and urged them to be bold. Huey reluctantly agreed to participate. The next day, Butcher and Izuku waited in a bar for Huey. Butcher wondered if Huey would show. Izuku said he would. When Huey arrived, Butcher complained about the delay. They moved to a secluded corner and Izuku called the contact who had provided the paperwork. Izuku told the contact that he and Huey would sign the papers and accept the money, but they wanted an in-person apology from A-Train for closure. The call dropped before an answer came. Butcher smiled and said they would get what they needed. They drove to the parking lot of the 7 Tower. Butcher told Izuku to hand over his phone and told them not to worry about security, the guards were easy to handle. He outlined how they would be taken through security and up to the boardroom. Once there, they should be polite and, at an opportune moment, claim they needed to use the restroom. While in the restroom, they would remove the device from its concealment, dispose of the outer packaging, and then place the device in a discreet spot before returning to the meeting. Butcher emphasized keeping calm and returning with smiles so they could plant the device under the table without RSNG suspicion. Huey expressed concern about how Izuku would manage the plan. Izuku said he had already memorized the instructions. Butcher corrected the formal address and told Izuku to call him Butcher, then sent them on their way. Izuku and Huey walked into the tower, emptied their pockets for the metal detectors, and passed through without issue. They rode the elevator up to the boardroom where the 7 held meetings, with 1 guard remaining in the room. Izuku considered asking the guard for permission to use the restroom but stopped when A-Train and several others entered the room. Friedman stepped forward and clarified that A-Train's apology was not an admission of any culpability as A-Train approached them. Izuku felt his temper rising but kept his expression calm as the speedster approached. He nudged Huey, who had frozen. And Huey quickly collected himself as A-Train spoke. A-Train apologized to Huey for what had happened to his girlfriend and his father. Huey accepted the apology and shook A-Train's hand. Izuku thanked A-Train as well. Ashley thanked them, noted that a crime fighter's work was never done, and said Douglas would handle the remaining paperwork before she left the room with A-Train. Douglas produced a pen and remained with the 2 of them. Izuku asked permission to use the restroom and told Huey to sign the papers while he was gone. Huey agreed, and Izuku walked to the men's room and went into a stall. He fumbled with his phone and accidentally dropped it, then picked it up and pocketed it. He flushed, washed his hands, and left. While he was in the bathroom, Translucent deactivated his invisibility and muttered in surprise. Back in the boardroom, Huey had already signed the papers when Izuku returned. Izuku began signing his own forms and discreetly planted a small bug under the table. When they finished, they left the building and rode with Butcher. On the drive back, Huey raved about how amazing the day had been and vented about A-Train and the 7, then asked what they were supposed to do now. Butcher told them that for the moment their job was done and that he would let them know if he needed their help again. Izuku offered that they could help with tech or be on call in other ways. Huey suggested he could be the tech guy in a van while Izuku could serve as muscle. Butcher declined for now, saying he would come find them if he needed them. They awkwardly got out of the car and tore their 50K checks in half. Butcher told them they were good lads before driving off, and the 2 reluctantly went into the store. Later that night, as the store was closing, their manager Gary asked Izuku and Huey to lock up. Gary left and the bell jingled as the door began to close, then stopped and opened again. Izuku told whoever it was that they were closed, and realized no customers were in the store. A voice challenged them from somewhere in the room. Izuku and Huey searched the store until Translucent revealed himself, holding up the bug Izuku had planted in the boardroom and dropping it back onto the floor. Translucent produced Izuku's name tag and taunted him, then shoved Izuku forward so his head hit the counter. Translucent berated Izuku for following him from the tower. Huey called out and tried to help but was shoved into a wall. Translucent grabbed Izuku by the shirt and threw him against a window, which cracked, and Izuku fell to the floor. Translucent demanded to know who the man in the car had been and whether he had set them up. Izuku insisted he didn't know and explained that the man had just been an Uber driver. Translucent reacted angrily and lifted a television menacingly as if to use it as a weapon. At that moment Butcher drove his car through the storefront, striking Translucent and sending him into the far wall. Huey scrambled out of the way as Butcher climbed from the car with a crowbar. Butcher told Izuku and Huey to leave, then swung his crowbar toward the damaged wall, calling out to the invisible attacker. Translucent had already moved, and Butcher found himself being countered by attacks he could not see. He struggled as Translucent used his speed and reach, delivering hard blows that sent Butcher to the floor and kept him there for a time. Translucent pressed his advantage and demanded to know who Butcher was working for, threatening him verbally. Butcher responded with a cutting remark about the name Translucent, explaining that the word meant semi-transparent rather than invisible. Izuku slipped up behind Translucent as Butcher engaged him. Translucent swung the crowbar at Izuku, but Izuku caught it with his bare hand, his power surging through his body. Green energy crackled around him, and Translucent looked stunned at the sudden display. Izuku drew his other hand into a fist and unleashed a concentrated 10% smash that sent Translucent flying into a wall and left him unconscious. Butcher, catching his breath, muttered in relief and surprise at Izuku's strength. Butcher joked that he had thought the other was only trying to look cool as Izuku helped him to his feet. Izuku checked if he was okay, and Butcher brushed it off, saying he would live and complimenting the strength of the punch. Huey called from near the front entrance to ask if everything was all right, and Izuku reassured him that they were fine. Butcher then asked them to help him lift the unconscious man into the trunk. Izuku and Huey worked together to secure the invisible man's limbs with straps and carefully place him inside. Butcher put the vehicle into reverse and drove them away from the store. A few hours into the drive, Butcher explained in a gruff tone that he had worked for the feds and for many others, describing himself as an independent contractor who solved problems when called. They heard pounding from the back and tense concern spread through the car. Huey wondered aloud what the noise meant, and Butcher acknowledged it as a problem. Izuku tried to find something positive, saying at least he had not killed the man, and Butcher muttered that perhaps the man should have been dealt with then in a more final way, his voice dark. Huey tried to calm things and told Butcher to pull over, but Butcher refused, arguing that the man had seen their faces and would come after them if let go. The realization hit Huey hard while Izuku attempted to keep spirits up. Butcher promised he knew someone who could help. The next morning they arrived at a warehouse and Butcher knocked on the door. A woman opened it and, after a quick, odd inspection of Huey and Izuku, led them inside. Butcher asked after a man named Frenchie, and the trio followed the woman into a room where loud music and a table full of tools made the space feel like a workshop. Frenchie turned off the music and greeted Butcher with surprise, asking about money owed. Butcher hinted that he had something better than cash and laughed with Frenchie. Frenchie peered at Huey and Izuku and asked who they were. Butcher introduced them as Izuku Midoriya and Huey Campbell, explaining they were working a job together. Frenchie expressed surprise that both of them were still around. Outside with the car trunk, Butcher asked Izuku if he was ready, and Izuku, clenching his fists, said he was as ready as he would ever be. Frenchie questioned whether the young man could handle the person in the trunk, and Butcher pointed out that Izuku had already rendered him unconscious. Huey added that Izuku was only 16, so he would not be part of any official recruitment. Izuku accepted the comment without complaint. Frenchie reluctantly opened the trunk. The man inside began shouting aggressively, But Izuku ended the outburst with a focus strike at about 10% of his power that rendered the man unconscious again. Frenchie stepped back, unsettled, and recognized the captive as translucent. He drew a revolver and held it against his own chin as a desperate signal that he did not want the problem on his doorstep, warning that other powerful figures might arrive if word got out that Translucent was here. Huey and Izuku reacted with alarm, and Butcher argued that they could not leave. The captive had seen their faces, and this had become their responsibility. Later, the small group drove to a closed restaurant with Frenchie following in a van. Before Translucent regained full awareness, they constructed a secure space in a back room, building a reinforced cage and affixing a shielding material to the ceiling. Frenchie asked if that material would block the tracking chip signal, and Huey explained that it was RF shielding foil sold at electronic stores. Frenchie asked if they were in technical intelligence, and Izuku explained that they worked in tech sales and installation. When Translucent woke with a pounding headache, he demanded to know where he was, and Butcher greeted him with a rough morning remark. Frenchie, still wary, admitted he had dealt with many invisible men before. Translucent ranted, and when he reached out to touch the cage, a spark jumped between his fingers and the bars. He recoiled in pain as small arcs of electricity danced across the surface. Butcher warned him to be careful of the bars, and the group left the room for a moment. Translucent asked if they wanted money, but Butcher closed the door without answer. Frenchie lamented the scale of the problem they had been given, explaining in clipped terms that translucent skin could reorganize into an incredibly hard metamaterial, making him nearly impossible to penetrate. He pointed out that past attempts like suffocation had ended disastrously, and that increasing the electrical charge had already been tried and had required levels far beyond normal. The group considered their options in tense silence. Butcher wondered aloud whether knocking him out had actually killed him. He then asked Midoriya if, when he had knocked Translucent out both times, he had been giving it everything he had or if he could hit harder. Izuku apologized and explained that he had only used 10% of his power both times. Butcher laughed at that, surprised that 10% had been enough, and suggested that if Izuku gave it his all, the target would be finished. Izuku immediately protested that he was not going to kill anyone. Huey agreed with Izuku that neither of them were murderers. Izuku went on to say that he could only safely use up to 50% of his power, any more would injure him. Butcher sighed in disappointment and said he would try instead. Izuku and Huey stepped away to the back to catch their breath. Izuku checked his phone and saw a dozen missed calls from his mother. Huey mentioned that his own father had been calling as well. Izuku called his mother, and she flooded him with worried questions about where he had been, saying the police reported someone had driven into Gary's store and left, and that she had feared he might have been kidnapped. Izuku reassured her that he and Huey were fine, explaining that they had closed up early and must have left before anything happened. His mother begged him to come home and told him she worried about him no matter what powers he had. Izuku fell silent, tears forming, and told her he had to go before he ended the call. He stood there shaking with tears when a loud thud made him look up. Huey was standing with his fist against the wall. He had just come off the phone with his father and, in his shock and anger, had punched the wall hard enough to hurt his hand. Izuku rushed over, pulled him away from the wall, and held him down until Huey began to calm. Izuku kept telling him it would be okay and to breathe, and slowly Huey settled. Later, Frenchie and Butcher finished preparing a special type of bullet designed to counter Translucent. Frenchie explained that the round had been coated in a carbon metamaterial similar to translucent skin. Butcher asked if it would work. Frenchie admitted he didn't know. Butcher loaded the round into a sniper rifle. Izuku and Huey watched as they opened the door to the cage. Translucent and Butcher fired. The shot did not have the intended effect. Translucent laughed and taunted them, declaring himself invincible and calling them fools, and then singled out Izuku, accusing him of being one of them for associating with the others. As they shut the door, Butcher told Frenchie to stay and said he had an idea, heading up the stairs with Huey questioning the timing. Butcher left, telling them to keep things under control. Izuku and Huey opened the small access panel to the cage. Izuku, holding a cup of water and a plate with a burger, said they thought he might be hungry and left the food and drink at the edge of the cage before stepping back. Translucent did not react at first, then reached for the water and set it aside before taking the plate and eating the burger in silence. Huey tried to ask him questions about A-Train and why he had burst through with Robin Ward and Hisashi Midoriya. Translucent asked whether they had been close to those men. Huey said Robin had been his girlfriend, and Izuku said Hisashi had been his father. Translucent sounded dismissive and asked what made them think he knew anything about it, questioning whether they really expected favors from someone like him. Huey argued that they needed information because the two men in the other room were going to kill Translucent, and that giving them something might help. Translucent countered that if the others had a way to kill him, they might use it on Izuku as well, and mocked the idea that anyone would spare a child for compassion. The conversation turned personal. Izuku admitted that Homelander had once been his hero and that he had wanted to be a superhero like what he believed Homelander represented. Translucent sighed and explained that his real ability went beyond invisibility. He studied people and saw through them when they thought they were alone. Outside the room, Frenchie peered through a narrow opening and noticed a black van driving around the area. He grabbed a gun and readied himself. Back inside, Translucent told them he could see people for who they really were and that he saw both of them clearly. Huey responded that, because of that, Translucent must know them well. Translucent observed that their attempts at toughness came from fear and that, underneath it all, they were terrified. He felt like he was in way over his head. Back with Frenchie, the van drove away, but he quickly saw silhouettes of men moving by the windows and ducked out of sight so they would not be seen. Translucent looked at Huey and Izuku and, with obvious sarcasm, claimed to sympathize with them because of their losses. He reminded them that instincts scream to run and insisted they should listen to those instincts. He boasted about being invulnerable and about being a superhero who fought gangs and terrorists, painting himself as the one in control and implying that they were outmatched and not the heroes of the story. Huey answered him with a quiet threat that he might try to stop him first. Translucent dismissed that, saying his skin was invulnerable and that Izuku was not a killer. He mocked the two of them, contrasted his public adoration with their smallness, and warned that Homelander would find him and would be the one who solved the problem. He told them to run while they still could. Huey and Izuku fell silent, and Izuku offered a brief good luck statement as they walked toward the door. Translucent urged them again to leave while they could, then the door closed. Frenchie stayed tense, ready to confront anyone snooping around, but the men left. He took a breath and lit a cigarette. Later, Izuku and Huey covered their ears as Frenchie tried to breach Translucent's diamond-hard skin with heavy equipment, but the attempt failed. Frenchie cursed at the hardness and slammed his fist into the table. He then produced some pills and offered them, saying they might help with nerves, but both of them declined. When Huey asked what Frenchie did for a living, he explained that he knew a little about many things and that, by trade, he ran guns and had developed a certain niche. He clarified that superheroes were rare to kill outright and that dealing with them required unique solutions because each power demanded a different approach. He smoked and spoke with a detached practicality about his work and about how he carried the memory of those he had put down like scars. The next morning, Butcher returned while they debated how to neutralize Translucent. A television showed a tortoise slowly eating lettuce. Frenchie stared at it for a moment, an idea forming, and then grabbed a taser. He explained he wanted Translucent unconscious so they could try something different, and then he entered the room and used the taser until Translucent passed out. A few hours later, Translucent woke with a severe headache and knew something was wrong. Butcher and Frenchie exchanged grim looks. Frenchie admitted he had outdone himself in crafting a plan. He observed that Translucent's skin was like a shell, hard to penetrate, but that the insides were vulnerable. He explained, without graphic detail, that there was only one practical way to reach those vulnerable parts. Butcher summarized it bluntly as having placed a device inside the unconscious man so they could control the outcome if necessary. Translucent reacted with fear and begged for his life, pledging to reveal information. Under pressure, Translucent confessed that if anyone knew about A-Train's movements that night it would be Popclaw. He insisted that A-Train visited Popclaw frequently and that while he could not say everything, he knew that A-Train had been at her place more than once. Frenchie noticed someone outside and went to check, and Izuku explained that Popclaw was a lower-tier hero with distinctive wrist spikes. Butcher called her a D-lister. Translucent insisted he would tell them anything else if they asked, but Butcher coldly reminded him that time was short. Translucent begged and pleaded, insisting he knew dark things, and in that desperate state he gave them the name they wanted. They kept shouting all the way to the top as they left the room and closed the door behind them. Butcher was about to detonate the bomb until Frenchie asked Butcher for a moment, "Please." Butcher walked over while they checked the cameras Frenchie had installed, and they watched something fly through the air at incredible speed. Huey wondered what it was. Butcher identified it as Homelander. Izuku reacted with shocked disbelief. Huey panicked at Homelander's presence and warned that Homelander could see them with X-ray vision, probably using it to look through the roof. Frenchie added that Homelander also had super hearing and would detect the bomb. Through the small window in the door, Translucent could only see Huey and mouthed a familiar name. Translucent said Homelander. Butcher said they had to throw Homelander off the scent. Huey asked how. Butcher said Pittsburgh. Frenchie objected about the cost. Butcher told him to put it on the tab. Izuku asked what Pittsburgh meant, and Butcher told them not to worry, ordering them to stay put and watch the invisible prisoner. Butcher left the building with Frenchie and they headed for their black van. Frenchie told Butcher the device was behind the back door panel. Butcher climbed into the back while Frenchie took the driver's seat and dialed a number on his phone. At Frenchie's place, Sherry answered when her phone rang. Frenchie told her there was a burn, and she said she would be ready in 3 minutes. Butcher complained about poor reception, and Frenchie told him to figure it out. Inside the room, Translucent picked up the now empty cup Izuku had given him and used it to short the cables, opening the cage and letting himself out. Homelander had just arrived and knocked on the van window, surprising Frenchie. Frenchie blurted that he was talking to Homelander, and Homelander asked to see some ID. Translucent opened the room door, shocking Izuku and Huey. Izuku raised his fists and channeled his power while Huey held the detonator. Huey ordered everyone back in the cage. Translucent urged them to calm down. Homelander asked what they were doing out there. Frenchie lied that this was his place and that he was opening a Brazilian steakhouse. Homelander asked to see the back of the van. Frenchie challenged whether he had a warrant. Homelander suggested that if there was nothing to hide, there was nothing to worry about. Huey pleaded that Translucent be put back in the cage. Izuku warned Huey not to press the button because Homelander would hear it and could kill them. Translucent told Huey to listen to the kid. Homelander used his X-ray vision to peer into the van. Butcher had snuck out and was hiding behind a dumpster. Translucent tried to reason that even if Homelander didn't find them now, killing him would only make Vought's search harder and that they would be on the run for the rest of their lives. Butcher, positioned nearby, pressed a button on a device just in time. Sherry exited her place moments before the explosives went off. Homelander, hearing the explosion, turned and took off with superhuman speed. Butcher and Frenchie let out a sigh of relief when Homelander left. Translucent tried one last appeal, telling Izuku and Huey that if they let him go they'd be the heroes who saved him and could return to normal lives. He promised Izuku that Vought would bring him in and he could be a proper hero with everything he wanted. Huey engaged the detonator's safety and Izuku lowered his fists. Translucent said he knew they would do the right thing and began to walk away, turning invisible as he left. Huey made a decision and triggered the device. The blast consumed Translucent in an instant. When the smoke cleared, there was only silence where he had stood. Izuku had wanted to act himself but had hesitated. The choice had been made and the deed done. Huey dropped the detonator to the floor. Butcher and Frenchie cleaned themselves of soot and debris while they gathered what was left of Translucent and sealed it in bags. Izuku apologized for the mess. Butcher told him not to be ridiculous. He had done them a favor. Izuku asked what they were going to do with him. Butcher said they would take care of it. Izuku asked about a tracking chip. Frenchie said it had already been disabled and told Izuku and Huey to sit down and relax, calling them by their nicknames in a teasing tone. Izuku and Huey began to walk off. Butcher demanded to know where they were going. Huey said they were going home to get new clothes. Butcher promised to get them new clothes, but Huey insisted they wanted their own clothes and would return. Frenchie suggested Huey and Izuku might be in shock. Butcher reminded them that they had just destroyed a member of the Seven and that they could not simply disappear. Izuku protested that he had not pulled the trigger. Huey had. Huey said he wished Izuku had not had to see it and asked to go home to pack, promising to meet back up later. Butcher said Frenchie would go with Huey. Huey objected, but Butcher threatened consequences if he did not comply. Izuku urged Huey to let Frenchie go with him for safety. Huey agreed and they left. Butcher warned Izuku not to take too long at his place, and Izuku promised he would. The three of them left Butcher to finish cleaning up the mess. Izuku opened a box and began loading it with trash bags containing evidence related to translucent. He loaded the bags into his car, set small charges in the blood-smeared room to erase what remained, and slipped out of the building into the car before the explosives went off and he drove away. After some time, Izuku arrived home alone. He unlocked the door with his house keys and made his way to his bedroom. Posters, collectibles, and action figures of various heroes filled the walls and shelves, most of them of Homelander. He paused at a framed photo of himself with his parents from when he was little and smiled at the memory. In the flashback, Inko crouched in the middle of Izuku's room with a sheet over her head, playfully calling for help. 5-year-old Izuku burst in wearing a child-sized Homelander costume and struck a heroic pose, declaring he had arrived. Hisashi entered shortly after, pretending to be a villain and taunting that Izuku would never get past him. Little Izuku play-acted a rescue and lightly tapped his father, who fell to the floor with an exaggerated cry of defeat. Inko turned and hugged Izuku, calling him her hero. The three of them laughed together as Hisashi lifted his wife and son into a warm family embrace. Back in the present, Izuku removed the photo from its frame and slipped it into his pocket before packing his clothes into a bag. He nearly walked out the door when his mother blocked him with a hug. Inko cried out his name and clung to him, worried. She noticed his packed bag and asked where he was going. Izuku told her that he had to leave but could not explain. Inko pleaded with him not to go, reminding him that he was only 16 and that they were all that remained of their family. He stood silent for a moment, then dropped his bag and hugged her. Izuku told his mother that he did not know what would happen next, but promised he would come back when it was over. He kissed her forehead, gave one last embrace, and left the house. Inko sank to her knees and sobbed in the now empty home. On his way to meet the others, Izuku staggered and nearly collapsed against a building. Overcome, he let the emotions out with a few hard breaths and a controlled, quiet release of strength that cracked the plaster on the wall enough to vent without causing serious harm. After a few minutes he steadied himself and continued on. He reached the park and found Huey and Frenchie waiting. Huey called his name and Izuku greeted them. Frenchie, noticing how things had gone with his mother, gave Izuku an unexpected, supportive hug and used an affectionate nickname for him. Frenchie reassured Izuku that hopefully things would not get worse, just as Butcher had promised, and they set off together. At a juvenile detention center, a man working at a desk heard a commotion in the next room and went to see two teenagers fighting. Mother's Milk stepped in and scolded them, reminding everyone that they took turns at ping-pong and that the teenagers should put their names on his board. The boys apologized and agreed to sign the list. Mother's Milk left the room and turned to find Butcher standing nearby with a smile. He reacted with blunt disbelief and asked what Butcher wanted. Butcher said he had come to visit an old comrade and rekindle their bond, even inviting a hug. Mother's Milk resisted the small talk and asked why Butcher was there. When Butcher suggested Mother's Milk come back for another go at their old life, Mother's Milk declined, insisting he was happy now and focused on helping the boys in the unit. Butcher remarked that Mother's Milk's talents were being wasted there, and when another scuffle started nearby, Mother's Milk tapped the window to quiet things down and kept his attention on the work he was doing. Butcher listened and said he could not argue with the work being done there, but he still prowled the edges like a man who could not easily be tied down. Mother's Milk reminded him that they had been involved in dangerous business before and that people changed, trying to keep the conversation from turning into a trap of old loyalties. Even before the Mallory affair, Butcher told Mother's Milk that he preferred working on a smaller scale if he wanted to make a difference, admitting bluntly that he had a heart underneath his rough edges while accusing Mother's Milk of being harder. Mother's Milk scoffed until Butcher interrupted to say they had just taken out a super. Mother's Milk reacted with disbelief, and Butcher identified the target as translucent. He explained that he had used a powerful explosive that destroyed Translucent in a dramatic blast, but, before that happened, Translucent had been forced to reveal a crucial lead. Butcher argued that, if they handled the information right, they could unsettle the whole operation, possibly taking down the Seven and Vought together. Mother's Milk asked if this meant going after Homelander and accused Butcher of still being motivated by Becca. Butcher deflected and promised things would be different this time, insisting there would be no repeats of past mistakes and announcing that they had a secret weapon, a super on their side. Mother's Milk did not believe him until Butcher insisted that this super had knocked out Translucent twice while using only a fraction of his power. When Mother's Milk questioned why a super would help, Butcher replied that the super's father had been killed by another super. He then asked if Mother's Milk was in. Mother's Milk grumbled about old allies and their return. Butcher insisted he trusted Mother's Milk above all, which drew a bitter laugh and a comment about when Butcher had ever trusted anyone. Later, the team rode in a rented truck. Mother's Milk mocked the cheap rental, and Butcher defended it as inconspicuous compared to more obvious vehicles. A knock sounded on the doors just as Butcher said they were on time. He opened the doors to admit Izuku, Huey, and Frenchie. Tension flared immediately between Mother's Milk and Frenchie, who exchanged insults until Frenchie pulled a knife and a scuffle broke out. Butcher and Izuku intervened, holding Frenchie back to keep the situation from spiraling. Butcher warned that a fight would give them away, while Mother's Milk insisted he still had a score to settle. They argued about an old agreement and the resentment boiled over, but the others stepped in to calm them down. The argument was interrupted by Mother's Milk's ringtone. He glanced at his phone and then accepted the call, speaking affectionately with his wife about forgetting to marinate the fish and picking up groceries on his way home. The brief domestic exchange softened the mood. Frenchie laughed, which only annoyed Mother's Milk further, and Butcher barked at them to stop wasting time and focus on the job. Frenchie mimicked Mother's Milk before settling and shaking his hand in a gesture of truce. Butcher then introduced the newcomers properly. The new men were Huey Campbell and Izuku Midoriya, and Mother's Milk greeted them with a wary welcome. Izuku tried to be polite while shaking Mother's Milk's hand, and the big man smiled. When Mother's Milk asked where the super they'd been promised was, Izuku revealed that he was the one. Mother's Milk froze and demanded to know how old Izuku was. Izuku admitted he was 16 and insisted that he had chosen to be there and wanted to see it through with Huey. After a moment's hesitation, Mother's Milk agreed to go along despite his discomfort. They gathered around a laptop to watch surveillance footage of a woman, Popclaw, walking up to an apartment building. Frenchie zoomed in for a closer look as they watched Popclaw exchange a word with her landlord on the steps. The landlord reminded her about the rent, and she said she would drop the check off soon. The landlord's gaze lingered on her as she went inside. Butcher suggested planting listening devices and getting a closer look for themselves. Huey questioned the antiquated equipment they were using, and Mother's Milk complained about Butcher's thriftiness. Huey offered a different approach. He pointed out that with the right network information, many household devices could provide camera access, making stealth unnecessary. The team set to work on the new lead. Frenchie wondered if they probably had one in every room and asked if there was even one in the toilet. Izuku gave him a strange look and told him of course not. Huey said he just needed 5 minutes inside and that home service was his specialty, explaining that he and Izuku had worked in the same store. A few minutes later they knocked on Popclaw's door. The hero opened it and saw Huey and Izuku wearing name tags. Huey introduced them as technicians from Bryman Audiovisual with a new router. Popclaw replied that she had not made an appointment. Huey said her manager had scheduled an upgrade for the building, and Popclaw protested that her landlord had not mentioned it. Izuku produced a work order. Huey assured her it would only take a second and mentioned the upgrade could boost her speed to 1000 Mbps. Popclaw invited them in and pointed out the computer. Huey said he needed to sign onto her server to download the service package. Izuku then admitted he was a huge fan and asked for an autograph, handing her a journal with Popclaw's page. Popclaw obliged and gave him a signature. Izuku thanked her, and Popclaw told them to let her know if they needed anything else before leaving the room. While Popclaw was distracted in the living room, Huey worked on the desktop to gain access to the cameras on her computer and TV. Back in the truck, Butcher, Frenchie and Mother's Milk watched the live footage as Huey signaled that the feed was live. Izuku waved at the camera so the others could see him. Butcher noted that the kids were full of surprises. When they finished, Huey told Popclaw they were done and Popclaw thanked them as they exited her apartment. In the hallway, Huey accidentally bumped into A-Train. A-Train excused himself, and Huey apologized, explaining he had not expected to see A-Train and that they needed to get back to work. Izuku felt relieved that A-Train did not recognize them, though he was slightly insulted that the speedsters seemed to have forgotten them. That night, the boys watched the cameras inside the truck. The feed showed A-Train and Popclaw sitting together on the sofa having a tense private conversation about the upcoming race. A-Train worried about Shockwave and the consequences of losing. He feared being replaced and losing his standing with the Seven. He asked Popclaw where she had put a vial of Compound V. Popclaw warned that the substance amplified performance and reminded him of the dangerous effects she had seen before, but A-Train insisted he needed it to win. Popclaw expressed that she would still care for him even if he lost, but A-Train pushed that he had to win to avoid being seen as a has-been. The conversation turned heated when Popclaw pointed out that preparations for their public appearance had been coordinated with Stillwell and wondered whether A-Train had cleared everything. A-Train said he needed to regain leverage first and pressed again for the location of the V. Back in the truck, the team tried to make sense of the term. Huey asked what Compound V was. Mother's Milk suggested it sounded like a performance enhancer. Izuku compared it to steroids for soups. Huey pointed out that the speedster had been using it when he murdered Robin and Hisashi. The camera showed Popclaw handing A-Train an orange bag, and he opened it to reveal a vial of blue liquid. Butcher grinned at the sight. Mother's Milk asked why he was grinning, and Butcher replied that if the Seven were using enhancements, it would be a huge scandal that the press would devour. Frenchie cautioned that they needed to be sure of what the substance did. Butcher asked if Frenchie could run tests. Frenchie said he could perform analysis, but they would need a sample to be certain. Butcher agreed they would deal with acquiring it later and focused on the priority. They had to get some. The next day was the big race between A-Train and Shockwave. The stadium filled with hundreds of spectators and fans while the boys parked Frenchie's black van in the lot. Butcher and Frenchie split up to cover different angles as Izuku, Huey and Mother's Milk prepared for their roles. Mother's Milk handed them their cover identities and reminded Huey that his part was a mild-mannered reporter. Butcher told Izuku that he was to remain a spectator, like him and Huey. Huey acknowledged, and Izuku replied crisply before going his own way while Huey and Mother's Milk fell into conversation. Izuku looked around and noticed Starlight and Black Noir in the stands amid the cheering crowd. Starlight waved with obvious nerves, clearly uncomfortable in the new costume Vought had given her. Maeve took the live feed to criticize bureaucracy and urge public support for placing heroes in the armed forces, and the crowd roared its approval. Homelander then dropped from the sky in a showy superhero landing, arriving to watch the race. He made a grand entrance and hyped the audience for A-Train, drawing cheers as the number one hero settled into the stands. A-Train stepped onto the track, and Butcher keyed his earpiece to Frenchie, instructing him to find the Compound V. Frenchie replied that there was no V where he'd searched. Butcher ordered him to keep looking. Frenchie admitted he had come up empty. Izuku tried to steady the mood, reminding them that at least they had tried. As another hero, Shockwave, joined A-Train on the track, Mother's Milk checked the feed from Popclaw's apartment on his phone and announced he was going to investigate. He watched Popclaw through the cameras and reported that she was eyeing a vial of V. Butcher assumed she had taken some of A-Train's stash and called the others over. Frenchie's van pulled up and they left the stadium for Popclaw's building. On the drive, Butcher asked Huey how he knew Starlight. Huey admitted he did not know her well, only that he had met her on a park bench and, after some hesitation, had taken her number. Butcher approved with a curt nod. They arrived in time to watch the feed as there was a knock at Popclaw's door. She opened it to the landlord, who came to collect rent. He stepped inside and was taken aback by personal photographs on the walls. The scene shifted quickly. A brief encounter turned chaotic, and Popclaw panicked when the landlord suddenly collapsed. She gasped and screamed when she realized he was not moving. Izuku reacted with disbelief at what had happened, and Butcher immediately saw an opportunity. He explained that a soup's greatest vulnerability was reputation, and he planned to use the incident to their advantage. They entered Popclaw's apartment, and she was startled and reached for her wrist spikes. Butcher calmed her, stating they were not there to hurt her and that they could help if she told them everything. He held up the empty vial she had been seen with through the cameras as proof of what he was asking about. Popclaw demanded to know who they were. Butcher simply smiled. At the 7 Tower, Stillwell entered a boardroom to meet Homelander and the Deep. Homelander joked about water and directed the Deep to show her what they had recovered. The Deep produced a zinc-lined box. When Stillwell opened it, she recoiled at the disturbing contents remnants that suggested Translucent had been attacked. She asked in horror how such a thing could have happened. Homelander dismissed the notion of a random maniac and instead called the perpetrator smart, pointing out that the attackers had used zinc to hide whatever was inside from their sight and had apparently timed things so the discovery would be delayed. Homelander then indicated the inside lid of the box, where a message had been scrawled, "Reading coming for you." He told Stillwell that whoever had done this had effectively declared war. The Deep closed the box, and the room sat heavy with that threat. A week later, it was clear that Popclaw had accepted Butcher's deal after the accident. She told them what she knew about Compound V and insisted that no one would learn what had happened to the landlord. She said that A-Train was moving Compound V to a noodle shop up in Division. They had been watching the place from the street but had seen nothing. Butcher was elsewhere while Izuku, Huey, Frenchie and Mother's Milk waited in the van across from the shop, keeping an eye out for the man who handled shipments. When they finally saw him leave, they followed him into the store. He slipped to the back, which made them pause, and Izuku urged them to go in. They opened a door and found themselves in a dim basement. A few men with rifles were stationed downstairs, and the team moved as quietly as they could past them to a room stacked with boxes and files. Mother's Milk instructed everyone to check the boxes and find the V. Frenchie noticed a working television in another room behind a barred door and saw a woman sitting under a table while a Japanese program played. He suggested they free her. Mother's Milk objected that they were there only for the V, not a rescue. Huey remarked that Frenchie sounded like Butcher. Izuku insisted they could not leave a prisoner locked underground. Mother's Milk said he was just trying to make it out alive. Despite the objections, Frenchie opened the door. The men from above came down, shouting and brandishing their weapons. The woman bolted through the door and moved with astonishing speed and skill, disarming and incapacitating the attackers in a blur of motion. One guard panicked and made a desperate, fatal choice. Mother's Milk shouted for them to go and the team rushed past the scene to the woman's cell, closing the door behind them as she tried to follow. She then turned and fled, leaving them to absorb the sudden quiet. After several minutes, Frenchie searched the small cell for anything useful. It was a rough place, but it had a bed, a television and a light. He found a tube of blue lipstick and slipped it into his pocket while the others joined Butcher in the next room. Butcher took in the mess and asked if they were all right. Huey replied that things seemed to keep getting worse. Izuku was quiet. Butcher warned that it could get a lot worse. Frenchie found a scrap of paper with an address. Mother's Milk showed a used needle and asked if it was the V. Butcher said it was only what was left and that the supply here was gone. He concluded that A-Train was running V through this place and that the men had been dosing the captive with it. Huey wondered whether Vought was behind it or if it was a side operation. Mother's Milk produced the box the Dealvoy had come in and said he would shake a few trees to find its origin. Butcher pressed why they were dosing her and suggested they ask the person who had let her out. Frenchie said the woman had looked innocent. Mother's Milk pointed out that being locked in a cage underground with armed guards did not look innocent. Frenchie admitted he had a feeling about her, and Mother's Milk accused him of not following the plan. Frenchie shot back, and Mother's Milk retorted sharply. Izuku urged them to stop arguing and focus. Butcher told them to quit bickering and get the job done before Vought or the soups arrived. Huey's phone buzzed. Butcher demanded to know who was calling and insisted on seeing it. Huey reluctantly handed the phone over. Butcher saw a contact labeled Annie, Starlight, and ordered Huey to call her back and meet up. He wanted Huey to use the meeting so they could listen. Huey protested that it was nothing and defended that Annie was not a bad person. Butcher reminded him that she was a soup. Izuku demanded to know whether he was like the rest as well and accused Butcher of treating everyone the same way. Butcher turned his attention back and told Huey to go on the meetup. Huey agreed but clarified that, for the record, it was not a date. Sometime later, Huey met Annie at a bowling alley. He encouraged her to show what she could do, and she took a shot that knocked over a few pins. Huey mentioned he had memories of early, awkward moments from his past, which he summarized without detail. Annie said her first kiss had been at prom, and Huey reacted with surprise that she had waited that long. She confirmed it. The conversation settled into a quiet, comfortable exchange as they continued to bowl. "I had a very Jesus-centric childhood." Annie started talking, but Huey could not pay attention when the bowling pins crashed. He froze. The sound suddenly reminded him of how he had detonated the device that destroyed translucence some time before. After a few seconds he collected himself and apologized, asking what Annie had been saying. Annie had been thinking about prom but dismissed it as nothing, flustered. Huey said he was going to throw a ball and did so, failing to knock down a single pin. Huey then asked what translucent was like. Annie raised an eyebrow and noted the abrupt change of subject. Huey admitted it had just popped into his head and apologized again, saying translucent had been his favorite as a kid and asking whether translucent was difficult to deal with. Annie replied that translucent was not good with privacy or boundaries and otherwise came off as a loner who spent most of his free time with his daughter, Invisible Girl. Huey was surprised that Invisible Girl was Translucent's daughter. Annie explained that she had met Invisible Girl and her team once. They had been 16 and seemed like a close, effective group. Huey found that interesting. As he turned away to take another throw, his face fell with regret. A drop of sweat slid down his temple as he realized he had unknowingly taken a father away from a girl roughly the same age as Izuku. After a pause, the scene moved on. Some time later, the boys drove to a salon where a woman had been found dead after an attack. Butcher, Izuku, Frenchie, and Mother's Milk stepped out of the van and entered the salon. An officer remarked that they had arrived quickly. Butcher noted it had been on the squawker. The officer asked about the boy with them, and Butcher explained that the boy was a detective in training. Izuku claimed to be 18, lying as he tried to appear convincing. They divided their tasks. Izuku and Frenchie searched the salon while Mother's Milk questioned witnesses and Butcher examined the scene. The officer suggested it looked like a gang-related killing and pointed toward A-Train as a possible lead. Izuku briefly looked toward the speedster and quickly looked away. Butcher accepted a cup of coffee from the officer with a curt thanks and nudged Frenchie as he left the building. Frenchie examined some makeup and returned it to an empty slot where it had been found in the victim's area. Back at the van across the street, Mother's Milk reported what he had learned about the victim. Her name was Roberta Cho. She was a mother of 4, and she had been involved in smuggling operations. Butcher compared the victim to someone they already knew. They then noticed A-Train sprint out of the building and disappear at high speed. Izuku did some quick mental math about A-Train's top speed and fretted that the speedster could scour the whole city in minutes, wondering how they would find the suspect. Frenchie, however, produced a small scrap of paper he had found earlier and told Butcher he knew where the suspect was headed. Penn Station. Frenchie believed she was working her way backward, trying to get home. They piled into the van and drove toward the station. They arrived at Penn Station in about 15 minutes. Mother's Milk finished a phone call, thanking the person on the other end before hanging up. Butcher asked for details. Mother's Milk explained that the DLVRY records had been checked and the box containing the device had come from Samaritan's Embrace, a charity run by a man named Ezekiel. Butcher questioned what connection that charity could have. Izuku suggested the possibility that Vought might be involved, though he was unsure of their motive. Mother's Milk proposed that finding the suspect might reveal the truth. Butcher ordered them to split up, find the woman, and push Frenchie to keep tabs on whoever they trailed until they could use the gas if necessary. Everyone nodded and dispersed. While moving through the station, Izuku saw a public television broadcasting breaking news. The anchor reported that authorities had lost radar and satellite contact with Flight 37 and feared the worst, with search planes fanning out over the Atlantic flight path. Izuku felt a cold dread for the passengers. A commotion a short distance away drew them all running. They arrived to find Frenchie already there, but he could not say which way the woman had gone. Butcher demanded to know where she had gone, and Mother's Milk pressed whether Frenchie had attempted to use the gas. Frenchie admitted he had not, saying it had not felt right. Mother's Milk reacted angrily, accusing Frenchie of abandoning the plan because of a whim. Frenchie apologized, but the tension escalated. Mother's Milk accused Frenchie of being flaky and not following orders, reminding him of the night Mallory had sent him to tail Lamplighter and saying that failing to follow orders had had terrible consequences. Frenchie protested that he had not known the outcome. Mother's Milk argued that ignorance did not change the fact that lives had been lost because orders were not followed. The argument grew heated and turned physical in a sudden, brief scuffle. The two lunged at each other, exchanged blows and pushes in a flurry, and were separated almost as quickly as it began. The team members intervened, trying to restore order as they continued searching for the woman. Izuku held back Mother's Milk while Butcher restrained Frenchie. Izuku urged them to stop. Butcher barked for everyone to knock it off. Mother's Milk exploded in frustration and began walking away, telling Butcher and the others that he was done. Frenchie muttered angrily as he followed, and Butcher called after them, but Mother's Milk walked away, saying they were all going to end up like Mallory. Izuku pleaded for them to wait, insisting they needed each other, Frenchie, Butcher, Huey, and the rest, and that they had to stay a team to keep going. He reminded them that the past could not be changed and that only by moving forward together could they uncover what they were after. He finished with a forceful appeal for them to stop letting old wounds break the team. The men stared at Izuku for a long moment before Mother's Milk conceded that the kid gave better pep talks than Butcher ever could. Frenchie agreed, and Butcher, irritated, told them to get moving and find the girl. They found the woman in the subway and gave chase. She bolted, jumped onto the tracks, and ran down the tunnel until she realized a train was coming. A train appeared in a blur and grabbed her before she could be struck. She lashed out and scratched at his face, forcing him to drop her. She tried to flee, but A train closed in with superhuman speed and slammed her against a wall, leaving her stunned and pinned as the others arrived. Izuku and Frenchie moved to help her, but Butcher and Mother's Milk held them back. Butcher insisted she was past help. Izuku protested that they could not let A train kill her. Frenchie shouted to draw attention, pointing out A train to the crowd on the platform. A train then stepped out of the shadows with a smile and stopped hurting the woman. She broke away and ran down a dark service tunnel, where the group followed without being noticed. The woman reached a dead end and braced to fight. Butcher prepared a gas grenade, but Frenchie stopped him, saying he could talk to her. He had spoken to her before at a tech store and could try again. Izuku agreed to cover him. Frenchie approached slowly and offered to help her get home. She lunged, pushing him to the ground in a desperate attempt to defend herself. Izuku surged forward with controlled power and struck her with a focused 10% smash, sending her into the wall. Frenchie scrambled back while Izuku engaged her in a non-lethal, fast-paced fight, using his training and martial arts to keep things contained. Butcher pulled the pin on a gas grenade and tossed it near the two soups. The gas filled the tunnel, and after coughing, both soups lost consciousness. The men approached, lifted the two unconscious soups, and carried them back to the van. Later, in Havana, Cuba, Popclaw sat at a table with food before her and was using drags. A train arrived at speed and placed a small bag on the sofa. He greeted her warmly and she responded with relief. He apologized and told her he had been handling business. He said he thought he had good news. Their handler, Stillwell, might be open to letting them go public. Popclaw reacted with suspicion, and A Train offered a sincere promise that he was telling the truth. Popclaw admitted that she had told some people about the Compound V operation down by the Noodle Palace and apologized, recounting descriptions of the people she had seen. A smug British man, a buzz-cut French guy, a large black man with a goatee, a skinny white man, and a Japanese boy. A Train listened and reassured her that they would work through it. He softened the mood by remembering their first date, how she had ordered boldly and made him think she was someone unafraid to be happy, and how he had fallen for her in that moment. They shared a quiet, emotional moment together. They exchanged declarations of love. Popclaw returned the sentiment. Before she could say more, A train moved with impossible speed and injected both of her arms. Popclaw began to choke and then collapsed. A train stood frozen, tears on his cheeks as he watched her fall. He wiped his face before running to the 7 Tower to meet Homelander in the boardroom. A train told Homelander that it was a heroin overdose. Homelander asked about the V and then turned the question back to A train, making it clear that he had noticed the speedster's drag use. A train insisted he was done and was trying to quit cold turkey. Homelander scoffed but then softened, saying he was glad A train had come to him and expressing pride. He rose, offered a hug, and told A train that he loved him and would always watch over him, calling them family even if his concern was not entirely genuine. Before A train left, Homelander asked about the missing woman. A train promised he would find her. At the Believe Expo, Izuku, Butcher, and Mother's Milk listened in on Huey's conversation with Starlight while Frenchie kept an eye on the woman at their hideout. Ezekiel took the stage and made a show of faith, drawing cheers from the crowd as he compared miracles and abilities to divine favor and claimed the chosen status of those with powers. He stretched out his arms theatrically and spoke about belief and purpose, and the audience responded with enthusiasm. Huey noticed a flyer advertising an expensive VIP experience with Ezekiel and protested the price. Butcher made a plan. Midoriya would be the one to get close to Ezekiel. Izuku protested that he did not know what to say to demand answers about Compound V smuggling, but Butcher handed him a phone and showed a compromising photo of Ezekiel with 2 men, explaining that the picture could be used to get Ezekiel's attention. Huey reacted with shock as Butcher left them to their preparations. Mother's Milk questioned whether the kid had been trained for this, and Izuku admitted he had never blackmailed anyone before. Butcher framed the job as an easier option for someone who did not like killing soups. Later, Butcher approached a pastor at a booth. He launched into a blistering, profane tirade about divinity and suffering, arguing that the traditional answers to humanity's pain were unacceptable. The pastor reacted with surprise and offense. Izuku, spotting Butcher, tried to intervene politely, placing a hand on Butcher's shoulder and introducing him as family while apologizing for the disturbance. He asked Butcher not to draw attention to them. Mother's Milk urged them to keep their voices down. Butcher dismissed any offense and brusquely challenged the crowd's beliefs. When Mother's Milk asked Izuku about his own faith, Izuku stammered that he had never really thought about it and leaned toward being agnostic. The conversation moved on as Butcher's phone began to ring. A few minutes later, Starlight walked through the expo with her mother. Donna fretted over what Starlight had been expected to say in a previous situation, suggesting she might have to admit past intimacy. Starlight responded that she had tried to be honest with those who asked, and Donna reminded her that millions of children looked up to her now as a public figure. Donna told Starlight that she was a shining light to the people. Starlight wondered how she was supposed to live up to that. Donna reassured her that it was the way God had made her and called her a miracle. Huey interrupted, and Starlight said she would catch up with them later. Donna asked if she was sure, and Starlight promised she was not going anywhere. Donna kissed her son goodbye and said she would see him later. Butcher, Izuku, and Mother's Milk listened from nearby as the conversation ended. Butcher instructed them to keep an eye on the lad. Mother's Milk demanded to know where they were going, and Butcher told him to do it. Huey checked on Starlight and she admitted that the place felt different from what she remembered. Huey asked if she could get him a Diamond Club pass to see Ezekiel for a friend who was a big fan. Starlight agreed readily. Later, she secured a Diamond Club pass, which Huey passed on to Izuku. Izuku entered a large tent where Ezekiel and several others were gathered. He began to approach Ezekiel but stopped when a voice greeted him. He turned and, surprised, recognized Homelander. Homelander smiled, then raised an eyebrow and said he felt like they had met before. Izuku gave his name, and Homelander paused, then remembered that Izuku had been a child he had met years ago. 10 years earlier, 6-year-old Izuku had been walking with his parents while playing with a Homelander action figure. Police sirens and shouting announced a high-speed chase in the distance. A reckless driver swerved to avoid a collision and, for a moment, seemed destined to strike the family. Izuku's parents shouted and moved to protect him, bracing for impact. Nothing hit them. Both the robber's car and the other vehicle came to a sudden halt as Homelander intervened, stopping the cars with a single heroic act. One car was badly damaged, and Homelander had gently held the other back from striking the Midoriya family. Izuku exclaimed that it was Homelander. Homelander checked that the family was okay, and Izuku's parents thanked him repeatedly. Homelander then approached the crashed vehicle, pulled the injured robber free, and restrained him until the police arrived. The crowd cheered and Homelander waved and smiled. Izuku, awed, asked for Homelander's autograph while showing a page in his hero journal. Homelander knelt, signed the journal, and reassured Izuku that anyone could be a hero. He lifted the boy onto his shoulder and encouraged him. Izuku's mother asked to take a picture, and Homelander consented as she captured the moment. Back in the tent, Izuku reflected that the encounter had been a dream come true. Homelander asked whether Izuku had developed any powers over the years. Izuku admitted he was still ordinary, and Homelander expressed that it was a shame, adding that if Izuku had powers he would have made a great hero. Izuku accepted his normal life with a smile. Ezekiel then welcomed everyone and introduced Homelander as a special guest. The crowd applauded for the #1 hero. Ezekiel led them through the event and explained that Homelander, an ordained minister with Samaritan's embrace, would help rebaptize the faithful. They gathered around a modest pool where Homelander and Ezekiel rebaptized an elderly man and a young woman. When it was Izuku's turn, he entered the pool and took Homelander's gloved hands. Homelander noticed Izuku's nervousness and teased that he could see his heart racing. Izuku admitted he was overwhelmed by being rebaptized and meeting his hero on the same day. Homelander told him to relax and promised he had him. Homelander asked Izuku if he accepted the Lord, and Izuku affirmed that he did. Homelander then baptized him, briefly submerging Izuku before bringing him back up. Izuku kept his composure and smiled at Homelander as he surfaced. After the baptisms, attendants handed out towels and people began to leave. Homelander thanked everyone for letting him be part of the ceremony and embraced Ezekiel. When the crowd had dispersed, Izuku asked Ezekiel if he could speak with him for a moment to seek spiritual guidance. Ezekiel apologized that his schedule was packed and hesitated. A hospital receptionist asked how he could help, and Izuku asked for a moment. He opened his bag, took out his phone, and showed Ezekiel a video of compromising behavior. Ezekiel's eyes widened. Izuku warned Ezekiel about what would happen if the public ever found out. Ezekiel reached out, grabbed Izuku's phone, and seized him by the throat. Izuku was surprised but noticed the grip was weak. Using a small percent of his power, Izuku squeezed Ezekiel's wrist until Ezekiel winced and released him. Ezekiel demanded to know who Izuku was. Izuku confirmed he was a supe but insisted that was not the point. He said he had seen Ezekiel at the club and accused him of saying one thing in public while doing another privately. Izuku threatened exposure if Ezekiel did not cooperate. Ezekiel tried to call for help, mentioning Homelander nearby. Izuku said friends had copies of the video and would post it if anything happened to him, and he tightened his hold on Ezekiel's wrist until Ezekiel feared serious consequences. Ezekiel panicked and offered money. Izuku demanded his phone back and then demanded answers about shipments labeled as polio vaccines that were actually Compound V. Ezekiel asked who he was, and Izuku told him to be quiet and explain where the boxes were going and how many were shipped. Izuku warned he would leave Ezekiel incapacitated and release the video if he did not comply. Ezekiel gave in and began to talk. Later, Mother's Milk's phone rang. Mother's Milk answered and Izuku reported that he had gotten Ezekiel to talk but that it had not been easy. He had lied and threatened to get the information. Izuku explained that Ezekiel's charity, Samaritan's Embrace, was shipping whole boxes of Compound V to hospitals across the country, and that the latest shipment was headed to the NICU at Mercer Hospital in Midtown. Mother's Milk admired Izuku's resourcefulness, but Izuku did not feel better about what he had to do. About half an hour later, Izuku and Mother's Milk met Butcher at Mercer Hospital while Huey stayed at the Believe Expo. Mother's Milk demanded to know where Butcher had disappeared to. Butcher said he had stepped out to the shop and had taken a nurse's ID card. His phone rang. After a terse exchange about leaving someone behind, Butcher reported that his contact was out of commission. He used the stolen ID to unlock a door and led them inside. Butcher found an 4-bag labeled as something else but filled with compound V. Izuku and Mother's Milk joined him and looked down to see the 4 connected to a baby inside a transparent incubator. Butcher reacted with shock, recognizing that this was a manufactured soup rather than some divine chosen child. Izuku was devastated by the implication that many soups might have been given compound V as infants and wondered whether his own parents had known or had been kept in the dark. Butcher collected a small sample from the 4. Mother's Milk warned him to be careful, reminding him that any mistake could harm the child. Butcher answered grimly and they prepared to leave. 3 armed security guards burst through the door and opened fire. The trio took cover. Butcher urged Izuku to act, but Izuku refused to kill anyone and said he would only incapacitate them. Stepping out from cover, Izuku let the projectile strike his chest and then darted forward, using a fraction of his power to knock each guard unconscious without causing lasting injury. Butcher praised Izuku's restraint and effectiveness, and the 3 fled the scene before more security could arrive. Huey and Annie sat in a bar with a television tuned to a news channel covering Starlight's speech at the Believe Expo 2 weeks earlier. Annie complained that, of everything she had said, the reporters had focused on the wrong detail. Huey tried to lighten the mood, reminding her they still cared about simple pleasures and the Panera gift card they had to win, urging them not to be distracted. A smiling man approached and introduced himself as Anthony, teasing Huey about where he and Izuku had been after Gary's store. He noticed Annie and called her Huey's best-looking friend since 4th grade. Annie introduced herself and shook his hand. Anthony asked if she had gone to Kennedy, and Huey explained she was new in town. Anthony kept the conversation playful, asking what they were drinking and settling in to tell an embarrassing story about Huey from the past. When Huey excused himself to the bar, Anthony followed to press him about Izuku, saying he had been worried because Huey and Izuku had not been responding to texts or calls. Huey apologized and explained they had needed a fresh start. Anthony glanced at Annie and pointed out that Huey's fresh start seemed out of his league. He encouraged Huey to live his life, saying that was what Robin would have wanted. Huey looked back at Annie and smiled. After the date, the group gathered in an undisclosed location without an address. Mother's Milk explained that Samaritan's Embrace, led by Ezekiel and bankrolled by Vought, had been distributing Compound V to many hospitals across the country for decades and disguising it as a polio vaccine. He trailed off as the female began taking pieces of paper and markers and drawing. Mother's Milk added that the program had been presented as a public health initiative, and then noticed the female drawing again. Butcher reacted angrily and questioned whether anyone had been looking out for the children. Izuku asked him not to bring religion into the discussion. Huey, stunned, realized many of the heroes might not have been born with their powers but given them through drags, and he asked if the other soups knew. Izuku, troubled, said he did not think it necessarily changed anything. Butcher pointed out that even Starlight and Midoriya might be included. Mother's Milk described Homelander as a mystery with no public records, while most other soups were the result of laboratory work. The female continued to draw, and Mother's Milk complained about being interrupted. Frenchie denied controlling her and suggested she might be trying to communicate with the drawings. Butcher, skeptical, said they had solid leads against Vought for child endangerment, drag trafficking, and fraud, and expected Raynor to be pleased. Izuku approached the female and greeted her, attempting to be friendly. He introduced himself and tried to speak Japanese when he thought she might understand, admitting his Japanese was a little rusty. Frenchie teased him about speaking to her, and Butcher questioned how he could claim a background while not being fluent. Izuku explained he had been raised speaking English first and Japanese second. Frenchie told the group that the female had been injected in a basement rather than a hospital and that there was the strange matter of her seeming to rise from the dead. Izuku suggested she might possess some form of regeneration. Butcher dismissed the idea as irrelevant since all she appeared to be doing was drawing on paper. Frenchie argued she might be trying to communicate, but Butcher remained doubtful. He then informed Huey that Starlight's phone had been out of service for a week and asked Huey to check it. He decided that Huey and Izuku would accompany him. As they walked through town, Butcher scolded them for losing their edge, comparing their old, nervous restlessness to their current calm and saying he expected more from them. His tone softened into begrudging approval, telling both Huey and Izuku they were doing all right. They reached a church. Butcher insisted they go inside despite claiming not to believe in God, telling them to come along. Inside, they joined a circle of people at a meeting of the Association of Collateral Damage Survivors. The trio took chairs and listened as a woman described how some days were harder than others. She said she wanted to talk to a friend about what had happened but could not, and that was why the group mattered. She acknowledged that Tech Knight had saved her but had not been gentle, and she was left with lasting injuries as a result. A counselor emphasized that the group's purpose was about acceptance, letting go, and moving on. The counselor told Seth he was up. Seth stood, walked toward the paralyzed woman, took the talking stick that had been handed to him, and then sat back down. Seth greeted everyone and explained that he worked in marketing and wrote on the side. He mentioned a hero with ice powers who had taken a liking to him. He admitted he had fallen for her and that their relationship had meant a great deal to him. He then added that they had been together when her powers briefly malfunctioned, causing an injury that affected him. He said he still missed her and that being a mortal with someone so different had a cost. Butcher whispered to Huey, wondering aloud what kind of fool would fall for a superpowered person. Izuku heard the remark and, though it had not been directed at him, felt offended by the implication that only an idiot would fall in love with a superpowered teen. The counselor noticed Butcher's whispering and asked if he had something to share. Butcher brushed the request off and declined the talking stick. The counselor, observing the smirk and defensive humor, told Butcher that this was supposed to be a safe space and he did not have to hide behind jokes. Butcher repeated that he was fine, and the counselor directed Seth to give the stick to him. Seth stood and moved toward Butcher. Butcher took the stick away in an intimidating gesture. He warned Seth to back off or else. Seth slowly backed away and sat down again. Then Butcher launched into a rant about the soup worship he saw in the room. He accused people of idolizing soups without questioning them and argued that if soups could be dangerous when they were happy, they could be far worse when betrayed. He urged people to feel anger and to act rather than sit in a share circle. He called the others scared rabbits and declared that soups were all the same. Everyone in the room was shocked. Huey muttered under his breath and stood up to put on his jacket. Izuku apologized to the group and followed Butcher and Huey out of the building. They walked to a nearby park and sat on a bench. Huey asked what they were doing there. Butcher, quiet for a moment, spoke about his late wife, Becca, remembering how she used to hum songs around the house and how happy she had been. Then he said that Homelander had attacked her. Izuku and Huey stared in shock. Butcher pointed out a security camera nearby and said that Becca had been filmed sitting on that very bench for 3 hours before she stood and walked away 8 years ago. Nobody had seen her since. He said it could have been death by Homelander or something she did to herself. Either way, he had lost her, and that loss was why he could not allow himself to be distracted by another suppressant romance. He urged them to remember who their friends and enemies were. They sat for a while longer before returning to the hideout. When they arrived, Frenchie, Mother's Milk, and the female were not there. Butcher pulled out his phone and made a call to Mother's Milk, asking where they were and telling them not to go anywhere. He sounded irritated when he hung up. Izuku asked where the others were. Butcher told him to get in the car. They drove to a house and after knocking, Mother's Milk opened the door. Inside, Frenchie, the female, and the hero Mesmerizer were present. Butcher greeted Mesmerizer with a mocking compliment and told Mother's Milk that now they would have to deal with him permanently. Mother's Milk objected, reminding them that they had made a deal with Mesmerizer. If he kept quiet, he would get to see his child. He argued that sometimes treating someone like a person could achieve more than threats. Butcher surveyed Mesmerizer's home with a sardonic remark about the decor. All right then, they got to work. The female sat down in front of Mesmerizer, holding Frenchie's hand for comfort. Mesmerizer extended his left hand to her since she had injured his right wrist. The female hesitated but, reassured by Frenchie, took Mesmerizer's hand as the soup began to use his power. Mesmerizer described a camp in a jungle where she had been a soldier and a flag with a two-headed snake flew over it. Butcher mimed an X with his arms to indicate the emblem. Mesmerizer confirmed the symbol. Butcher asked if there were red rays behind it. Huey asked what it meant. Mother's Milk identified the flag as belonging to the Shining Light Liberation Army and bluntly told Frenchie that he was dating a member of a terrorist group. Frenchie asked if that was true, but the female had no words. Frenchie insisted there must be more to it and that she could not be a terrorist. Butcher snapped that she should be kept under control. Mother's Milk speculated that the group had smuggled in an elite recruit and given her compound. Butcher suggested she would be unleashed when ready. Frenchie protested that she would not be that person. Huey asked why Vought would give Compound V to terrorists. Mother's Milk answered that a soup terrorist was far more dangerous, and that the response would be to involve heroes with the military. Izuku interjected that joining the military with heroes was the wrong path and that their policies were creating supervillains. Butcher accused them of creating more threats. Huey reacted in shock. Mother's Milk admitted the situation was a mess even for them. Frenchie pleaded that they listen and consider that Vought might be shaping her into what they feared, but that was not who she truly was. Butcher scoffed. Frenchie insisted she had saved his life and just wanted to go home. Butcher reminded everyone she was a soup like the rest. The room fell tense until Izuku, the teen, shouted to break the silence. Izuku declared he was not all right and called Butcher an a-hole for lumping all soups together. He revealed that he was a soup too and insisted that he and the female were on their side, that he had done everything he could to help, and that she was trying her best to communicate so she could help them. Izuku vowed that once they took down Vought and the corrupted soups, he would become the kind of hero who saved people and made a real difference. He demanded that they stop saying all soups were bad and stop shaming those who had powers they did not ask for. The room remained silent as they absorbed his words. Frenchie thanked Izuku and turned to the female. He called her his dear and asked her to tell them who she was and what he saw in her. Determined, the female stood, walked up to Butcher, and met his gaze as if promising to prove herself. She then took Mesmerizer's hand, pulled him toward the sofa, and sat down in front of him to let him probe her memory. Mesmerizer described drawings of palm trees in front of the moon, the place where she had grown up. He saw that her parents had been killed, and that she and her brother had been kidnapped and forced into soldiering. All she wanted was to return and rescue her brother. Mesmerizer deactivated his power while the female sobbed, reliving the past. He identified her name as Kimiko. Frenchie kneeled to her level and greeted her with a warm hello, Kimiko. Butcher ordered that she be taken back to the safe house. Mother's Milk asked where they were headed next. Butcher said he would go see Rainer. They had enough to bring the feds on board now. Then, in a harsh moment, Butcher warned Mesmerizer not to tell anyone what he had seen or heard that day, making a fierce, anime-style threat to ensure absolute silence if he betrayed them. Mesmerizer offered his hand in response. He would have preferred to tell Butcher off, but he glanced at Izuku and saw the teenager's upset face. Mesmerizer reluctantly shook Butcher's hand, and then the group left the house. A few hours later, the team was at the safe house while Butcher went to speak with Rainer at the CIA. The female watched a nature documentary on the couch with Frenchie, and Mother's Milk was on the phone with his wife. Izuku took out his phone and hesitated over a contact labeled Mom before deciding to call. Izuku's mother answered and immediately expressed relief and concern. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, telling her he was eating well and training to improve his powers. His mother said she missed him. Izuku said he missed her too, but that he could not come to see her right now, promising to call every day. She accepted that and told him she loved him. He said he loved her too and ended the call. Izuku leaned against a wall, saddened, when Butcher returned. Mother's Milk asked how the meeting with Rainer had gone. Butcher said there was no progress. Rainer had gotten cold feet and refused to authorize the action against Vought. Mother's Milk asked if Butcher had told her everything. Butcher said he had, including the sample of Compound V, but Rainer had deemed authorizing such a thing too risky and had backed away. Frenchie said they were in trouble. Butcher disagreed and declared that they did not need anyone else's approval. They had everything they needed in that room and would take down Vought themselves. Frenchie gave a brief affirmative. Mother's Milk hummed and nodded. Izuku, the teenager, smiled determinedly and told them he knew they could do it. Butcher called him kid. Izuku frowned and answered Butcher by name. Butcher asked if Izuku was still upset. Izuku admitted he was less angry than before and was willing to forgive, offering his hand. Butcher accepted with a smile, shook his hand, and then asked where Huey was. Mesmerizer climbed a flight of stairs while calling someone on his phone. When no one picked up, he left a message for Tina, reminding her they had met earlier and saying Cleo had been polite but did not want to see him. He asked Tina to look after Cleo and ended the message, hurrying up to the rooftop to meet someone. On the rooftop he apologized for the elevator being out and reminded the man that they had met before, offering a handshake. He assured Homelander that he would never try to read him. Homelander made it clear he did not know Mesmerizer and did not want to, but that A-Train had said Mesmerizer had some information. Mesmerizer explained he and A-Train went back to their teenage Kicks days and that they still kept in touch. Homelander asked bluntly whether Mesmerizer had something useful. Mesmerizer said Homelander was looking for a French guy, a black guy, a skinny white guy, a British guy, and a Japanese kid. He showed photos of the people he had gathered and said he had a cheap camera disguised as a doorbell that had captured them. Fifth, whether Homelander could put in a word for him at Vought and said he would accept any posting, even if it paid only a modest sum. Homelander held up a finger to silence him while studying the photos. Mesmerizer told Homelander he wanted to be one of the good guys again. Homelander examined the photos of Frenchie, Mother's Milk, Huey, and Butcher, then paused when he saw Izuku. He remembered Izuku from the Believe Expo and was intrigued by what the teenager was doing with those other men. Homelander took the phone and flew off with it. Mesmerizer noted with dismay that his phone was gone. The next day, Homelander sat in the Seven's boardroom at the tower, watching screens that showed pictures of Izuku, Huey, Butcher, Frenchie, Mother's Milk, and the female. He lingered on Butcher's picture, recalling that the man had stared at him during A-Train and Shockwave's race and that he had met him at a Christmas party in the tower years ago. At a racetrack, A-Train was sick in a trash can while his brother Nathan patted his back. Nathan insisted A-Train needed to take in calories and protein to avoid passing out. A-Train protested, saying he could not keep this up. Nathan warned that the Compound V was taking a toll, that A-Train's heart and bones were suffering and that he needed to stop the distractions and get back to basics. A-Train fretted about losing his edge with age. Nathan reminded him the priority was staying alive and healthy. A-Train's phone began to chime. He checked it and said he had to go. Not long after, he arrived at the boardroom to find Black Noir, Queen Maeve, and Starlight already seated. Translucent was absent because he had died, and the Deep had been transferred out of town after Starlight had spoken out about his behavior. Homelander greeted them and said he had called the meeting because he thought they were overdue for a heart-to-heart, a bit of tough love. He told them that lately some members had been out of sorts, erratic, unreliable, and sloppy, though he praised Noir as steady. He warned that they had to stay focused because enemies were closing in and they were losing members. He changed two of the screens to show pictures of Izuku and Huey. Starlight reacted with surprise and asked why Huey was on the screens. Queen Maeve said she did not understand who the people were. Homelander explained that the men were Hugh Campbell and Izuku Midoriya, and noted that Huey had been dating Starlight. Homelander explained that the man in the photo was Campbell's friend, someone he had met at the Believe Expo, and that the man had been involved in the killing of Translucent. Starlight reacted with disbelief and asked what he meant. Homelander accused the man of also blackmailing Mesmer, Ezekiel, Popclaw, and others. A-Train, surprised, repeated Popclaw's name. Starlight insisted that the idea was impossible. Homelander told Starlight that words could hurt as much as anything else and implied there was more going on. Starlight apologized and insisted she didn't understand why any of it would be true. Homelander directed the next comment to A-Train. A-Train hesitated. Homelander noted that A-Train still didn't seem to have put things together and clicked a remote, causing images of Huey and Izuku to zoom out and reveal them shaking hands with A-Train some time ago. Homelander asked how that looked now. A-Train recognized the faces and reacted with alarm. Homelander reminded A-Train that he had once burst through the people close to those men, and named Robin and Hisashi as the other figures in the photos. A-Train stammered that he remembered seeing them near Popclaw's place and demanded to know how he could be connected to them. Starlight urged everyone to slow down and defended Huey, saying he was not capable of what Homelander implied. Homelander conceded that Hugh Campbell was just a man and that Izuku Midoriya was just a boy, but suggested that they might have been helped, perhaps brought to see Ezekiel, and that someone had dealt with the deep. Starlight interrupted and stood up with her hands raised. Homelander ordered her to keep her hands by her sides, and his eyes glowed red, which terrified Starlight and A-Train. Homelander told Starlight to sit, and she sat again, shaken by the implied threat. Homelander accused her of causing trouble for the Seven by aiding ordinary people against them and implied that their losses began when she arrived, wondering which of them might be targeted next. A-Train lashed out in insult toward Homelander. Starlight protested that she had done nothing wrong. Homelander cut her off, insisting they were a different breed and accusing her of helping others to oppose them. Starlight tried to speak, but Homelander silenced her as she began to hyperventilate. Queen Maeve stepped in and told Homelander that it was enough. Homelander asked Maeve if she had anything to add. Queen Maeve argued that Starlight had not known what was happening. Homelander pointed out Starlight's nervous state. Queen Maeve said the only thing Starlight was guilty of was being naive. She had fallen for Huey, and he had been getting information out of her, so Maeve urged Homelander to back off and leave Starlight alone. Homelander remarked that Starlight must be something special for Maeve to care and approached Maeve. Maeve reminded him that it was between them and that she could handle it. Homelander reluctantly agreed to hand the situation over to Maeve and said that Starlight would be her responsibility. He warned that he hoped Maeve was right about her, then dismissed the group with a clap. Starlight began to breathe more freely as the tension eased. Meanwhile, at the safe house, Izuku, Butcher, and Mother's Milk were eating breakfast while the female made more food for herself and Frenchie. Frenchie showed the female how to fold the batter so it would be spongy and let her try on her own. Huey entered, and everyone looked up. Izuku welcomed Huey back and mentioned that Kimiko was making breakfast. Frenchie asked where Huey had been. Butcher demanded to know where he had gone, blunt as always. Huey asked if they could talk privately. Butcher answered that they were already talking, and the others told Huey to speak up. Huey confessed that he did not think he could keep going. Butcher asked what he meant. Huey said he could not keep doing what they were doing. He could not continue with Vought and everything that had happened to Kimiko. Butcher assumed Huey just wanted to relax and let the others do the work. Huey explained that he had managed his whole life without witnessing someone die horribly and could not handle so many deaths now. Butcher accused Huey of being a killer like the rest of them and pushed him to tell the truth, pressing him about his actions. Huey revealed that it was about Annie. Butcher reacted with slow, scornful applause and accused Huey of sneaking off to meet Annie at Lincoln Grand. Huey was stunned and asked if they'd been following him. Butcher said he had no choice. Huey insisted that Annie did not know anything and that he would not tell her anything. Butcher mocked the idea of ignoring what was going on and accused Huey of not thinking clearly. Huey defended Annie, insisting Butcher was wrong about her. Butcher suggested that Annie might be manipulating Huey and that Huey was too blind to see it. Huey argued that loyalty to someone who might be gone or unaware seemed pointless, and the room fell silent. At that moment, Izuku's phone rang. He excused himself and stepped away to answer. He said hello to his mother. A familiar voice that was not his mother's spoke, and Izuku froze when he heard it. Izuku recognized A-Train on the line. A-Train made a pointed remark about Izuku's attention and handed the phone to Izuku's mother, then said she should say hello to her son. Izuku's mother asked why A-Train was there and said Izuku seemed to be in some kind of trouble. Izuku asked his mother if she was all right. A-Train assured Izuku that she was fine. Izuku begged A-Train not to hurt his mother. Mother's Milk realized that if A-Train had been exposed or targeted, they were in serious trouble. Butcher checked the security cameras and saw that his place had been burned. A message appeared on the computer saying the account he had been accessing was no longer valid, and the man reported that they had him. Mother's Milk reacted in shock. A-Train called and demanded that they arrive in 20 minutes, threatening to force his way in if they were late and referencing past violence. Izuku agreed and ended the call. Mother's Milk said that all his bank accounts were frozen and flagged, and he told Monique to leave the house immediately, lay low, and call him when she could. Butcher muttered that he hoped whatever it had cost was worth it. Huey protested that Annie did not know anything, but Butcher insisted it did not matter and threatened retaliation. Izuku shouted for them to stop and argued that Annie could not have burned them, since she had never met him or Mother's Milk and therefore could not have known about them. Butcher named Mesmer and accused Mother's Milk and Frenchie of going to him, then stormed off while everyone began preparing to move. Huey thanked Izuku, and Izuku cautioned him to be careful around Starlight. Izuku then told Huey he needed to come immediately because A-Train had his mother and Huey's father at his house. They hurried toward Izuku's home and arrived just under 20 minutes later. Izuku opened the door to find Inko and Mr. Campbell in the living room, and both boys embraced their parents. Izuku asked if they were all right, and Mr. Campbell said someone had been acting strangely and seemed jumpy. Before they could finish, A-Train appeared in the living room in a blur of motion, carrying action figures and laughing. He showed off special Comic-Con editions and amused himself by pressing a toy button that spoke the character's catchphrase. He taunted the family and told Inko to be quiet in a harsh tone. Izuku and Huey stood forward and identified themselves as requested, insisting that the two adults be released. A-Train scanned the room in an instant to confirm there was no one else, then warned them they should have been more prepared. Huey produced a small syringe containing Compound V and explained that they had more hidden outside. A-Train said he did not know what that substance was, so Izuku suggested that Huey demonstrate by injecting himself. Huey briefly pressed the needle to his arm, and A-Train reacted in alarm. Izuku explained they would hand over the larger dose if A-Train let the adults go. Huey added that A-Train owed his victories to cheating, revealing that the speedster had manipulated a race. A-Train replied that he could catch anyone instantly if they tried anything. Mr. Campbell urged the boys to leave, and Izuku, Inko, and the others exchanged reluctant goodbyes as the parents left the house first. A-Train demanded to know where the Compound V was, and he raged about Popclaw, calling her by name and blaming the two boys for the losses in his life. He accused them of using her and throwing her away. Huey insisted they had not killed Popclaw. A-Train's anger escalated, and in the chaos Izuku channeled his power and lunged, slamming A-Train into a wall. Izuku followed with a focus strike to A-Train's leg that landed with a heavy impact. A-Train collapsed, screaming in pain from a badly broken leg, and Izuku spat in his face before he and Huey left with their parents. Izuku took his mother to the safe house, and Huey led his father there as well. Mother's Milk's family was already at the safe house, and Frenchie, frustrated, tried to secure a place by phone, but his contact hung up on him. Frenchie cursed under his breath. Huey attempted to reach Starlight but only reached voicemail. Izuku introduced himself politely to Mother's Milk's wife, Monique, and their daughter Janine. Janine asked if Izuku was a superhero and whether she could see his powers. Mother's Milk gently warned that Izuku was too strong to use his power indoors. At that moment, Butcher returned from his search for Mesmerizer and approached Inko. Izuku Midoriya answered that she was there when Billy Butcher introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet her. She shook his hand. Butcher then remarked that Izuku was a remarkable boy, and Inko, blushing, thanked him as Izuku sat beside her on the couch. Inko noticed the young woman known as the female staring, which made her nervous. Inko asked if the female always stared at people. Izuku reassured his mother that it was all right and that the female would not hurt her. He explained that the female had only said his name once and otherwise did not speak. He sighed and twiddled his thumbs before apologizing for dragging his mother and Mr. Campbell into their situation. He said he could not let what had happened to his father and Robin go unanswered. Inko comforted him, telling him not to apologize and that she was proud of him for standing up for what was right, just like the hero he had always wanted to be. She hugged him, and Izuku returned the embrace as a tear rolled down his cheek. A short time later, everyone froze when they heard vehicles approaching the safe house. Frenchie and Izuku peered through a crack in the wall and saw several black cars pulling up outside. Frenchie swore under his breath as he passed him a rifle and gave Huey a pistol while Izuku and the female readied themselves. Mother's Milk called to Butcher and held out a pistol, but Butcher did not take it. MM's family and Huey's father left the room so they would not be caught in any crossfire. Butcher urged everyone to calm down and went to open the door. He walked out with CIA Deputy Director Susan Rayner and several agency members behind him. Rayner addressed Mother's Milk by name and promised that his family would be safe. A few CIA agents came to collect Inko, Huey's father, and MM's family. M and Huey said their goodbyes before leaving with the CIA. Izuku hugged his mother. Inko told him to stay safe, and Izuku promised he would before watching her leave with the agents. Rayner approached Butcher and extended her hand. Butcher asked if Homelander was involved. Rayner said Homelander was not present and reminded Butcher that they had a deal. Everyone else was fair game. She asked whether he wanted the deal or not. After a reluctant moment, Butcher handed over the Compound V sample. Izuku then noticed Huey ending a call on his phone and leaving. Izuku followed Huey outside with Butcher trailing behind. From a distance at a park, they watched Huey speaking with Starlight on a bench. Starlight began to shout as if she might make an arrest, but Huey said something that made her stop and listen. Before anything else could happen, Izuku was shocked to see Butcher raise a rifle and take aim at Starlight. Butcher told Izuku it was time, and Izuku rushed toward the couple, calling out to Huey to warn him. Butcher fired. The shot struck Starlight's chest and knocked her off balance, but it did not break the skin. Starlight fell stunned. Huey called out in alarm and moved to help her, but Izuku grabbed his arm and said they had to go. As Starlight began to rise, Izuku used a controlled, powerful strike to knock her down again in a sudden, anime-style flare of energy. She appeared hurt and shaken but without any graphic injury. Izuku immediately apologized and, summoning his strength, lifted Huey and carried him away from the park with Butcher. Later, the group settled into a two-bedroom motel room. Butcher was on the phone arguing with Rayner about the Pentagon's decision to keep Compound V classified. Rayner explained that, because of the dangerous situation and political pressure, Vought's interests had to be protected. Butcher protested that Vought had created the very substance in question and that he had retrieved proof from a basement. Rayner countered that there was no conclusive proof to present and reminded him of the political realities. Mother's Milk was also on the phone, trying to find someone who would believe that Vought was manufacturing supervillains. His contact hung up on him, and he answered with a curt remark. Izuku returned to the room with a hood up and a bag of snacks from a convenience store. He offered Frenchie a chocolate bar, and Frenchie thanked him as he unwrapped it while Izuku listened to Butcher's conversation. Butcher pressed Rayner for options, insisting that they had given her what she wanted and had trusted her. Rayner promised to protect Butcher's family but said the deal had been made and advised Butcher and the others to run for their lives. She then ended the call. Butcher muttered that everything was supposedly under control, and Frenchie suggested they split up. Mother's Milk agreed with the need to disperse. Butcher demanded to know what they were doing and asked sharply what the others thought they were doing next. They were not finished yet, Mother's Milk said, and Frenchie started packing their things. Mother's Milk warned that Vought, the Soups, and the feds were closing in. Frenchie announced he was going to Montreal. Mother's Milk asked how he planned to get his girlfriend across the border. Frenchie corrected him that her name was Kimiko. Butcher barked for silence and insisted they had to stay and play their final card. He told them to give him a couple of hours and said that Huey and Izuku were coming with him. Reluctantly, Huey and Izuku followed Butcher out of the motel. After a few hours they drove up to a secluded mountain house. Izuku asked what they were doing there. Butcher indicated the woman on the porch using binoculars. They stepped out of the car and walked toward her with Butcher beside her. Mallory looked at them and named William. Butcher asked what she was watching. Mallory explained she was bird watching, having chosen that over drowning in alcohol, and reminded him that she thought he agreed never to come there. Butcher said she had taught him something about broken promises and introduced Huey Campbell and Izuku Midoriya, adding that he had the boys back together. Mallory introduced herself as Grace Mallory, the founder of his old organization, and pointed out that Butcher must be desperate to recruit a minor. Izuku was at a loss for words. Mallory invited them to make their case. Butcher said he needed her help. Mallory said she could not. She was hoping to photograph a snowy owl in the dunes. Butcher pressed, saying he had not wanted to come but needed her help, and he demanded it. When Mallory asked why, Butcher told her she owed him. Mallory said she owed him nothing and that she could not help. Butcher told her she would have to do better than that. Mallory asked why she should. Butcher reminded her that she had made him a promise. Mallory answered by revealing that her grandchildren had been killed in a devastating attack by Lamplighter, and that the loss had changed her perspective. She said she had enough sun for one day and dismissed them. Butcher confronted her, demanding to know what she had done to him. He accused her of training and manipulating him, directing him at Homelander like a weapon, and then discarding him when it no longer suited her. Mallory admitted she regretted it every day. Butcher said it was too late for regret and that he intended to finish what she started. He begged for her help. Mallory offered a conditional concession. They could leave with something if Butcher never came back and kept his promise this time. Nodded. Mallory named Madeline Stillwell. Butcher recognized the Vought vice president. Mallory explained that Stillwell was Homelander's primary handler and that she and Homelander had a complicated, NTMT relationship that could hold the key to any weakness. Butcher listened, then turned to leave with Huey and Izuku following. As they walked away, Mallory cautioned Butcher that if he wanted to pursue vengeance that was his choice, but she would not allow him to drag the others down with him. She warned Huey that vengeance was a dead end and told Izuku he was too young for that life, urging him to take any chance to get out if it ever presented itself. They left and got into the car with Butcher. A few hours later, while returning toward the motel, Butcher noticed a black van with a single flower painted on it and kept driving past the motel. Huey said they had missed the motel. Butcher told them to keep their eyes forward. He warned that the boys were gone. Huey asked what he meant. Butcher explained that the front window looked new, the path to the front door had been scrubbed clean, and the black van with the flowers suggested an operation lying in wait. They parked far from the motel and opened the trunk to prepare. Huey asked how they were going to get the others back. Butcher said they were on their own and insisted they had to reach Stillwell before the walls closed in. Huey argued that they should go back for their friends. Butcher said they had only a couple of hours and had to strike back now. Izuku protested that they could not abandon their friends. Huey reminded Butcher that Mother's Milk had a family and that others had risked everything to help them. Butcher insisted the others would have wanted them to finish the job. Huey snapped that it felt like Butcher's personal vendetta and accused him of not caring about them, Robin, or Hisashi beyond their usefulness. Butcher admitted that Huey and Midoriya were useful, and that was why they were here, and he urged them to take one more step with him. He walked toward the car. Izuku refused. He said they could not abandon their friends and that they had to try to save them. Butcher lost patience and demanded that Izuku get in the car and focus on Stillwell. Huey asked what would change if they succeeded, pointing out that it would not bring people back and would only lead to more pain. Butcher stepped in close and told them that this was the way the game was played. Mallory had asked why anyone would join the team if they did not want to play. Huey agreed that Mallory was right and warned that the others would be dragged down no longer. Butcher insulted them both, calling them pathetic and an insult to Robin and Hisashi's memory. Izuku had had enough. Using a small fraction of his power, he struck Butcher and sent him reeling into a nearby car in a burst of animated force. Butcher staggered and looked up at Izuku, dazed and angry. Izuku shouted that Butcher was a sad man chasing vengeance for someone who would never know, that he had reached his limit, and that he would not stand for it any longer. Energy flared around Izuku as he surged in power. Huey stepped between Izuku and Butcher and urged Izuku to stop, insisting that Butcher was not worth it. Huey's intervention calmed Izuku, and he powered down. Izuku warned Butcher never to speak about his father or Robin that way again, then walked away with Huey. Butcher cleared his mouth, slowly rose, and slid into his car. He started the engine, watched the two leave without looking back, and drove off to continue with his plans. Later, Izuku and Huey arrived at a church and found Annie sitting by herself, listening to a choir rehearsal. They took seats behind her until she noticed them. Huey reminded her that she had once said she liked to listen to the choir rehearse, and offered that as the reason they had come. Annie responded that they were bold to show up. Huey joked about having only two. Annie suggested she could arrest them. Izuku indicated that she would have to deal with him first, and Huey half-joked that he would bet on Izuku. They followed Annie outside and asked for her help. Annie asked why she should listen, mentioning painful experiences from her past. Huey apologized for bringing it up and explained that he thought she deserved to know the truth. He revealed that Vought was supplying Compound V to dangerous people, including a superpowered terrorist. Annie stopped and called that insane. Huey insisted it was true and pleaded that their friends needed help. They had been captured on Vaught's orders, and because Annie had security clearance, he hoped she could help find them. Annie reminded them that she had almost been arrested simply for knowing Huey. She had to convince authorities she was a fool who had been used and discarded. She rejected the idea of helping violent people. Huey hesitated. Izuku nudged him to keep quiet. Annie gave them 30 seconds to get out and they began to walk away. Huey asked why she would ever help, and Izuku accused her of abandoning the heroic ideals she had once spoken about, saying that heroes save lives. Annie said she could not remember the last time she had saved anyone. Huey reminded her that she had saved him when he had been at his lowest, pointing to a night at a bowling alley when her presence had kept him from falling further. Annie called that only being there, not saving, and said she did not care. Izuku replied that her debut speeches must have been empty promises of celebrity, that she was no hero, and that he could not believe he had ever looked up to any of them. He and Huey walked away without looking back. Annie watched them go. Elsewhere, A-Train had returned to training, using a harness and chains to pull a train as he rebuilt his strength. His brother Nathan arrived in a panic, warning that the doctor had prescribed 6 weeks of recovery after his fracture. A-Train insisted he felt fine and claimed to be back to his old self. Nathan asked whether A-Train had been using Compound V again, reminding him of a promise to stay clean. A-Train bristled, insisting he was natural and that perhaps he was simply very strong, claiming the title of the world's fastest man. Nathan, frustrated, drove off when A-Train accused him of jealousy. That night, Izuku and Huey returned to the hotel and found the black van with flowers still parked outside. As they approached the parking lot, several men ambushed them and quickly overpowered them, covering their heads and taking them away. The captors brought them to the place where their friends were being held and threw them into a cell. Mother's Milk and Frenchie looked on in surprise. Frenchie checked whether they were hurt, asking if they had broken anything. Huey said he was fine. Mother's Milk asked if they had captured Butcher as well. Izuku explained that Butcher had gone after Homelander and that they had allowed themselves to be taken so they would be brought to their friends. Izuku said they had chosen Mother's Milk and Frenchie over Butcher. Their loyalty to their friends was clear. In a light, affectionate gesture, Frenchie gave both Izuku and Huey a quick kiss on each cheek and expressed how much he cared for them. Mother's Milk asked what the plan was. Huey scoffed and said that step 1 had been letting their captors bring them there. Izuku pointed out that their captors did not know he was a soup and then used a small fraction of his power to tear the cell door open effortlessly. Izuku declared that they could rescue Kimiko and escape, and his light optimism made the others smile as they left the cell. Izuku had knocked out a guard while Frenchie grabbed the rifle and ammunition as they moved through the building. Frenchie complained that the place was a maze and then, upon seeing a room through a window, cried out in a soft, affectionate exclamation at the sight of Kimiko. Izuku told Frenchie to wait and the two of them watched through the glass. Kimiko lay in a hospital bed with an IV and a monitor, barely conscious, and she looked at them slowly. Frenchie smiled, but the reunion was interrupted when a guard fired a shot that struck Frenchie's ear, knocking him back. Huey swore. Izuku ordered that Frenchie be gotten out of there. He used a small fraction of his power to quickly neutralize the immediate threat while Mother's Milk helped Frenchie take cover behind a concrete wall. More guards arrived and opened fire at their cover. Izuku ran, calling out to check on Frenchie. Frenchie swore that he was okay and reminded them that Kimiko was still inside. Izuku said he had a plan and instructed Mother's Milk to get Kimiko out while Huey, Frenchie, and he covered him, handing them weapons. Huey protested about using a gun. Mother's Milk told Huey that there was no other choice and urged him to act. Izuku counted and then powered up, jumping out as the guards fired. Izuku, whose body was resilient to gunfire, absorbed the bullets while Mother's Milk dashed forward. Huey and Frenchie opened fire at the guards as Izuku neutralized them non-lethally. Huey, unfamiliar with firearms and shaken by the violence, repeatedly apologized as he fired until his magazine emptied. He panicked at running out of bullets. Frenchie told him to reload and then, exasperated, physically helped him reload the weapon. Frenchie urged Huey to keep shooting and they continued to engage the guards, taking cover when necessary. Mother's Milk returned carrying Kimiko and everyone took cover. Izuku asked if she was alright. Mother's Milk reassured him that Kimiko would survive. Huey and Frenchie reported that they were out of ammunition just as 4 more guards entered, aiming their weapons. A man barked in order to drop their weapons, but Izuku used his speed to disable all 4 opponents. They then realized Starlight had arrived. Starlight remarked that she had been ready to attack but that the team seemed to have things under control. Izuku introduced himself, and Starlight gave her name and said that Huey had told her a lot about him, except for the part about his powers. Izuku apologized for their earlier confrontation in the park. Starlight dismissed it, saying she would have done the same in her position. They opened a door and found several vehicle bays. Mother's Milk told Huey to check the doors. Huey tested the controls. The first 3 doors failed, but the 4th began to open and stopped halfway. He urged everyone to go. Frenchie and Mother's Milk carried Kimiko under the half-open door. A train appeared, shouting in surprise. Izuku reacted by grabbing Huey and throwing him under the door, pressing the close button. Huey protested at Izuku's actions. Izuku shouted for him to leave and promised he would follow. Mother's Milk forced Huey back and told him to take Kimiko and go. Reluctant and desperate, Huey tried to break free, but Mother's Milk dragged him away as the door closed. Izuku and Starlight faced A-Train together, preparing to defend themselves. A-Train accused Izuku of being a jailbreaker and echoed Homelander's contempt. Starlight warned him to turn and walk away. Izuku urged A-Train to listen to her, asserting that he could not beat both of them. A-Train laughed and declared he would not leave and intended to kill Izuku for breaking his leg. Izuku powered up and Starlight's eyes glowed as she fired energy at A-Train. The speedster dodged the attacks easily. Izuku watched A-Train's movement closely and noticed that the speedster seemed slower than before. Starlight attempted coordinated blasts to corner him, but A-Train still moved so fast everything else seemed slowed. He surged at Starlight and struck her, but when he moved to attack Izuku, the teen grabbed A-Train's wrist. A-Train was surprised as Izuku used a focused, controlled strike to send him skidding into a column. Starlight asked in disbelief what had just happened. Izuku explained that he had observed A-Train's slight reduction in speed, predicted his movements, and used his reflexes to counter. A-Train staggered to his feet, visibly shaken and injured. He told Izuku that he had killed the only person he had ever loved. Izuku denied having killed Popclaw and asked why A-Train would do such a thing if he had loved her. A-Train, panting and sweating, admitted that he had done it and said that he had to. A-Train accused Izuku, grabbing him by the shirt. He began groaning in pain and clutching his chest as his heartbeat quickened. Izuku called out A-Train's name, then watched the speedster collapse to the floor. Izuku tried to wake him and feared that A-Train was having a heart attack. He pushed down on A-Train's chest in an attempt to revive him and counted rhythmically to keep time. Starlight was urged to call an ambulance. Starlight activated her communicator and reported that she had a code 78 to 65. A-Train was down and possibly had a heart attack. She told Izuku to leave and that she would take over. Starlight warned him that staying would be dangerous and that his friends needed him, especially Huey. Izuku hesitated, then said a brief goodbye to Annie and hoped they would meet again. Starlight wished him luck and told him the world needed real heroes. Izuku nodded, used his power to burst the door open, and ran out of the building to catch up with the others. Starlight stayed behind to continue applying pressure to A-Train's chest to keep him stable. Izuku caught up with the others quickly and startled them with his speed. Huey grabbed him in a tight embrace and scolded him for scaring them. Izuku apologized and said he had only wanted to keep everyone safe. Huey tried to focus on the fact that they were all right, and Izuku explained that A-Train had had a heart attack and that Annie was performing CPR. Mother's Milk asked what they should do now. Izuku said they needed to lay low and stay out of Vought and the CIA's radar. Frenchie teased Izuku about becoming the new leader. Mother's Milk pointed out that with Butcher gone someone needed to take charge. Huey said he trusted Izuku. Frenchie joked that Izuku would be a better leader than Butcher, calling him Broccolidoriya. Mother's Milk nodded at Izuku, and the teens smiled and led the boys through an alleyway. Unbeknownst to them, a woman watched from a distance through the scope of a peculiar sniper rifle. She placed a finger to her earpiece and informed her contact that she had eyes on Izuku Midoriya and that he was leading the boys to safety. Grace Mallory responded by instructing her to follow them, keep them in sight, and not engage unless necessary, noting that Izuku might be the advantage they had been looking for. The woman acknowledged the orders and trailed the boys, moving rooftop to maintain visual contact. A year later, in a compound near Al-Zabadani, Syria, night had fallen. A woman walked with a cup in her hand when a blade flashed and she fell. Someone nearby reached down and set the cup gently aside to avoid making a scene. Two armed men on guard heard a noise and looked toward it, seeing nothing at first. Then one of them realized his comrade had been taken down and called out in alarm. He raised his rifle, searching for the threat, but a shadow moved like a blur. Black Noir appeared and neutralized him with a swift, brutal maneuver that left the guard motionless. Inside the compound, the supervillain Nakib and an associate were discussing merchandise and slogans for his image. Nakib suggested different catchphrases before a dark shadow moved through the doorway. Black Noir slipped in and incapacitated Nakib's associate before the conversation could continue. Nakib looked toward the entrance just as a towering, intense figure entered the room. Endeavor, Vaught's #2 hero, his flames burning on his face and shoulders. Endeavor thanked Black Noir for dealing with the weaklings and claimed Nakib as his. Nakib, unwilling to go down quietly, shouted his slogan and flared with power, unleashing an enormous blast that destroyed the second floor. Black Noir retreated from the blast, while Endeavor remained standing, unaffected. Endeavor expressed his disappointment and then struck Nakib with a devastating blow that sent the villain through a wall. Nakib hit the ground, stunned and badly beaten, unable to continue. He lay there, reeling from the impact and clearly outmatched. He looked up with fear in his eyes as Endeavor approached with his usual scowl. Endeavor seized Nakib and unleashed a burst of flame that quickly overwhelmed the supervillain. In a dramatic, stylized way, Nakib was defeated and fell motionless. Black Noir watched as Endeavor carried the unresponsive man over his shoulder into a nearby room where a small Middle Eastern boy sat on the bed in his pajamas. Noir approached the boy, took the stuffed bunny from the bed, and used gentle, muffled gestures to play with it until the child calmed. When Noir returned the toy to the pillow, he left the room. Endeavor warned the boy to tell his associates what had happened that night before following Noir out of the compound. Back in the United States, Homelander stood on a stage addressing an audience. He announced to the American people that Black Noir and Endeavor had carried out the operation against the terrorist Nakib. The crowd applauded. Homelander then turned solemn, saying that sacrifices would still be required and that they must mourn a fallen member of the Seven, Translucent. A projection displayed a picture of Translucent as Homelander presided over the funeral. He accused the cartel supervillain El Diablo of murdering Translucent and recounted Translucent's last request that his daughter, Invisible Girl, be told he loved her. Homelander quoted Translucent's final charge to find the villains and stop them, then vowed to the audience, to Invisible Girl, and to the nation that he would do exactly that. He placed a hand on Translucent's metal coffin, though he knew the body was not inside. He then spoke a brief farewell to an old comrade while holding back tears. As the stage lights dimmed, Annie, uncomfortable in the uniform Vought had provided, reluctantly went forward to sing in Translucent's honor. When the funeral drew to a close, Homelander, Starlight, and Teenage Kicks exited into a swarm of paparazzi. Invisible Girl called out to Starlight. Annie turned to face her. Invisible Girl thanked Annie for the song and Starlight replied that Vought had arranged the ceremony and its preparations. Invisible Girl admitted she still could not believe her father was gone, and Annie, recalling her own loss, pulled her into a hug and offered support. Annie told Invisible Girl to call or text if she ever needed to talk, and they exchanged numbers. Invisible Girl left with her mother and the rest of Teenage Kicks Kriati, Shoto Todoroki, Uravity, Tenya Ida, Red Riot, Vine, and Lizardy surrounded by teammates offering comfort. Across town, 17-year-old Izuku kept his run at a calm, human pace to avoid drawing attention. He stopped at a food stand, bought a hot dog, ate it, and continued his jog. Meanwhile, back at the safe house, the rest of the group watched a news broadcast that showed a reenactment depicting Madeline still well restrained and an explosion destroying her house. The anchor described the scene and reported that William Butcher had used a large amount of explosives to kill Vought Vice President Madeline Stillwell and that her baby had been found miles away. The broadcast named several people associated with Butcher, including Izuku Midoriya, and urged viewers to call if they had any information. Friends worried about the whereabouts of one of their associates, while Huey dismissed the idea that he could be dead. Mother's Milk reacted with a terse exclamation at the news. Huey reminded everyone to stay focused on their plan. Annie would help them secure Compound V and they intended to strike back at Vought. Frenchie asked where Izuku was, and when Huey realized he had gone out for a jog, Mother's Milk demanded they call him. Huey immediately dialed Izuku's number. Izuku was doing push-ups at a park when his phone rang. He answered, and Huey, breathless with urgency, told him they were being sought by the authorities and that Butcher was missing. Huey explained that the news had shown their pictures as possible accomplices and begged Izuku to come back at once. Izuku promised to return, saying he would put on his hoodie and try not to stand out, and then set off toward home. Huey warned him to be careful. Izuku told Huey the same before hanging up. He sighed. The hideout was a 3-hour walk away. He pulled his hood up and began the long trek. After about half an hour, drizzle began. Izuku felt as if someone were watching him. He glanced to his left and saw the silhouette of someone quickly take cover in a dark alley. He wondered who it might be and what they were doing, but decided it could be nothing and kept moving. Within a few minutes he noticed more silhouettes, people slipping into shadows and following at a distance. Concern grew. They could be the CIA or, worse, supers working for Vought. He worried they would track him back to the hideout. He kept his pace steady for another 5 minutes, trying to remain calm. An alleyway appeared on his right. He slowed and looked in. It was quiet, empty, and darker than the main street, with twists and turns like a maze. He entered, keeping a careful watch. As he turned left, then right again, he heard faint footsteps behind him. When he stopped, 5 figures stepped forward and cut him off. Counting those behind him, he realized there were 10 people surrounding him. They closed to about 15 feet, and he could see them more clearly. Izuku identified the team as Ida-10 and realized their leader was Tensei Ida, known as Ingenium. Ingenium observed that Izuku was unusually calm for someone his age and claimed he had no doubt Izuku had led them here to protect the whereabouts of his associates. Izuku asked how they had found him so quickly. Ingenium explained it was a coincidence. They had been patrolling and one of his teammates had spotted Izuku earlier and reported it. Ingenium advised him to surrender and promised that if Izuku revealed where his associates were located, none of them would be harmed. Izuku refused, reasoning that Vought would never allow them to live long in police custody, and declined to surrender. He powered up, leaped onto a rooftop, and started running. A woman took to the air in pursuit. Izuku clenched his fists and prepared for a confrontation. She charged and he dodged. She attacked again, and though he evaded the blow, she halted before completing a kick to his side. He winced from the impact. He was running at 5% of his power. He grabbed her leg, used it to propel himself, and sent her tumbling off the roof. He pushed onto a ledge and jumped toward another building when a flock of birds suddenly swarmed him. They pecked at him, disrupting his momentum, and he began to fall into the alley. A portal opened beneath him. He dropped through and emerged from another portal back into the alley, landing hard but intact. Ingenium ordered the team to move in and capture him without deadly force. The team acknowledged the order and closed in. Izuku quickly took stock of his opponents, recognizing each member of Ida-10 and their quirks. A flyer hovering above him, a man with birds perched on his shoulders, someone who spoke with a fiery breath, a telekinetic woman, an elastic-powered attacker, a supersonic screamer, a force field user, and a muscle built for impact. He took a step and a man breathed fire at his feet, but Izuku dodged. The telekinetic hurled trash cans at him, and one struck his back, making him stumble. Ingenium sprinted in at super speed and struck him, forcing Izuku into a wall. He leaped away only for a woman to open a portal in front of him, redirecting him through another portal and sending him into the ground. Before he could recover, the flying woman aimed a punch at his face. He drew his arm back to answer, but a force field protected the flyer and prevented his counterattack. The bird-controlling man summoned flocks that harried him until he hit the ground. Izuku focused and increased his power to 10%, sprinting toward the Birdman. The team was surprised by the sudden burst of speed. Just as Izuku was about to strike, Ingenium grabbed his wrist, twisting it and pinning his hand behind his back. Another member with elastic abilities moved in to restrain his other arm. Izuku raised his output to 15%, using a shoulder throw to free himself and relying on brute strength to force the elastic attacker to release his grip. A supersonic scream sent him flying into a wall. He clapped his hands to his ears to block the pain as best he could. The screamer cut off the attack before causing lasting harm. He staggered, ears ringing. The team's heavy hitter charged and landed a powerful blow that knocked him back. Izuku managed to dodge another punch and moved behind the muscle to attempt a kick, but telekinesis intervened, flinging him into another wall and pinning him in place. He increased his power to 20% as the elastic fighter wrapped around his limbs and the force field user reinforced the restraints. Ingenium stepped forward and urged him again to surrender, repeating the offer of safety if he complied. Ingenium told them they did not want to make things more difficult than necessary as Izuku struggled to break free at 20%, the three heroes using everything they had to keep him restrained. Izuku wanted to use more power but worried he would overdo it and risk killing them. If he did not use more power, he feared being arrested, interrogated by Vought, and eventually killed. He closed his eyes, conflicted on what to do. A sudden sharp sound cut through the alley. Izuku opened his eyes to see the force field woman stagger as a knife struck her shoulder, and she collapsed. A woman with dark blue and pink hair stood before them with a knife in hand. Ida 10 stared in shock at the stoic figure. Ingenium shouted in disbelief, identifying the woman as Lady Nagant, and before anyone could react her arm morphed into a rifle and she fired. Ingenium used his speed to dodge the first shot, but the second shot struck the telekinetic woman and knocked her out, breaking her hold on Izuku. Ingenium screamed and tackled Nagant into a wall, raining down rapid punches. Izuku used the commotion to break free from the elastic man and rushed the portal user, knocking her out with a controlled smash. The sonic heroine responded with a wrenching scream that sent Izuku crashing back into the wall. Nagant was pummeled by Ingenium until she seized him by the throat and slammed him into the wall with brutal force. She sprinted toward Idaten's heavy hitter and struck him with a bone-shaking blow that sent him to the ground gasping for air. Before he could recover, Nagant turned on the sonic heroine and incapacitated her with a quick, precise move, ending her attack. Izuku watched in stunned silence, unsure why Lady Nagant was here and why she was targeting members of Ida 10. He noticed the bird-controlling member frozen in terror, his body trembling. Izuku kicked him unconscious and then saw Nagant preparing to take on the rest of Ida 10 alone. Nagant fired again, forcing the flying woman out of the line of fire when Ingenium leapt to push her away. The elastic man wrapped himself around Nagant to restrain her, and the fire breather unleashed a blast of flame aimed carefully to avoid hitting his teammates. The blaze did little to slow Nagant. With a swift motion she cut through the elastic man's hold and left him motionless. The fire breather froze in horror as Nagant aimed at him, but Ingenium and the flying woman tackled her and forced her away into the alley. Izuku knocked the fire breather out with a controlled smash and followed the others. Ingenium and the flying woman pinned Nagant to the ground and pummeled her, though the blows did not seem to have much effect. Izuku kicked the flying woman off Nagant, sending them into a wall. As Ingenium moved to help his teammate, Nagant's arm shifted into a sniper and a shot struck Ingenium's back of the leg, bringing him down in pain with a broken leg. With Ingenium injured, Izuku knocked the flying woman unconscious with another controlled smash. He then saw Nagant plant her boot on Ingenium's back while training her weapon on his head. Izuku pleaded for her to stop and not to kill him, warning that he was not a threat anymore. Nagant stared at him for a moment, then transformed her arm back to normal and remarked tersely that Ingenium was lucky someone cared for his life. She told Izuku to relax and that she was not there to hurt him. When Izuku asked why she had come, Nagant said she would explain once they reached the rest of the boys. Hesitant but trusting enough for the moment, Izuku and Nagant made their way to the hideout. Less than 2.5 hours after the clash with Ida 10, they arrived at the safe house. Huey ran up to Izuku and embraced him, saying he had been extremely worried. Frenchie and Kimiko greeted him warmly and called him by his nickname. Mother's Milk demanded to know who Nagant was and reached for his handgun until Izuku raised his hands and explained that she had helped him against Ida 10. Mother's Milk said he remembered Nagant. Izuku asked how they knew her. Mother's Milk explained that Nagant had been Black Noir's contact before going AWOL and later working for Mallory. Huey reacted to the mention of Mallory. Nagant confirmed that Ms. Mallory had assigned her to monitor them, especially Izuku, and said Ms. Mallory had a good feeling about him. Mother's Milk asked how long Nagant had been watching them. Nagant explained that she had been observing since the boy had gotten them out of CIA custody and decided to reveal herself when Ida 10 made things difficult, a step she would not have taken if Izuku had not held back. Izuku said he had not wanted to risk killing anyone. Huey asked whether Ida 10 was dead and whether all 10 of them were gone. Izuku shifted awkwardly as Nagant remained unbothered. Mother's Milk picked up the remote and turned on the television to the news channel. The anchor reported breaking news. Approximately 2 hours earlier, the superhero team Ida 10 had been found beaten in an alleyway. Police on the scene had discovered Ida 10's leader, Ingenium, with a broken leg along with 4 other unconscious superheroes. Officials found 4 more members of Ida 10 dead and another dying from internal bleeding after police and ambulances arrived. Ingenium reported that he and Ida 10 had been pursuing one of William Butcher's wanted associates, Izuku Midoriya, when former hero Lady Nagant attacked and killed half of Ida 10. The recording ended when Mother's Milk shut it off, and he erupted in fury, demanding an explanation. He accused Lady Nagant of cold-blooded murder. Lady Nagant, calm and unrepentant, said she had eliminated 5 of Vaught's so-called heroes to reduce the threat. Mother's Milk warned that if she were not invulnerable, she would pay for it. Huey and Frenchie moved in to calm him while Izuku and Lady Nagant stepped aside for a private conversation. Izuku addressed the former hero and received a terse correction. She preferred to be called by her last name, Tsutsumi. Izuku apologized and asked Ms. Tsutsumi to try not to kill anyone else, explaining that the group's situation was already precarious and that Mr. Milk was growing more frustrated and fearful for his chances of seeing his family. Tsutsumi said she could not promise anything, insisting it was kill or be killed, and then excused herself. Izuku watched her leave, worried about the consequences of her actions. A few hours later, as night fell, Tenya Ida hurried into a hospital and found his parents waiting in a hallway. His mother was in tears. Tenya asked where Tensei was, and his father told him to prepare himself before opening the door. Inside, Tenya found Tensei on a bed, exhausted but conscious. Tensei asked Tenya for a favor, to become the next Ingenium. Tenya protested that his brother would recover and walk again, but Tensei explained that his career was over and that he would never be able to walk as before. When Tenya pulled back the sheet, he saw that Tensei's leg had been amputated due to irreparable damage. Tenya fell to his knees, overwhelmed with grief. Back at the hideout, the group lay low until Frenchie's associates burst in speaking urgently. 2 men arrived, one badly injured and being carried down the stairs. Mother's Milk ordered them to set him down. When they pulled back the cloth covering the arm, they discovered a severe injury with multiple fractures and extensive damage. The scene was upsetting enough that Izuku turned away feeling ill. Mother's Milk assessed that the man had broken every bone in his arm and suffered other internal injuries, and insisted they had to get him to a hospital. Frenchie translated for the group. The injured man had identified the attacker as a super. Alarmed, the boys piled into a van and drove to the docks. They found a boat lying sideways on the dock, clearly out of the water. Everyone except Kimiko followed Mother's Milk into a nearby building to meet another of Frenchie's contacts and review security footage. The contact emphasized that no one had reported the incident to the police. The footage showed several people being forced off the boat by a man with a gun. Frenchie explained that he had been promised the operation would involve only smuggling guns and drags, not human cargo, and the others rebuked him for not asking more questions. The footage then showed one final passenger who shoved the armed man and, using a telekinetic power, lifted the boat and threw it onto the dock before running away. Izuku noted that only a super could have moved a boat like that. I was still hoping it wouldn't be the case. Frenchie explained that they had been paid to smuggle in a soup terrorist, and everyone fell silent. With no more footage to review, the group returned to the van and drove back to the hideout. Tsutsumi stood against a wall with the same stoic expression while the others waited as Frenchie tried to find leads on who had wired the money to smuggle the soup. Izuku addressed Frenchie, asking if there was anything else. Frenchie replied that the payments had been wired from a blind account, leaving a cold trail. Huey muttered about what poor friends those associates were, and Frenchie clarified that he had never called them friends. Izuku stepped between them to keep things from escalating and reminded them that Frenchie had only said they would be safe here. Huey apologized and asked what they should do next. Tsutsumi suggested the obvious course of action. Izuku reacted strongly to the implication, refusing to kill the soup. Tsutsumi said Izuku would not have to, she would take responsibility. Izuku protested, staring down the former hero, then noticed Mother's Milk looking at a photo of his wife and daughter. Izuku proposed an alternative. Izuku suggested calling Ms. Rainer to make a deal. Tsutsumi asked what he had in mind. Izuku proposed catching the soup alive and handing him over to the CIA in exchange for letting Mother's Milk see his family. Mother's Milk asked what kind of deal Izuku meant. Izuku spoke from personal feeling, admitting he missed his own mother and could not stand seeing Mother's Milk so upset over the dollhouse he had been building. Before he could finish, Mother's Milk cut him off with a grateful hug, which Izuku returned with a small smile. With that settled, Tsutsumi helped the group get in contact with Rainer and set up a meeting for the morning. They slept for a few hours and woke early to drive the van to the rendezvous. Once they arrived, Izuku and Mother's Milk got out to meet Rainer while the others waited in the van. Rainer asked how they were doing. Izuku said they were hanging in there, and Mother's Milk agreed. Rainer asked if Butcher had contacted them. Izuku and Mother's Milk said he had not and that he had been ghosting them. Rainer then asked if they thought Butcher had killed Madeline Stillwell. Izuku was silent, unsure how to answer, and Mother's Milk said they hoped he had not but that they did not know. Mother's Milk hesitated and then asked the deputy director if she had ever heard anything about his family. Rainer mentioned that his daughter had started soccer, and a small smile appeared on Mother's Milk's face. Izuku asked if it would be possible for Mother's Milk to see his family. Rainer said they should first see if the lead checked out and that she would see what she could do. Izuku and Mother's Milk exchanged a grateful look, and Mother's Milk thanked her. Rainer asked for a description of the man. Mother's Milk answered with the basic details. About 5'10", 165, black hair, wearing inexpensive jeans and sneakers, possibly manufactured overseas. Rainer fell silent for a moment and then said that everything was starting to fit together. She explained that she had been trying to assemble the pieces of a puzzle and that the missing element they had just provided pointed to what it looked like a coup from the inside. As Rainer spoke, Izuku felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger. He watched as Rainer's nose began to bleed, the feeling tightening into alarm. Before he could react, Rainer was struck by a sudden, violent force that killed her instantly. Her body collapsed to the floor, and Izuku screamed in shock. Mother's Milk cursed at the sight. Butcher ordered the van to start and grabbed the stunned Izuku, who was still staring at Rainer's body in horror as Mother's Milk helped him into the vehicle and the others sped away. Frenchie suggested there must be a soup involved. Huey panicked, asking if their heads were going to explode. Mother's Milk asked Frenchie who he knew who could do that, and Frenchie admitted he knew no one. Huey repeated his frantic question. Tsutsumi then morphed her arm into a sniper and, for the first time, openly expressed her anger, shouting that they had killed Rainer. All the shouting blurred together for Izuku as he sat in the passenger seat. His ears were ringing and his heart pounded, and his face was smeared with blood. He looked barely able to keep himself upright. The drive back to the hideout felt longer than it was. Izuku and Mother's Milk changed out of their blood-stained clothes and washed up. Izuku cleaned the blood from his hair. The others stayed quiet while Tsutsumi paced the wall outside the hideout, trying to calm herself but finally kicking a trash can in frustration. Inside, Mother's Milk considered speaking but chose to keep silence so as not to make Izuku feel worse. When Izuku finished cleaning, he sat against the basement wall in silence and blamed himself for Rainer's death. He had wanted to be a hero since childhood, and now Rainer was gone and he felt helpless. The group remained in the basement for a while until the sound of someone falling down the stairs made everyone spring up, weapons readied and tense, hoping it was just Tsutsumi. Their tension broke when Butcher came down the stairs and identified himself, explaining that he was with them. Frenchie gestured for his associates to lower their weapons. Butcher said Mallory had filled him in about the soup terrorist, Rainer's death, and Nagant. Izuku asked whether Mallory had also told him where to find them, and Butcher replied that was why he had come. Izuku approached and apologized for the last time they had met, saying he was sorry for kicking Butcher into his car. Butcher dismissed it, saying he had pushed Izuku too far and had deserved it, then told Izuku he was not angry and patted the teen on the shoulder. Tsutsumi returned to the room and greeted Butcher by name. Butcher responded to her. Huey asked for a pause and reminded everyone that Butcher had left them for dead before. Butcher admitted he was sorry and defended himself, saying he had trusted others to save themselves. Huey pressed him about where he had been the past year. Butcher bristled but then began to explain. Butcher said he had gone to Madeline Stillwell's house before she returned from work, restrained her to use as leverage, and waited for Homelander. When Homelander came, Butcher watched him kill Stillwell. Feeling his plan had collapsed, Butcher detonated explosives at the house and later woke up somewhere else, disoriented. He described waking up in a strange place and, after regaining his bearings, trying to find Becca. When asked, Butcher confirmed that the woman he saw alive was his wife, and that she had been with someone who bore a striking resemblance to Homelander. The revelation shocked everyone, including Tsutsumi. Butcher said he had been determined to find her and get her out of danger, and he asked for the team's help. Butcher proposed a deal. They would help him find Becca if he helped them find the soup terrorist for Mallory. He acknowledged the wrongs he had done and said by rights they should tell him to go away, but he was asking for their help anyway. Izuku responded by pulling Butcher into an embrace and forgiving him, promising they would help. Butcher looked surprised and then returned the hug. Huey then asked whether Izuku would continue to lead the group. Izuku agreed to lead if that was what everyone wanted. Mother's Milk, Frenchie, and Kimiko raised their hands in agreement. Mother's Milk noticed Izuku's guilt over Rainer and told him he should not blame himself, insisting that it was not his fault. Frenchie told Izuku that even with all the chaos, he was still with him, and Kimiko nodded in agreement. Tsutsumi warned that they should not waste time, because they did not know what the telekinetic soup terrorist might be planning. Izuku agreed that they needed to move as a team. Several hours later at night, the team tracked the telekinetic soup terrorist to a party store. They exited the van and prepared to enter. Izuku asked Ms. Tsutsumi to remember not to kill the suspect. Tsutsumi assured him that she knew how to restrain herself, noting that Idaten's lives were not as vital as bringing the terrorist to Ms. Mallory. The rest of the team armed themselves. Frenchie picked the back lock, and they slipped inside, moving through aisles packed with party items and costumes. Izuku gave a nod and they split up to cover more ground. Izuku paired with Butcher, Huey with Mother's Milk, Frenchie with Kimiko, and Tsutsumi went alone because of the odd number of team members. Izuku and Butcher had only been searching for a couple of minutes when they noticed Kimiko walking along the tops of the display walls. They followed and then watched as she dropped to the floor and embraced the telekinetic man. Butcher questioned the scene. Izuku realized that the man must be Kimiko's brother, remembering Mesmerizer's revelation that Kimiko had been kidnapped as a child along with her brother by the Shining Light Liberation Army. Butcher insisted they still needed to take him into custody. Izuku told Butcher to follow his lead. He grabbed a light store item and tossed it to create a distraction. The noise drew the brothers' attention, giving Izuku the chance to slip Kimiko away with a burst of super speed while Butcher prepared a non-lethal shot. The brother reacted quickly and used his telekinesis to hurl Butcher across the room. He then raised his hands toward the ceiling as if to bring it down, but Tsutsumi intervened with a swift, controlled strike that rendered him unconscious. Huey called out to check if everyone was all right and the rest of the team arrived. Izuku confirmed they were fine and that Tsutsumi had the situation under control. Tsutsumi rebuked Izuku for his form of address, and he apologized. Kimiko moved to check on her brother. Izuku asked Tsutsumi if she had held back. She reassured him that she had restrained herself and that the man would be unconscious for a while but would live. The team secured his hands to prevent him from using his powers, and Mother's Milk and Frenchie carried the unconscious man to the van. They all climbed into the vehicle with Butcher at the wheel and Izuku in the passenger seat, and they drove off into the night. The next day the team was 3 miles offshore on a boat with Kenji, Kimiko's brother, secured. Izuku spoke with Grace Mallory by phone and learned that a team would arrive in a few hours. Mallory explained she could not act with the same authority she once had and asked if the target was secure. Izuku confirmed that Kenji was secure. Mallory mentioned an old soup named Liberty, one of Vaught's top 10 who disappeared from the public eye in 1979, and said she was not yet sure how the name related to their current situation. Mallory asked how the team was holding up. Izuku reported that they were doing well but that Tsutsumi remained stoic. Mallory advised him not to take it personally, explaining that Kana used to present a smiling public face under Vought and that it was hard to know how much of that was genuine. They ended the call. Frenchie thanked Izuku, calling him Brachylodoria. Kimiko came down the stairs with a cup of water, gave Izuku a small smile and a nod, and went to check on her brother. Some time later, while Izuku stood at the rail waiting for Mallory's team, he heard Mother's Milk and Huey laughing. He joined them and saw that Mother's Milk was pointing excitedly at the television. The news channel carried a headline declaring that superheroes were not born but made, and the anchor was discussing Compound V on live television. Izuku's eyes widened when he realized what had been broadcast. He asked if Huey and Annie were responsible, and Huey confirmed that they had been involved. Izuku reacted to the revelation. "That was great," he exclaimed, pulling Huey into a hug. The others laughed and embraced one another. The only exceptions were Butcher and Tsutsumi, who exchanged small, wry smiles at the public exposure of one of Vaught's worst secrets. Some time later, everyone was on deck and everything felt peaceful until they heard a sound. They watched as a helicopter approached. Frenchie swore in surprise. A man identified the arrival as the NYPD and announced that the boat had been reported stolen and everyone was under arrest. Izuku turned to Butcher and reminded him that the boat belonged to a friend. Butcher replied that a stranger is just a friend you had not met yet and told everyone to stay calm. He would handle it. He took out a walkie-talkie and asserted that he was the captain of my big wet dream and that he had signed papers leasing the vessel, insisting there must be a misunderstanding. Suddenly Izuku felt the same strange, overwhelming sensation he had felt before Rainer died. He shouted a warning and tackled Butcher to the deck just as the boat's anchor came flying past them. They looked toward the stairs to see Kenji coming up on deck. Izuku called his name. Kenji was about to use his power, but Kimiko grabbed his arms. Izuku rushed forward to help restrain Kenji. The young terrorist broke free and used his telekinesis to hurl Izuku off the boat. Izuku fell into the water. Huey shouted Izuku's name as Kenji prepared to use his power on Butcher, but Kimiko intervened, and Kenji accidentally struck the police helicopter. Izuku surfaced and watched the helicopter crash into the sea in a dramatic, non-graphic impact. Tsutsumi reached the deck and knocked Kenji unconscious with a single punch while Kimiko and Frenchie bound his hands. Butcher swore and ordered everyone to go. Huey protested that Izuku was overboard. Tsutsumi said she had him and jumped into the water, then reached out and pulled Izuku back onto the boat. Izuku demanded to know about the officers. Butcher insisted they were already dead. Izuku insisted they did not know that and argued they could save them. Tsutsumi, speaking gently, said she understood his feelings but warned that NYPD, CIA, and Vought forces were on their way. If they stayed, everything they had done would be for nothing. Izuku hesitated and the former hero let out a heavy sigh. Tsutsumi admitted it was hard, but sometimes making painful choices was necessary to survive, and for the first time she looked at Izuku with visible emotion. With a heavy heart, Izuku watched the sinking helicopter as the boat headed away from the area. After the incident, Frenchie explained what had happened. Mother's Milk berated Frenchie for leaving a power drink behind, saying that allowed Kenji to free himself and that none of the officers would have been harmed if the mistake had not happened. Frenchie protested that he had simply forgotten to remove it. Izuku urged everyone to be quiet because he was on the phone with Mallory and needed to listen. On the call, Izuku reported their situation and Mallory instructed them to bring Kenji in. Izuku protested that they were 3 miles offshore and might not make it, but Mallory pointed out that they had crashed a police helicopter and were not keeping a low profile. When Izuku explained that Kenji had caused the crash with his power, Mallory insisted it did not matter how it happened and that they needed to bring him in. Izuku agreed and asked for a destination. Mallory gave them a CIA safe house in Hazlet and told them to arrive in 30 minutes, adding a final reminder to be careful. Izuku ended the call and, frustrated, shattered a window with a punch. Butcher continued to pilot the boat. Izuku asked how much farther until the safe house. Butcher indicated they were about a mile out and pointed toward the shore. Suddenly the boat began to shake, startling everyone. Frenchie and Mother's Milk reacted in alarm. There was a loud thud as something struck the hull. Izuku warned everyone to stay away from the edge. Huey called Izuku's name as the teen approached the rail and saw dozens of shark fins surrounding them. Izuku identified their attackers as the Deep. He, Butcher, and Tsutsumi immediately responded with coordinated, fast-paced action in an anime-style confrontation. Izuku used a burst of air pressure from his fingers at 40% power to push several sharks away, Butcher opened fire with an automatic rifle to create a barrier, and Tsutsumi transformed her arm into a long-range weapon to pick off threats from a distance. Their efforts lasted only seconds before another heavy impact shook the boat. Mother's Milk reported that they had lost power. Izuku ran below to find the interior beginning to take on water. He warned that the boat was sinking and told everyone to prepare to leave. They made their way to the stern where a motorboat waited. Izuku directed Frenchie to grab the winch. Frenchie worked quickly to free it. As everyone climbed into the motorboat and Butcher took the wheel, Izuku urged them to go. Butcher sped away with sharks not far behind. Frenchie pointed to a nearby storm drain and urged them to head for it. Izuku agreed that it was a good idea. Butcher announced that they were on their way as he steered toward the storm drain. After a few seconds, everyone saw something large moving to their left. A sperm whale breached the water and fell back, and the Deep rode on its back. Mother's Milk cursed under his breath as the whale and its rider pushed ahead and stopped close to the shore, blocking the drain. The Deep stood on the whale's back, assuming he had them trapped. Butcher and Tsutsumi glared at him. Izuku noticed that Butcher was not slowing or changing direction and demanded to know what he was doing, but Butcher did not respond. Izuku tried again, imploring him to stop and warning that they would crash. The Deep held his hands in a fearful gesture, not because of the boat but because Tsutsumi had her rifle arm trained on him. Izuku grabbed the wheel and turned the boat to the right as a gunshot rang out. The boat struck the shore and flipped over. Everyone was thrown from it. For Izuku, everything slowed down. He feared the worst for Huey, Mother's Milk, Frenchie, and Butcher. He closed his eyes and braced for impact, but no sound of bodies hitting sand came. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had not hit the front. Dark green and black tendrils of energy had extended from his body and caught them, softening their fall. More tendrils emerged and cradled the boat as well. Silent and stunned, the group was gently set onto the sand. Izuku released everyone and the boat, keeping only Kenji restrained for caution. Huey asked when Izuku had gained that ability. Izuku, confused, said he had never done anything like that before. Since he had first developed quirks at age 5, his only capability had been to store power, not form tendrils. He shook his head to clear his confusion, told the others that whatever had happened would have to be explained later, and insisted they had to move immediately. Everyone nodded and hurried toward the storm drain. As they ran, Izuku saw the Deep lying on the beach, motionless and clearly killed. Izuku turned away quickly and followed the others into the drain. They soon found themselves at a fork between two passageways. Izuku asked Butcher which way to go. Butcher studied the options and pointed them in the direction he judged most likely to lead to their destination. Outside the storm drain, the seven arrived on the scene. Queen Maeve demanded an explanation, and A-Train reacted in shock at the sight of the deep. Starlight approached the fallen soup, struck him in anger, and kicked at him until Stormfront pulled her back. A-Train demanded why she had acted that way. Starlight said there was an obvious reason for her reaction, but Stormfront told her that they did not have time for that and that their priority was to capture the terrorist. Homelander ordered everyone into the tunnels and claimed the target if anyone spotted him. The seven entered the storm drain and split up to cover more ground. The boys continued through the tunnels until a tremor shook the passage. Huey asked if it was an earthquake. Izuku thought not, and a stronger tremor followed. A section of ceiling began to collapse. Izuku pushed Huey and Butcher toward the others just before concrete fell. Coughing through dust, Izuku realized their route was blocked and that they had been separated from the rest. Butcher told Midoriya not to bother clearing the debris because it would take too long and that they would take the long way. Izuku acknowledged him, and Huey asked Izuku to be careful. Izuku told them the same and set off alone through the drain. After a few minutes, Izuku stopped when he saw Starlight in the Vought-designed costume. He asked Annie what she was doing there. Annie hesitated and then unleashed a golden beam of light. Izuku dodged using his speed. He felt that uneasy sensation again, turned to his left, and before he could react, Homelander rushed in and struck him into the concrete wall. Izuku gasped and groaned as the blow knocked the wind from him. Homelander towered over him and scolded him for pretending not to have quirks and for associating with wanted fugitives. He said he had expected better loyalty from someone he had admired. Homelander then offered a bargain: hand over his friends and the supervillain, and Homelander would see to it that Izuku's name was cleared. He said Izuku would not have to hide anymore and could be reunited with his mother, mentioning that he knew about her devotion and that she missed him. Homelander offered a deal as Izuku sat with his head down and said nothing. Homelander proposed that if Izuku helped him, Homelander would clear his name, eliminate the Deep, and make Izuku a member of the Seven. Homelander promised that Izuku could be a hero the public loved, that he could be taken on as a sidekick and perhaps one day become his successor. A tear fell down Izuku's face as he looked up into Homelander's eyes. Izuku explained that if the proposition had come before his father died, he might have accepted. He admitted that he had once idolized Homelander and wanted to be a hero who inspired people and saved them with a smile. Now, however, Izuku said, that image was a lie, and the fact that he had ever wanted to be like Homelander made him furious. Izuku refused the offer and rejected the suggestion that he would ever join Homelander. Homelander reacted with a disappointed sigh and told Izuku that he had picked the wrong answer. He charged at the teen, but Izuku managed to dodge and tried to run. He only made it a couple of paces before Homelander grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him off the ground. Izuku poured power into his arms to break free, but Homelander's grip held. Homelander said that Izuku should have accepted the offer. Enraged, Izuku clenched his right fist and powered it up to 55%, striking Homelander in the jaw. Izuku's relief was brief. His attack barely fazed the number one hero. Homelander's smug expression grew as he retaliated with a heavy blow that sent Izuku crashing into a wall. Izuku tried to rise and was kicked in the gut. Homelander then grabbed him again, lifted him, and dragged him to the center of the space as a harsh light began to gather around them. Homelander told Izuku that everything the media said about heroes had been a lie and that before Izuku died he wanted him to look into his eyes and remember what a real hero looked like. Homelander's eyes began to glow red as he prepared to finish the teen with heat vision. A shout from nearby interrupted the moment. Butcher shouted at Homelander, drawing the number one hero's attention. Homelander turned with a smile and acknowledged William's presence. The rest of the boys looked distraught at what Homelander had done to Izuku. Huey wanted to help but had no effective option. Tsutsumi hesitated, knowing that firing her rifle in the storm drain could ignite trapped gases and endanger everyone. Homelander made a casual, mocking remark about having had breakfast with Butcher's wife. Butcher lunged forward instead of responding politely. At the same time, Kenji freed his hands and used his telekinetic ability to destabilize the concrete beneath them, creating a sudden sinkhole. Homelander took flight, still holding Izuku, and gave a grin. Izuku gathered himself. He planted his feet against Homelander's chest, drew every reserve of power into his left fist to reach full strength at 100%, and delivered a precise punch that forced Homelander to lose his grip. Izuku leaped away as the ceiling began to collapse. A truck suddenly barreled into the scene and the falling concrete and debris brought Homelander down into the sinkhole in a dramatic, chaotic explosion of motion and rubble. Izuku cried out in pain and realized his left arm had been severely injured and was now unusable. Huey called for him and, together with Tsutsumi, rushed over to help. Izuku was in too much pain to notice that Kenji had broken free and made a run for the surface, with Kimiko immediately pursuing him. Tsutsumi supported Izuku and helped him up, wrapping his good arm around her shoulder. Frenchie asked after Kimiko, and Butcher urged them to have faith that she would be all right. The boys then focused on finding an exit from the storm drain. Later, at the CIA safe house, the team used medical supplies to stabilize Izuku and put his left arm in a cast. Kimiko arrived without Kenji. Her only explanation for his absence was a drawing she showed of Stormfront. Izuku apologized to Kimiko and hugged her with his one good arm. Frenchie offered a comforting two-armed embrace as well. Some time passed as everyone gathered on the sofa to watch the news. The Vought CEO, Stan Edgar, appeared on television and delivered a formal statement. Edgar expressed that the revelations about Compound V had been a shock and that Vought was shaken. He said the company would conduct a thorough investigation and that, to his knowledge, he had no prior information about Compound V. Edgar attributed the problem to a small, disaffected group of scientists led by former Vought employee Madeline Stillwell, while acknowledging that more important matters required attention. He offered thoughts for the affected families and warned that the attack highlighted the growing danger of super-terrorists. Edgar emphasized that America needed its heroes now more than ever, arguing that the country faced a new kind of threat at home that would require brave defenders to confront. Our superheroes were the last line of defense. Today, the death toll would have been much higher if not for the actions of two of them, the Seven's newest member, Stormfront, who stopped the terrorist before more lives were taken, and the former Seven member, the Deep, who tragically sacrificed himself to slow the attacker long enough for Stormfront to end the threat. The news anchor Stan Edgar continued his report while Izuku noticed the look on Kimiko's face. Kimiko was angry at the lies being told about Kenji and at the praise being given to the person responsible for his death. Stan Edgar introduced Stormfront to the audience, prompting cheers and applause as she walked on stage. Stormfront thanked the crowd and urged them to recognize the everyday people who struggled, clapping to invite a round of applause for them. Homelander stood out of view of the cameras, not paying attention to Stan Edgar or Stormfront. He stood frozen in front of a mirror and raised a hand to his cheek, touching a bruise left by Izuku's full-strength punch. Homelander had not expected a teenager to be strong enough to hurt him. Seeing the bruise forced him to confront something else. He was afraid. A few days after the revelation about Compound V, Izuku walked along a mural-covered wall filled with postings and photos commemorating those who had died in Kenji's attack, which had actually been caused by Stormfront. His left arm was still in a cast. He met Grace Mallory at the mural. Grace Mallory told Izuku about a recurring dream in which she stood alone on the stage at Carnegie Hall while the victims of the heroes watched her without moving, waiting for her to act. Izuku expressed his condolences for Ms. Rayner, and Mallory insisted that sorry would not change anything and that it had not been his fault. She handed him a yellow file that contained an old 1970s magazine featuring a hero named Liberty. Mallory explained that Liberty had been Vaught's number 2 hero before disappearing in 1979 and that she had appeared throughout Susan's private server. Mallory instructed Izuku to have Marvin reach out to Liberty, whose address on the back of the magazine pointed to North Carolina. Izuku accepted the task. Mallory then produced a small sheet of paper and told Izuku that she had found Becca, whom Izuku recognized as Butcher's wife. Mallory admitted uncertainty about the lead but said it was their best guess. She blamed herself for drawing William's attention away when searching for Becca and said it would be a relief to have one fewer person in the crowd watching her. Izuku took the paper and thanked her before leaving. At the Uraraka home, Ochako confronted her parents about the news that Vought had injected her with Compound V. Her parents, looking ashamed and sorrowful, confirmed that they had agreed to the injection because they lacked money and had been promised support and a chance for Ochako to become a hero. They apologized for lying and said they had acted to secure a better life for her. Ochako, moved to tears, forgave them and embraced her parents as the family shared a quiet, emotional moment. At the Todoroki residence, Shoto visited his family. Tuya greeted him, Natsuo playfully teased him, and Fuyumi scolded the teasing. Shoto asked his mother Rei whether the reports about Compound V were true. Rei confirmed that she had just spoken with her parents, who had admitted agreeing to Vought's injection when she was a baby. Shoto asked about his father, and the family said he was sulking after seeing the news. Rei assured Shoto that he and Tuya had not been given Compound V and that their powers were inherited from their parents. She told Shoto and Tuya to take pride that, unlike their parents, they had actually been born with their powers, and she hugged them. Meanwhile, Endeavor stood in his room studying an old photograph of himself as a child with his parents. He stared at it for a long moment before flinging the framed picture against the wall, shattering the glass. Endeavor muttered that Vought and his late parents were BSs as he considered that, with them gone, he might never know whether his abilities had been the result of Compound V. Toru Hagakure, also known as Invisible Girl, sat on the couch with her mother and asked whether her father had been injected with Compound V. Her mother admitted that her husband had never told her the truth, but that it seemed likely. Toru then asked whether she had been affected, and her mother firmly denied it, assuring her that she had inherited her father's power and that she would never have allowed anything like that to happen. Toru accepted her mother's answer, and the two shared a hug. Eijiro Kirishima had stopped by his parents' house. He asked his mothers whether the rumors about Compound V were true. Both women exchanged looks of shock and shame before. One of them confirmed that it was true. Eijiro asked whether Vought had offered money. The other mother explained that they had paid only the hospital bill when he was born. When Eijiro asked why they had allowed the injection, one mother pleaded that they had been afraid for their first and only child and had taken the offer because they wanted him safe. They apologized through tears, but Eijiro cut them off, saying that it had been wrong to do that to a baby, and he left the house into the night while his mothers called after him in sorrow. Back at the safe house, Izuku returned and was greeted by Huey and Mother's Milk. Izuku handed them a yellow file and explained that Mallory had given them a lead. He said that Mallory had requested that he bring Mother's Milk along to talk to Liberty. The file contained an old magazine photo of the soup called Liberty with an address on the back. Mother's Milk asked whether they were meant to find Liberty, and Izuku admitted he was not certain the address was correct but that Mallory believed she might be part of the puzzle. He promised that if Liberty were there, Tsutsumi and he would be present to keep Mother's Milk safe. Huey asked to come along to help watch Izuku's back, and Izuku welcomed him. When Izuku asked where Butcher was, Mother's Milk said he was asleep, and Izuku decided to postpone that conversation until morning. Izuku then noticed Tsutsumi leaning against the wall with her head down and a stoic expression. He approached her and asked to speak in private. Tsutsumi nodded and followed him to the laundry room, where the two were quiet. Tsutsumi admitted that she already suspected what the conversation would be about. Izuku confirmed that it was about her having killed the Deep. Tsutsumi defended herself by noting the Deep's actions toward Starlight and insisting she had felt she had no choice. Izuku responded that killing had not been necessary, calling the Deep the weakest member of the Seven and reminding her that he had referred to him as a former member after what he had done to Starlight. Izuku argued that they had already lost Kenji and that Vought was using his death and the label of terrorist to advance a political agenda that could pull Soups into the military and escalate into something far worse. He insisted, with firmness and confidence, that as leader of the team she was to refrain from killing in the future and instead injure and incapacitate opponents. Tsutsumi, surprised by Izuku's tone, quickly returned to her stoic composure and agreed to follow his directive. In another part of town, Katsuki Bakugu sat in a sofa chair holding his phone and demanded that the person on the other end pick up. When his mother answered, he lashed out about the news reports claiming that many heroes had been injected with Compound V as infants. He accused his parents of agreeing to that for him, and his mother admitted that Vought had made an offer and they had accepted. Katsuki erupted in rage, throwing objects around the room in his fury and shouting that he had been given his powers by a drag rather than being born with them. His mother pleaded for understanding and reminded him that she was still his mother, but Katsuki told her to get lost and used his explosion power to destroy the device he was holding. He sat back in the chair, seething at the realization that he had been one of Vaught's test subjects, and then took out a photo of himself as a child playing with a younger Izuku Midoriya, whispering Deku's name to himself. The team prepared to follow the lead on Liberty, tensions high and loyalties tested, each member struggling with the revelations about their origins and what that might mean for their identities and futures. Butcher spoke with venom before crumbling the photo in a clenched fist. The next morning, Izuku informed Butcher that Mallory might be close to finding where Becca was, and the British man began packing a few essentials. Izuku protested that Butcher could not go alone into a heavily armed Vought compound, and Butcher replied that this was about Becca and he had to do it himself. Izuku insisted he understand how important Becca was to him and offered to go along, but Butcher refused and told Izuku to find Liberty and see what he could discover, just as he had promised Grace. Butcher reminded Izuku that he had led the others for a year and that they would follow him. He extended his hand and the teen accepted it. Izuku asked Butcher to be careful. Butcher grunted a reassurance, saying he was too stubborn to die, patted the teen on the shoulder, and left to search for his long-lost wife. Izuku checked with Mother's Milk and Kana Tsutsumi to see if they were ready. Mother's Milk confirmed he was, and Tsutsumi said they should find wherever Liberty had been hiding these last few decades. Worry crossed Izuku's face. He admitted he was uneasy about leaving Frenchie and Kimiko behind. The others glanced to where Kimiko watched the news with anger at the images of Stormfront while Frenchie handled some drags. Mother's Milk shrugged that they would be fine, and Tsutsumi said that if the pair did anything foolish it would be their own responsibility. They left the safe house and climbed into the car with Mother's Milk driving, Izuku in the passenger seat, and Tsutsumi in the back as they set off. At the Shizuki family home, Ibra confronted her parents about the rumors surrounding Compound V. Her father, after a long silence, admitted that Vought had offered to give Ibra powers when she was a baby and that they had accepted. Ibra refused to believe it and erupted in anger, saying she had been told her abilities were a gift from God but now learning they had come from Vought felt like a betrayal. Her parents begged her not to be upset and tried to explain that everything happened for a reason, but Ibra would not be calmed. Tears streaming down her face, she used her vine-like hair to force the house door open and fled, moving with quick, spider-like agility through the neighborhood. Her parents called after her in panic. Her mother fell to her knees and sobbed while her father tried to comfort her. The others drove into the city and picked up Huey, who had a companion with him, Annie, known as Starlight. Huey explained that Homelander had tried to kill Annie in an elevator but had not followed through after she talked her way out of it, and Huey asked if she could accompany them to get away. Mother's Milk reacted angrily and said it was insane. He insisted Annie could not come because she might be compromised. Annie offered that she had a cousin nearby and could tell Vought she was visiting, and Huey argued that being out of the city would put them away from the cameras. Mother's Milk refused, but Izuku surprised them by deciding Annie could join them. He acknowledged the risks and said that after what Annie had gone through she deserved to get away for a while. He ordered Mother's Milk to unlock the doors. Reluctantly, Mother's Milk pressed the button and let Huey and Annie squeeze into the back with Tsutsumi. Annie looked at Tsutsumi with recognition. Izuku introduced Tsutsumi as the former hero Lady Nagant, and Annie reacted with disbelief and awe upon seeing her. Mother's Milk began driving again. Setsuna Tokage visited her parents to confront them about Compound V. Her parents apologized for lying and explained that Vought had made them promise not to tell anyone. Setsuna told them not to worry and that she was not angry, only disappointed, and then gathered her family in a warm embrace. Momo Yaoyorozu arrived at the Yaoyorozu manor to speak with her parents. Her father sighed and confirmed that he and her mother had accepted Vaught's offer and that they were sorry for keeping it from her. Momo wiped away a tear, asked for time to process the revelation, and left the manor to be alone and think. Back on the road, Izuku, Mother's Milk, Tsutsumi, Huey, and Annie had been driving for 4 hours. In the afternoon, still only halfway to their destination, they stopped at a restaurant to eat and stretch their legs. Izuku paid for everyone's meals and ordered donuts as an appetizer while they waited for lunch. Huey excused himself to use the restroom, leaving the others to take a bite of their donuts. Annie seemed to enjoy hers the most. Mother's Milk asked if they wanted a room, glancing at Annie with a teasing smile. Annie looked confused. Mother's Milk repeated that she and the donut could have a room. Annie apologized, explaining that her mother had never let her have treats because weight gain had been treated very severely in their household. She added that her father would sometimes take her to Dunkin' in secret, buy her a chocolate cream-filled donut, and listen when she told him about her day. Izuku remembered his own father taking him and his mother out for milkshakes after work, admitting that his dad had been a little obsessed with them and often bought extra for himself until his wife finally forced him to cut back. He earned a chuckle from Annie and Mother's Milk by saying that the milkshake rehab had worked and his dad then bought only one milkshake for himself. Mother's Milk shared a story about Baskin-Robbins and how his father would ask for samples every Sunday after church. He described the man tasting nearly every flavor despite the line of people growing impatient, which made Izuku and Annie laugh. Mother's Milk acknowledged that nothing stopped his father from asking for yet another sample, and he remembered feeling embarrassed at the time. Annie asked Tsutsumi if she had any dad stories involving sugar, and Tsutsumi shook her head, maintaining a stoic expression and creating a moment of awkward silence. Huey arrived from the restroom and asked what he had missed. Izuku raised his coffee cup and proposed a toast to fathers and sugar. Huey, Annie, and Mother's Milk joined him in raising their cups. Tsutsumi took a quiet sip of her coffee without joining. Later, Tenya Ida visited Tensei in the hospital with their parents. Tensei had recovered from his disorientation and asked his parents whether he and Tenya had been given Compound V as infants. Mr. Ida told them that Tenya had been born with his powers, just as Mr. Ida had been. When Tenya asked about their grandfather, Mr. Ida sighed and confirmed that their grandfather had been given Compound V as an infant, and that his powers had been passed down through the family. Tensei asked their mother if she had known about Compound V, and Mrs. Ida admitted that she had been told by their father long ago and apologized for keeping it secret. Tensei reassured her that she did not need to apologize, and Tenya agreed that they could not blame their parents for what had happened. Mr. Ida thanked his sons for understanding. Tensei turned to Tenya and asked if he had considered what Tensei had proposed. Tenya admitted that he had and then decided not to take the name Ingenium. Tensei pleaded with him not to dismiss the idea. Tenya protested that he could never live up to that name and pointed out that even with a prosthesis Tensei could not perform at his former level. Mr. Ida explained that a prosthetic leg might help Tensei walk again but would be a weakness in hero work because their powers were tied to their legs and a prosthesis could not match the strength and durability of a biological limb. Despite Tenya's hesitations, Tensei insisted that his hero career was over and urged Tenya to take the name and become the next Ingenium. Tenya looked to their parents, who smiled warmly, and then agreed. He decided to accept the name Ingenium, and a single tear fell as he hugged his elder brother. Hours later, night had fallen and Izuku and his friends decided to stay at a motel. They booked 3 rooms, one for Izuku and Mother's Milk, one for Huey and Annie, and one for Tsutsumi. Izuku could not sleep because Mother's Milk was snoring loudly, so he slipped out of the motel and wandered into a nearby forest, checking to make sure he was alone. He climbed a tall tree and concentrated. A black and green tendril emerged from his hand and wrapped around a nearby trunk. He chuckled quietly, preparing himself, and jumped toward the second tree. His nerves settled as he reached it and manifested another tendril to the third tree, swinging out of the way in time. He repeated the process, swinging from tree to tree with practiced movements until he decided to call it a night and carefully lowered himself to the ground. Tsutsumi, who had been nearby on Mallory's instruction to keep an eye on him, commented that he seemed to be getting the hang of his new power. Izuku was startled and admitted he had not realized she was there. Tsutsumi explained that she had been trained by excellent mentors and had kept tabs on him for that reason. Izuku, realizing she had been a hero in the past, blurted out Black Noir's name and quickly apologized for speaking out of turn. Tsutsumi dismissed the apology and noted that the public had already been aware of her past heroics. She praised Izuku for learning his ability so quickly, only days after acquiring it. Izuku thanked her and said that he thought he had come up with a good name for his power, and he began to say what he was calling it before trailing off. Someone shouted the name Black Whip. Tsutsumi gave the teen a thumbs up, her face still stoic, then noticed Izuku's expression and asked what was wrong. Izuku apologized and explained that he was just surprised because she hardly ever smiled. He remembered seeing her smile a few times and even getting angry after Ms. Raynor died, but the neutral expression she wore now had been her default since they first met. He wondered why. Tsutsumi said she had not always been like that and that the smile he had seen on television during her debut had been real at first. Izuku asked what had happened, and Tsutsumi replied that what had happened, adding that she preferred not to go into detail. Izuku quickly said he did not mean to pry. Tsutsumi reassured him that it was fine and told him not to worry. Izuku suggested that she should smile more because he thought she looked better with a smile. He offered the compliment awkwardly, and Tsutsumi's eyes widened in surprise before she cracked a small smile and chuckled. She teased him gently about being bold to flirt with an older woman, which flustered Izuku and made him blush and stammer that he had not meant it as flirting, only as a compliment. Tsutsumi laughed and told him she was only joking, then observed that his reaction was uncommon and asked whether he had ever had a girlfriend. Izuku admitted he had not and said he did not think he was very noticeable. Tsutsumi remarked that being 17 and so innocent was rare these days. She said she was going to head back and told him to get some rest. Izuku agreed, and after she left, he returned to the motel, bid her good night, and entered his room where Mother's Milk was still snoring. To be continued. It was morning when Izuku and the others finally arrived at the address Mallory had given them. Izuku walked up to the door with the others behind him and knocked. A woman in her late 50s opened the door and asked if she could help. Izuku introduced himself and asked if anyone living there had once gone by the name Liberty. The woman looked frightened and answered no, then tried to close the door. Izuku stopped the door with his hand and asked her to listen, explaining that he and his friends only needed to ask a few questions. The woman told them to leave, insisting she had taken the money, signed the papers, and kept quiet. Izuku assured her they were not from Vought and that they were opposing Vought. The woman muttered that they were fools, and Izuku explained that a friend believed she might have information about Liberty. The woman, Valerie Hunter, said they were wasting their time and attempted to close the door again, but Izuku's strength prevented it. Mother's Milk asked her to hear them out and promised they would leave if she wanted them to. Valerie sighed and allowed them in. They took seats in her living room. Valerie questioned what good dredging up 48-year-old events would do. Mother's Milk said they did not know, but they still needed to hear her story. Valerie admitted she had tried to get people to listen many times, but being a little black girl accusing a white superhero of murder in that town made it unlikely anyone would take her seriously. Mother's Milk described his father as a small-time, smart, and aggressive lawyer who believed no one, not even Vought, was above the law. His father worked tirelessly to hold Vought accountable, typing away on an old manual typewriter through the night. Vought responded by hiring teams of lawyers and paying off judges, but his father never gave up. One morning, Mother's Milk found his father slumped over the typewriter, dead at 55. The others felt the weight of that loss. Valerie expressed sympathy, and Mother's Milk said he did not want pity, he wanted to continue his father's fight and make Vought pay for what they had done. After a thoughtful pause, Valerie agreed to tell them what she remembered and took a seat. She began by saying that she had tried so many times to get people to listen. Valerie recalled a summer rainstorm when she was 11, asleep in the back seat of her parents' Ford while her brother Myron was driving. She woke to the screech of tires as the car stopped. A woman named Liberty approached, accused them of involvement in a robbery, and dragged Myron out into the rain. Valerie explained that it was not true and that her brother had never committed a crime, but the woman did not believe him. She remembered watching from the back seat as the woman attacked him and threw him onto the hood. Myron begged for mercy and asked why she was doing it, reminding the woman that she was supposed to be a hero. The woman replied that she was a hero for killing someone like him. Valerie described seeing the aftermath on the windshield and sitting in the back seat, horrified. Liberty must not have noticed her presence, or she believed she would have been killed as well. She stepped out into the rain and found her brother barely alive. Valerie froze, unable to move or speak, as she watched him collapse and die in front of her. Valerie said she wanted to go to the police, but her parents thought it was pointless. When a man from Vought offered them money, they accepted $2,000. Valerie felt that was the price put on her brother's life. She begged the others to promise not to tell anyone about their conversation, afraid the woman would kill her if she spoke. Izuku reassured Valerie that they would never tell anyone and added that Liberty had not been seen since 1979. He suggested she was probably long gone. Valerie chuckled softly at that, then retrieved a newspaper from the dining table and showed them a photograph. Valerie pointed out the person in the picture as Liberty, the same woman Stormfront. The revelation fell heavy and silent over the group. Even Tsutsumi looked surprised. They left Valerie's home and discussed the new information in the car. Huey suggested Valerie might have been a child at the time and could be mistaken about some details, but Annie noted that Valerie had sounded certain. Huey raised the point that if Liberty and Stormfront were the same person, she would have to be very old by now. Tsutsumi explained that the effects of Compound V were unpredictable. If it could alter skin color or create unusual physical traits, an extended lifespan was not impossible. Izuku agreed, saying it was the only explanation for Stormfront's apparent youth despite her age. Huey observed that this was the same Stormfront who had recently become a popular, two-fisted public figure. Mother's Milk suggested that she might have killed Ms. Raynor for getting too close. Annie reacted in shock. Huey expressed his confusion and disbelief about the situation. After a pause, Huey added that he had not known some of the background about Mother's Milk's father and thought he sounded like a real hero. Mother's Milk admitted that he had once felt the same, but he now saw his father as a man with a disease who had passed something on to him. He worried he might pass it on to his daughter if he was not careful. Izuku asked whether he meant his daughter, and Mother's Milk confirmed. Izuku then argued that trying to do the right thing did not make someone disreputable. A person who acted from conviction could still be a hero. The group fell silent at the teenager's earnest words. Hours later they returned to the safe house and discovered that Frenchie and Kimiko were not there. Huey asked where they had gone. Izuku called Frenchie and the Frenchman answered cheerfully, asking how the trip had gone. Izuku pushed past the greeting to ask if Frenchie and Kimiko were all right. Frenchie said he was fine and that Kimiko appeared to be taking Kenji's death hard. She had left the safe house and he had followed her to give her space. Izuku insisted on knowing their location in case he could help, but Frenchie refused to share it and said Kimiko needed time. Izuku told him to be safe, and Frenchie promised to stay in touch. Mother's Milk asked for an update, and Izuku said they were fine for now. He then tried to contact Butcher. Butcher answered and confirmed that he had found his wife and was preparing to disappear, possibly heading off-grid to Argentina to retire. Izuku pressed him, asking why he would leave without saying goodbye to everyone. Butcher reflected on their shared experiences and thanked Izuku and the others for their support, calling Midoriya and Huey his canaries. He said goodbye and ended the call abruptly. Izuku felt a sudden sadness at the thought of Butcher leaving for good. Tsutsumi asked what was happening with Butcher, and Izuku repeated that Butcher had found his wife and planned to retire. The conversation trailed off as everyone absorbed the mixture of revelations and losses they were facing. A heavy, uncertain quiet settled over the safe house as they prepared for whatever came next. Butcher announced that Becca was back and that he had no reason to continue the fight against Vought. Mother's Milk paused his favorite show, stood up, and turned toward the teen. Mother's Milk demanded the exact wording of the call. Izuku recounted Butcher's words. After that, Mother's Milk did some digging to find out where Butcher might have gone. Izuku, Huey, Mother's Milk, and Tsutsumi drove for a day and arrived around noon. The neighborhood was pleasant. They all got out of the car and walked to the address Mother's Milk had found, knocking gently but firmly on the door. The door opened after a few seconds, and an elderly woman peered out. Judy asked if she could help. Izuku asked whether she was Judy Butcher. Judy asked what it was to them. Izuku explained that they were friends of her nephew William, and Mother's Milk nodded. Judy said she recognized them from the news and invited them in. Izuku asked if Butcher was home. Judy said he had just gone to take Terror for a walk. Izuku repeated the name, and Judy explained that Terror was his dog. Huey admitted he had not known Butcher kept a dog. Izuku asked what breed Terror was. Judy replied that it was an English bulldog and offered tea or water, then led them to the living room where they all sat on the sofa. They waited about 20 minutes until Butcher returned with Terror. Judy scolded him for leaving his mates without notice and remarked that one of them looked like Lenny, pointing at Huey. Butcher dismissed the comparison with a sour look. Huey asked what was going on and reminded Butcher that Izuku had said he was retiring to Argentina. Butcher confirmed that and asked why they had come. Mother's Milk explained that Izuku had heard a dog toy on the phone and that he knew Butcher kept Terror at his aunt's. Butcher tersely told them to leave. Izuku asked whether Ms. Becca was there. Judy looked surprised and asked what Izuku meant. Butcher brushed it off as nothing. Izuku pressed about what had happened at the compound. Butcher brusquely told them to mind their own business. Izuku replied that it was his concern when a friend suddenly vanished with little explanation and that they were all worried about him. Butcher sarcastically suggested Izuku's instincts were tingling and insisted he was fine. Mother's Milk asked where Becca was. Butcher said she was waiting for him at the Hampton Inn, then clapped his hands and announced he was leaving. Huey said they were not going anywhere. Butcher moved toward the door and Izuku rose to follow. When Izuku tried to stop him, he felt the warning sensation he had started calling danger sense and grabbed Butcher's arm. Butcher told Izuku to let go, but Izuku explained that danger sense was a new power and that he had felt it before Ms. Raynor's death and before Kenji had tried to harm Butcher. He said he was feeling it now and that someone was waiting outside. Tsutsumi slipped to the curtains and peered out. Tsutsumi reported that Black Noir was outside and not alone. Izuku asked how many. Tsutsumi said she could only see one clearly at first, but it was not who she expected. Butcher demanded to know who was with Noir. Tsutsumi named Dynamite. Izuku whispered that he knew Dynamite, Katsuki Bakugu, from childhood. He explained that Bakugu had been harsh and bullying after gaining his powers, and that Izuku's family had moved away a few years later and he had not seen him since. On a nearby rooftop, Black Noir and the young hero Dynamite watched Judy's house. Dynamite complained about waiting and insisted they should go in and confront Butcher. Black Noir wrote a message advising patience, warning that any violent move would draw public attention. Dynamite reluctantly agreed to wait as long as he could confront Izuku later, threatening to act if forced to sit idle. Back at the house, Butcher said he did not know why Dynamite was with Noir but suspected Noir had followed him from Becca's place. Huey asked whether Butcher had tried to get her out. Butcher revealed that she had not wanted to leave, which surprised everyone except Tsutsumi. They discussed a plan. Izuku proposed that he and Tsutsumi hold off Noir and Dynamite while the others escaped in the car and they would regroup later. Tsutsumi warned him not to be reckless. Mother's Milk agreed and said that if their enemies wanted to strike, it would have to be with witnesses around. Izuku asked what he had in mind. Soon sirens sounded as fire department vehicles arrived in the neighborhood, announcing an evacuation due to a reported gas leak. It was a ruse organized by Mother's Milk to buy time. The group set to work, assembling an improvised diversion device from materials in Judy's home and preparing it for use. Tsutsumi asked Izuku if he was sure he was up for confronting Noir and his childhood friend. Izuku admitted he was terrified. He said his arm had healed, but facing Bakugu would not be easy, and Black Noir's strength was comparable to Queen Maeve, surpassed only by the most powerful heroes. Tsutsumi told him she had been scared on her first mission as Noir's partner but had prepared herself and done her best. She encouraged Izuku to believe in himself and to use everything he had learned. Izuku thanked her. Tsutsumi said she was feeling a lot better now. Some time passed as the boys finished setting up the charges and then headed down to the basement through a secret door that led to Judy's so-called taffy room. Upon entering, they noticed a table covered with various drags. Izuku asked if she was dealing. Butcher explained to Midoriya that Tsutsumi acted as a dealer. Judy described it as an affordable alternative to privatized healthcare, and an awkward silence fell over the room. A couple of hours later, The fire department left the area and the boys waited in the taffy room. Izuku glanced at Tsutsumi, who was leaning against the wall, twirling one of the knives she had used against members of Ida 10. He rose from the sofa and approached her. Izuku asked Tsutsumi if he could ask her something. Tsutsumi told him to go ahead. Izuku asked whether it was true that she had killed Jack from Jupiter and Mr. Marathon, two of the Seven's founding members. Tsutsumi stopped twirling the knife and met his gaze. She confirmed the news reports about their deaths were accurate except for one detail. Izuku asked what that exception was. Tsutsumi explained that the reports had made it sound like those heroes had been the aggressors when, in reality, they had confronted her after she refused another of Stan Edgar's orders. She said Edgar was Votso and that Black Noir reported to him. She recounted how she had reached a breaking point and tried to walk away from being Edgar's hitwoman, but he would not let her go and had valued her because she had been personally trained by Noir himself. Tsutsumi described an argument that escalated into a fight with Noir when she tried to stop taking orders. She said she was 25 at the time and managed to hold her own using every trick Noir had taught her, but she could not defeat him outright. She had escaped to the lower levels, only to be confronted by Jack from Jupiter and Mr. Marathon. In the ensuing struggle she wounded Marathon and incapacitated him, and she defeated Jack after a brief but decisive fight. From then on she was on the run from Vought and had been targeted several times, with Noir leading some of those attempts. They fell silent for a moment. Izuku asked if she thought she could take Black Noir this time and offered to help. Tsutsumi asked whether he meant to help, and when he nodded she thanked him but insisted she needed to face Noir alone. She told him to stick to the plan and they would be fine. Izuku agreed, though reluctantly. An explosion from upstairs cut through the quiet and grabbed everyone's attention. They froze and listened, hearing a single set of footsteps above them. Izuku realized Tsutsumi had been right. Noir would come alone, leaving Dynamite outside to watch them in case anyone tried to escape. A second explosion rang out, then the footsteps continued. A third explosion followed. Everything went briefly silent, then a dog barked. Butcher quickly quieted the dog and the house returned to stillness. A metallic clank was heard and a gas canister fell from one of the vents. Izuku shouted for everyone to get out. They gathered essentials and moved toward the secret door. Judy opened it and they climbed the basement stairs while Tsutsumi went first and kicked open the door. Tsutsumi called the room clear. Izuku urged everyone to move and led the others outside while Tsutsumi stayed behind. Izuku ordered them to get in the car. Butcher unlocked a vehicle and the others piled in as Izuku scanned the neighborhood. He called out for Kaken, certain he was nearby. Dynamite glared at him from a rooftop before standing and revealing himself. Izuku told the others to go. Huey protested, but Izuku reminded them they had agreed to the plan. Mother's Milk refused to leave him at first, but Butcher urged the group to drive away, insisting Midoriya could handle himself. Reluctantly, the boys drove off, leaving Izuku and Dynamite facing one another. Dynamite glared and accused Izuku of lying, shouting that Izuku had always kept powers from him and had become a criminal despite their shared dream of being heroes like Homelander. Izuku looked back at him and explained that he had not lied. Bakugo had developed his powers in kindergarten, while Izuku's had manifested later, in second grade after his family moved. He told Dynamite that, although the world might call his friends fugitives, he saw them as heroes trying to bring down the corrupt corporation Vought and its manufactured champions. He said he hoped Dynamite was not one of those fake heroes. Dynamite fell silent for a moment and then laughed bitterly, unable to accept the explanation. Dynamite accused Izuku of being a comedian, shouting that Izuku had kept his powers secret because he thought he was better. Izuku protested that this was not true, but Dynamite cut him off and declared that Izuku was a supervillain before lunging with an explosion. Dynamite screamed and propelled himself at Izuku, but Izuku powered up to 55% and dodged the attack. Dynamite taunted that dodging was all Izuku could do and came in with a right hook, only to be caught when Izuku grabbed his arm and executed a shoulder throw that slammed the blonde into the concrete. Izuku pleaded that he did not want to hurt Kaken, reminding him that despite the bullying after they acquired powers, he had always admired and respected him. Dynamite refused to back down and used an explosion to launch himself into a kick that Izuku blocked. Izuku countered with a 55% smash to the gut that sent Dynamite flying into a parked car. When Dynamite climbed back to his feet, wounded but furious, he taunted that Izuku's attacks were never enough. He raised one of his grenade-shaped gauntlets and explained that they stored sweat from his palms to amplify his explosions to their fullest potential, and then he pulled the pin. Izuku considered dodging, but he realized the blast would hit nearby houses. He powered his body to 100%, took a defensive stance, and the massive explosion engulfed him. Dynamite smirked, then froze in shock when Izuku remained standing with only minor injuries. The explosion had also ruined Izuku's clothing. Izuku quickly covered himself and tried to regain composure. Dynamite demanded to know how Izuku had survived. He charged, and Izuku clenched his fist to counter, but Dynamite used an explosion to alter his trajectory and struck Izuku from behind. Izuku stumbled forward and was seized by the arm. Dynamite yelled at Izuku, calling him a weakling and slamming him into the concrete while insisting Izuku had always been beneath him. Izuku stood up again, warning Dynamite to walk away before he forced the issue. Dynamite sneered that Izuku did not frighten him and charged for another explosion, but Izuku launched himself as well, powering to 100% and moving with sudden speed. Izuku unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes that Dynamite could not match. With a powerful uppercut delivered at 70%, Izuku sent Dynamite hurtling high into the sky. Izuku winced from arm pain but noted that, despite the strain, his arm was not broken. Inside the house, Tsutsumi waited in the living room for Noir and called out for him. Black Noir arrived and stood silent, and Tsutsumi remarked on the long absence, prompting him to take out a knife and assume a fighting stance. Tsutsumi did the same, and the two advanced on one another with blades flashing. They traded slashes and parries, each anticipating that the other could pierce even mostly invulnerable skin. Noir landed a punch to Tsutsumi's face, and she replied with a kick that sent him into the wall. She tackled him through the wall into the kitchen, where Noir shoved her into the refrigerator. Tsutsumi struggled to recover but was forced to retreat as Noir pressed the attack and managed to disarm her. Noir grabbed Tsutsumi and pinned her against the fridge, but she struck him in a vulnerable spot, forcing him to grunt and releasing his hold. He was sent crashing through the ceiling to the second floor. Tsutsumi seized her knife and backed away from the hole in the ceiling, waiting for Noir to return and knowing the stairs would be too obvious. Or was it? Tsutsumi thought as she glanced quickly at the stairs and then back toward the hole in the ceiling. She moved cautiously, using every sense to find Noir in the silence of the house. After a few seconds, Noir came crashing down through the ceiling, making another hole as he dropped toward her. Tsutsumi evaded him and the fight continued in rapid, precise movements that felt almost choreographed. They moved, blocked, and parried blades, exchanged punches and kicks in a flurry of motion, each attack met with an equally practiced response. The clash lasted a few minutes, but Tsutsumi's youth and agility began to give her the upper hand. She disarmed Noir and landed a decisive maneuver that forced him into a hold. He slammed against walls and furniture trying to break free, but she maintained her grip. Eventually Noir went limp and collapsed to the floor, clearly incapacitated. The front door burst open as Izuku rushed into the house calling for Tsutsumi. Tsutsumi confirmed that Noir was still alive and explained that he had a regenerative ability like Kimiko's and would recover. She flipped Noir onto his back and noticed what looked like a camera built into his suit. Addressing Stan directly, Tsutsumi warned that Noir and Dynamite had been taken down and that the attempt to kill William Butcher had failed. She informed him that they possessed photographs of a sensitive Vought secret Homelander's son and warned that those photos would go public if they were pursued further. With that, she tore the camera from Noir's suit and crushed it. Izuku asked whether they really had photos of Homelander's son, and Tsutsumi said she hoped Butcher had gotten some during his trip. Izuku worried that Stan Edgar might call her bluff. Tsutsumi argued he would not risk destroying his company and would have to assume she was telling the truth. Izuku suggested they leave, and Tsutsumi agreed. They exited the house with Tsutsumi carrying Izuku on her back as she took to the air. While they flew, Tsutsumi noticed Izuku favoring his arm and asked what had happened. Izuku explained that he had used about 70% of his power against Kaken and felt he had sprained it, the pain lingered. Tsutsumi reassured him that since he had recovered quickly before, this would likely not be a serious problem, and Izuku accepted that with a small, hopeful smile as they continued their flight. The next day, after the confrontation with Black Noir and Dynamite, Izuku, Tsutsumi, Huey, and Annie met Frenchie at a jeweler's workbench where he prepared a cutter designed for delicate work. They were there to remove Vought chips. Annie insisted on going first, determined to get it over with. Frenchie positioned the cutter carefully between her shoulder and neck. The procedure stung and caused brief bleeding, which Huey covered with a rag while Frenchie worked. It did not take long for Frenchie to extract the chip. He tossed it aside and greeted her playfully as she recovered. When it was Izuku's turn, he removed his shirt to avoid staining it. Frenchie applied the cutter with steady hands. Izuku's durability meant it took a little longer, and the procedure produced a small amount of blood that Frenchie and Tsutsumi managed quickly. As Frenchie probed in the usual spot between collarbone and neck, his expression changed. Tsutsumi and Huey pressed to see what was wrong. Frenchie reported that there was nothing where the chip should be. Tsutsumi reminded them that Vought had surgically placed chips in every soup in the same spot. Frenchie confirmed again that Izuku did not have a chip. Annie and Huey reacted with surprise. Izuku was confused, unable to understand why Vought would omit him. Tsutsumi voiced concern, while Huey acknowledged the upside that Vought could not track Izuku in the usual way. Izuku said he hoped that was true as they packed up and headed back to their hideout. At the hideout, Frenchie teased Kimiko about returning from a mission as she responded with a defiant gesture. Izuku greeted Kimiko, and she hugged him warmly. He returned the embrace, comforted by her presence. Butcher arrived and asked whether they had removed the chips. Frenchie replied that the answer was both yes and no. Annie's chip had been successfully removed, but Izuku did not have one. Tsutsumi stated the fact plainly. Mother's Milk swore in disbelief, and Butcher cursed under his breath at the unexpected news. Tsutsumi told Frenchie that every soup has one. Izuku admitted that, for whatever reason, he did not have a chip. Butcher noted that it was good Vought would not be able to track either of them, but still found it suspicious that Midoriya lacked a chip and asked why Annie was there. Izuku explained that Annie had a lead on Stormfront and invited her to speak. Annie reported that she had broken into Stormfront's laptop and seen dozens of emails from Stan Edgar. Tsutsumi shrugged in mild confirmation. Izuku asked what the emails were about. Annie said they suggested a breakthrough at the Sage Grove Center, a psychiatric hospital in Pennsylvania. Huey asked what kind of breakthrough it was, and Annie said Stormfront had signed out before she could see more. Izuku decided they had to go to Sage Grove Center and asked Annie if she wanted to come. Annie said she was in. Butcher added that if things went sideways they could always hand her over to Vought. Izuku snapped that no one was expendable and ordered everyone to pack up and leave in an hour, glaring at Butcher for the suggestion. No one argued. They packed essentials and drove toward Pennsylvania. Queen Maeve sat in her trailer at Vought Studios, irritated by the commercial she had filmed after Homelander publicly labeled her bisexual. A knock at the door interrupted her. She opened it to find the 17-year-old rainy season hero, Froppy. Queen Maeve said Froppy had arrived just in time and asked if anyone had seen her. Froppy assured her no one had. Maeve asked if Froppy had found what they were looking for. Froppy apologized that she had not, but produced a bag containing a camera recorder recovered with some wreckage that had drifted up near Iceland and explained the trip had not been easy, joking about her frog-like powers and hibernation. Maeve thanked her and warned her to keep the visit secret. Froppy understood and left after a brief farewell. The team parked some distance from the Sage Grove Center. Izuku, Tsutsumi, Mother's Milk, Frenchie, and Kimiko changed into blue orderly uniforms. Annie offered to go in with them. Izuku explained that if anyone recognized Annie the plan would be compromised. Tsutsumi had already dyed her hair brown to blend in. Annie suggested dyeing hers too but accepted Izuku's judgment, saying she trusted him and the team to handle things. Izuku confirmed everyone was ready and they moved to the fence. Butcher, positioned on top of the van for Overwatch, provided cover as Izuku used his power to tear a gap in the fence in a flash of controlled force, the motion feeling stylized and swift. They slipped through the hole and made their way into the facility under a quiet night sky. They moved down a corridor past empty wheeled stretchers and entered the security area. Izuku climbed onto a stretcher and covered himself with a sheet while Mother's Milk and Kimiko pushed them toward the security room. Mother's Milk banged on the door and feigned urgency, saying they needed help for a patient. The guard looked through the door window to assess the situation. Mother's Milk insisted the patient was having a medical emergency. The guard opened the door to check, and Tsutsumi quickly and efficiently subdued him in a brief, non-graphic scuffle so they could get inside. Frenchie immediately disabled the camera above the door. Inside, the team studied the security monitors. Most feeds showed patient wings filled with soups. Frenchie reacted with disbelief at the scale of Vaught's operations. Mother's Milk was uncertain of their purpose. Tsutsumi asked to zoom in on one feed. When they did, they saw Stormfront confined to a cell with a patient named Tim and an orderly. Izuku asked why Stormfront was there. Kimiko, shaken by the sight, tightened under his touch. Izuku placed his hands on her shoulders to reassure her, calming her down. On the feed, one of the patients used telekinetic power to lift a ball. Stormfront complimented the display, calling it impressive. Mother's Milk asked if the orderly looked familiar. Frenchie hesitated and said he did not know. Stormfront asked Tim about headaches or nausea. Tim said no. Stormfront commented that those answers were promising and that they were getting close. Tim asked if he could go home to see his family. Stormfront reminded him he had been admitted to Sage Grove because he had been suicidal and could be a danger to himself. Tim protested that he would stop doing the tricks until he spoke to his sister, and Stormfront relented. She promised that they would work something out, smiling with a forced cheer before giving the orderly a look and exiting the cell. The orderly hesitated as he walked to the door, closed it, and then approached Tim. He produced a pocket lighter and ignited Tim, who screamed as the flames consumed him. Izuku barely whispered the name Lamplighter when he recognized the man. Frenchie swore that it was indeed Lamplighter, and Mother's Milk quickly hushed him. Frenchie urged that Lamplighter needed to be stopped, though Izuku could only watch in horror at what had happened to Tim. He felt hands on his shoulders and turned to see Tsutsumi. Tsutsumi told Midoriya to breathe, and Izuku obeyed, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. He thanked Ms. Tsutsumi, cleared his throat, and told the others to grab whatever they could and get out. The boys emptied drawers for hard drives and shoved them under a stretcher. Izuku's phone rang and he answered quickly. Huey asked if they were okay and warned that Stormfront had been inside, but then said she had just left and told them to get out immediately. Izuku ended the call and climbed into the stretcher, pulling the sheet over himself as they left the monitor room, and headed down the hall. Lamplighter stood in their path. Frenchie shot him a furious look. Lamplighter produced a lighter again and Izuku's eyes widened. He leapt from the stretcher and pinned Lamplighter to the wall, preparing to strike. Lamplighter extended his arm in response, producing a blast of fire that Izuku narrowly avoided. The fire would have struck Frenchie and Kimiko were it not for Tsutsumi tackling them both out of the way. The flames struck the wall and set off the alarms. Izuku pushed his power to 30% as Lamplighter aimed for another blast. Footsteps echoed in the corridor and a cell door was blown open. A woman with a shaved head stepped out and stared at them. Lamplighter attempted a casual approach, addressing her as Cindy and awkwardly trying to charm her. Cindy asked who their friends were. Mother's Milk answered that they were not his friends and urged her to attack. Cindy accused them of lying about who they were. Izuku tried to explain that they were not liars, but gunfire interrupted him. Bullets struck Cindy in the back, but she was unaffected. She turned and used her power to strike a nearby security guard, and the guard collapsed in an instant. The aftermath was shocking but not described in detail. Tsutsumi transformed her arm into a rifle in response, but Cindy struck back. Tsutsumi screamed as her arm took a severe, non-graphic injury. It was badly damaged and she began to fall. Izuku caught her before she hit the floor. Mother's Milk called for retreat and they ran, Izuku carrying Tsutsumi while Cindy used her power to free other patients. They returned to the monitor room as Lamplighter tried to shut the door on them, but Kimiko and Frenchie forced it open and they all got inside. Izuku sat Tsutsumi down and began tending to her wound while Kimiko closed and locked the door. Lamplighter threatened them, but Izuku quickly restrained him with Black Whip, causing his lighter to fall from his hand. Izuku urged Tsutsumi not to lose consciousness. Tsutsumi insisted she would be all right. She explained that she had a healing factor and that, although her arm would regrow slowly, she would survive. She lifted what remained of her arm and showed the faint signs of regeneration. Lamplighter was angry and demanded to be released. Izuku looked at the monitors and saw the other patients attacking the orderlies, yet the exit doors remained sealed. Lamplighter explained that the facility was in lockdown and no one was getting out. He recognized Nagant among them. Tsutsumi angrily flipped him off in response. Izuku reasoned that without his lighter, Lamplighter could not use his powers and warned that many of them were supes who could subdue him. Mother's Milk urged calm and reminded everyone to focus on living through the situation. Lamplighter refused to give access codes or cooperate. As a patient burst through a door and rushed Lamplighter, Izuku yanked Lamplighter back and incapacitated the attacker with a measured smash attack. Lamplighter relented and agreed to take them with him. They followed Lamplighter through corridors, passing several bodies along the way, and reached a large supply room. Frenchie admired the stock of medicine and supplies. Izuku demanded to know why Lamplighter had been injecting people with Compound V and killing them. Lamplighter replied coldly that maybe he simply liked watching people burn. Lamplighter then turned his attention to Frenchie and accused him of trailing him the night he had set those kids on fire. Frenchie swore and charged Lamplighter, calling him a son of a bitch, but Mother's Milk stepped in to stop him. Izuku clenched his fist, glared, and struck Lamplighter, breaking his nose. He told Lamplighter to keep his mouth shut. Izuku shouted that no one had the right to speak to his friends that way as Lamplighter pressed a hand to his bleeding nose. Lamplighter replied with a crude insult, and Izuku used his Black Whip to seize Lamplighter's legs and pull, sending him to the floor with a hard thud. Mother's Milk urged Izuku to stop and to keep quiet, and Izuku apologized before forcing Lamplighter back to his feet. Tsutsumi warned Lamplighter not to provoke Izuku, noting that both Izuku and she could easily end him. Lamplighter fell silent. A few minutes later, Frenchie calmed enough to smash the glass on a cabinet. Izuku asked what he was doing, and Frenchie set medical supplies on the table while explaining that he intended to make a potent knockout device, useful even against supes. Izuku agreed that it was prudent not to risk open fighting with whoever might arrive. Frenchie questioned why they had been left alive. Lamplighter gave a shrug and suggested dumb luck, but Frenchie pressed, asking why Lamplighter had not taken care of them the night they went underground. Lamplighter deflected, saying the others were nobody and not worth attention. Izuku warned him to watch his mouth. Frenchie asked whether Lamplighter had told the seven what had happened. Lamplighter answered evasively, and when Frenchie accused him of not only failing to act but of committing atrocities, the room grew tense. Frenchie accused Lamplighter of killing innocent children and of watching them suffer. Lamplighter, shaken, insisted he had not known who would be there and that he had not intended for children to be affected. He blamed himself and asked why Frenchie had followed him that night and then disappeared instead of stopping him. Mother's Milk asked the same question. Frenchie returned to his work on the knockout device. Izuku asked if it would work, and Frenchie confirmed that it should. A few days passed since the Sage Grove incident. The group had moved to a hideout where Lamplighter sat with Grace Mallory and Congresswoman Victoria Newman. Lamplighter insisted that he had been following orders from others and that carrying them out had not been easy. Victoria Newman told him they needed to go over everything again from the start. Lamplighter began to explain that he had left the Seven and had been invited to a club by Mr. Edgar. While Lamplighter spoke, Izuku was in the kitchen with Mother's Milk, who was checking Huey's stitches. Izuku told Huey he should have stayed in the hospital longer and urged him to take it easy while healing. Mother's Milk suggested Huey sit and relax, and Huey complied. Footsteps announced the return of Butcher, Mallory, and Tsutsumi. Mallory evaluated Lamplighter as a usable witness but not someone who understood the full motive behind the Sage Grove event. She said she knew someone who might, Jonah Vogelbaum, a former Vought scientist. Izuku asked where Frenchie and Kimiko were, and Mallory explained that Newman had just left and she had asked them to keep watch in case a soup turned up before the hearing. Butcher said they needed Izuku, Huey and Nagant to stay behind and watch Lamplighter while he, Mother's Milk and Mallory visited Vogelbaum. Huey protested at first, saying Lamplighter did not seem a dire threat to people present and asking why they could not send others. The team leaders insisted. Lamplighter attempted to distract them with crass behavior, but Huey declined and Izuku reminded them of someone's youth. Tsutsumi added that such distractions were the last thing on her mind. Butcher said they would return soon and left with Mother's Milk and Mallory. Left alone in the living room, Izuku, Huey and Tsutsumi had no choice but to sit with Lamplighter. He fidgeted with a television that played tasteless content. Huey told him they did not need physical discs and could download things instead, but the others felt uncomfortable. Lamplighter made crude remarks and lighted a cigarette. Izuku grimaced. Tsutsumi asked whether that was all Lamplighter intended to do until the hearing. Lamplighter said that if he went to the hearing he would be in danger. Mallory, Butcher and Mother's Milk visited Jonah Vogelbaum. Mallory led the questioning, explaining their concerns and the need to understand the scientific and organizational context behind the incident. Vogelbaum listened and provided what he knew about soup-related projects and the people involved, offering leads that suggested deeper motivations and directives from higher up. Mallory emphasized that they needed concrete answers and that any testimony they gathered would have to be corroborated. Back at the hideout, Lamplighter gave a restrained account of the night in question, emphasizing that he had been carrying out orders. Frenchie and the others pressed for details, and Lamplighter admitted confusion and regret over the outcomes. The group navigated the tension, alternating between accusation and attempts at explanation, each person mindful of evidence and the upcoming hearing. They prepared to use Frenchie's knockout device if necessary and to maintain a tight watch on Lamplighter until they had more information and support. A few seconds passed before the noise from the television became unbearable. Izuku reached for the remote and turned the set off. Lamplighter snarled a threat, saying he would burn Izuku's face off if he didn't drop it. Izuku turned to him with an angry expression and told him he was welcome to try, then pressed the button to pause the program. Lamplighter rose from the sofa, ready to attack, but Izuku knocked the cigarette from his hand and drove his forehead into Lamplighter, sending him against the wall. Tsutsumi reminded everyone that Butcher had said they had no choice as she used the remote to eject the disc. Izuku grabbed the cases and the disc and shouted that Lamplighter did not get to call the shots. He threw the films into the wall, breaking them. Lamplighter exploded, insisting this might be his last day on Earth and that Izuku had ruined it. Izuku dared him to hit him as much as he wanted and to get it out of his system. Lamplighter struck Izuku hard. Izuku screamed as his hand was badly hurt. Lamplighter cursed and collapsed to a groan while Izuku used his power to extend and fetch medical supplies. He set to work dressing Lamplighter's hand while Huey watched awkwardly and Tsutsumi, unconcerned about Lamplighter, switched the channel to sports. After a few minutes, they were seated on the sofa and Lamplighter had finished cleaning up his hand. He confessed that he had not originally been meant to join the Seven. Lamplighter explained that Homelander had chosen who would be on the team: Homelander, Maeve, Noir, Jack, Deep, Marathon, and Endeavor. Izuku was surprised that Endeavor had been considered. Lamplighter said Endeavor had rejected the offer because he resented Homelander, who had been built up by Vought to take the top spot. With Endeavor out, Homelander had picked Vaught's second-best fire user Lamplighter himself. Lamplighter recalled being a prodigy as a child, discovering his powers early and being celebrated, but now feeling discarded and overshadowed by new soups with flashier abilities. Tsutsumi changed the channel again to a live Vought news rally at Vought Tower. Homelander stood on stage with Stormfront, addressing a cheering crowd and accusing outsiders of dragging the country down. Stormfront egged the crowd on, demanding more Compound V and more soups, and the crowd chanted in response until Homelander quieted them. Homelander then revealed that there had been a mole in the Seven, Starlight. He claimed she had been apprehended and accused her of conspiring with people responsible for his brother Translucent's murder. Huey reacted in disbelief, and he and Izuku stood from the sofa in shock. Izuku insisted they had to go. Lamplighter guessed Starlight would be in the 42D level, if she was still alive. Huey asked what 42D was, and Tsutsumi explained it was a level at Vought Tower using mostly soup-proof cells for assets that got out of line. Izuku asked how they could get in. Lamplighter bluntly said they could not. Tsutsumi agreed that they could not storm in through the front without alerting security or the Seven. Huey asked if there was a secret entrance. Tsutsumi said there was, but it required a handprint scan she could not provide. Lamplighter balked at the idea of trying to get in, insisting it was too risky. Izuku begged him, saying Starlight was his friend and that Lamplighter had been thrown away by Vought. This could be his chance to do the right thing. Lamplighter hesitated, torn. Tsutsumi challenged him to decide whether he would act or stand aside. Lamplighter finally agreed to go. Huey attempted a nervous joke to lighten the mood. The four of them left the hideout and headed toward New York. Sometime later, they stood just outside Vought Tower and moved around to the back. Lamplighter pointed out the entrance he and Mr. Marathon had used to sneak people in during his younger days. Huey expressed surprise. Tsutsumi smirked at the memory. Izuku asked for reassurance that those people hadn't been put in danger. Lamplighter swore they had taken care not to cause harm. He opened the door and the group slipped inside, closing it behind them. They reached an elevator and Lamplighter took it, steadying breath, calling it the moment of truth. Lamplighter wondered whether they were still in the system or about to be swarmed by guards with AKs, then pressed his hand to the scanner. The panel beeped and accepted his handprint. Lamplighter then celebrated as the elevator door opened, and the four of them stepped inside. Teenage Kicks arrived at Vought Tower. Uravity urged Invisible Girl, whose determined stomps carried her toward the elevator and who kept pressing the up button as her teammates caught up. Creati warned that they should not be there, but Invisible Girl refused to listen and pushed through when the elevator doors opened. Red Riot asked if they could talk first, and Lizardy agreed, urging a pause before anything reckless was done. Invisible Girl erupted, furious about the news that Starlight had helped those who had taken her father. Ingenium sympathized and compared Toru's anger to his own when he learned Lady Nagant had been involved with what happened to his brother. Invisible Girl insisted that unlike Ingenium's family, her father had survived but she had only her mother left. Vine asked what she planned to do. Invisible Girl vacillated between confronting Starlight and worse reactions, unable to decide. Creati urged Shoto to speak. Shoto sighed and admitted he did not know what to say, but suggested that perhaps Toru needed this confrontation for closure. Ingenium objected and Red Riot and Lizardy challenged Shoto's stance, but Uravity placed a hand on Invisible Girl's shoulder and told her that, although she did not think the idea was wise, the team would be there for her no matter what. Invisible Girl's anger softened briefly as the elevator continued upward. Elsewhere, Izuku and the others walked down a hallway when Izuku noticed blood on Huey's shirt. Izuku pointed it out, and Huey cursed under his breath. Izuku blamed himself for letting Huey come. Lamplighter announced they had reached 42D and used his handprint to open a door. He opened a second door after that, and Tsutsumi's eyes widened when she realized they were on the 99th floor. Lamplighter walked off on his own toward the Seven's meeting room. The others followed, confused to find his statue missing from the display. Lamplighter said he had wanted to do this in front of his statue. Huey asked what he meant, while Izuku worried about what Lamplighter might be planning and Tsutsumi already understood. Lamplighter reached for his lighter, but Izuku quickly restrained him with Black Whip and took it away. Lamplighter asked why no one would let him die and said he was done with living. Izuku told him that killing himself was not the answer and that dying would not atone for everything. Izuku emphasized that Lamplighter was running away, and ordered that they would return to the elevator and go down to 42D together. Izuku then pulled Lamplighter along with the Black Whip and led him back. Back with Teenage Kicks, the team had arrived on the 42nd floor and made their way to 42D, only to find an armed guard posted by the door. The guard stopped them and demanded to know what they were doing. Creati began to introduce them as Teenage Kicks, but Invisible Girl cut in and insisted they needed to see Starlight. The guard refused, saying they did not have security clearance and could not make an exception. Invisible Girl tried to persuade him, then abruptly tackled the guard, disarming him with a swift move and restraining him until he went limp. Uravity shouted for Toru to stop and tried to help get her teammate off the guard, but Invisible Girl's strength prevailed and the guard fell unconscious. She opened the door and stormed into 42D with her teammates following, angry and defensive about her actions. Creati and Uravity hesitated over the fallen guard for a moment before leaving him and rejoining the team. Izuku and the others reached the 42nd floor as well and fought their way toward 42D, incapacitating the guards who tried to stop them. They followed a cry for help to a cell door. Huey recognized the voice as Annie's mother. Lamplighter used a handprint scanner to open the door and revealed Donna. Huey asked where Annie was. Donna, startled, asked if they were the young man from Believe. Huey confirmed who he was and greeted her. Tsutsumi identified herself as Lady Nagant, and Lamplighter introduced himself and said that Annie had replaced him. Izuku interrupted and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, a friend of Annie's who had come to rescue them both. Donna said she did not know where Annie was. He had been knocked out and woke up in a room. Izuku urged everyone to keep looking and get out as fast as they could as they made their way down the hall in search of Annie. Meanwhile, Teenage Kicks moved through 42D, with Invisible Girl quietly incapacitating any guards who tried to stop them, much to the team's mixed feelings. After rounding a corner, the teens found themselves face to face with Starlight's cell door. Invisible Girl approached the metal and knocked loudly, drawing Annie's attention. Annie responded, asking who was there. Invisible Girl identified herself as Starlight. Annie asked how she had gotten in and warned it was risky. Invisible Girl snapped that she should be quiet, then accused Annie of betrayal, claiming Homelander said Annie had worked with those who killed her father. Annie protested, insisting the accusations were lies and that she had nothing to do with the death and was being framed. Invisible Girl pressed why Vought would frame her and why she should be believed. Annie pointed to their history together, how she had worked with Teenage Kicks, and argued there was no proof, suggesting Homelander had only claimed evidence without showing any. Invisible Girl felt conflicted. On one hand, Starlight had been a friend to her and to the team. On the other hand, Homelander was not someone who seemed likely to fabricate such a thing. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Izuku, Tsutsumi, Huey, Lamplighter and Donna January appeared around the corner on the other side. Creati identified them as fugitives and named Izuku Midoriya, Hugh Campbell, Lady Nagant, Lamplighter and others, causing Teenage Kicks to react with shock at seeing them inside Vought Tower. Izuku insisted they did not want trouble and that they had come to save Annie, asking for her release and promising a peaceful retreat. Shoto positioned himself in front of the group, his right side shrouded in ice and his left in fire, ready to protect his friends. Tsutsumi advised listening to Izuku and warned that a fight would not end well. Uravity asked what they should do. Red Riot admitted uncertainty, noting they could not simply free Starlight but also that starting a fight would be unseemly if the others did not want conflict. Vine raised the possibility that Starlight might have been involved in Translucent's death and reminded them the newcomers were criminals who could attack if their guard was lowered. Lizardy recalled the recent incidents where Nagant and Izuku had put other heroes in the hospital. Tenya Ida, the new Ingenium, seethed under his helmet as he stared at Tsutsumi, remembering the woman responsible for grievous injuries to his unit and his older brother. He clenched his fists, which Tsutsumi immediately noticed. Tenya declared that Starlight was not going anywhere. Creati urged him to wait and think it through, but Tenya insisted their duty as heroes was to uphold the law. He stated Starlight would be confined until proven innocent and that the newcomers were to be arrested for numerous crimes, including assault, murder, infiltration of Vought Tower and treason. Lamplighter laughed and told Tenya he did not understand how Vought operated, arguing that the company would not hesitate to discard even the Seven. Izuku told Lamplighter that they did not need to fight. Lamplighter said he wanted to send a message to Vought and suggested taking down the young hero standing nearby. He then ignited his lighter and fired a blast. Shoto blocked the attack with a block of ice, but the barrier began to melt. Lizardy then split her body into multiple pieces and surged forward. Huey moved Donna to a safe distance as Tsutsumi transformed her arm into a rifle and fired at the many floating fragments that comprised Lizardy. The shots scattered pieces of Lizardy's form. Some of those fragments struck 3 nearby soups and sent them crashing into the walls. Creati ordered everyone to hold the line and not let anyone near Starlight's cell as Lizardy began to reassemble and regenerate lost pieces. Ingenium shouted that Nagant was his target and charged, smashing through several walls at super speed. Izuku called out to Tsutsumi and Tenya, while Red Riot urged Ingenium to stop. Creati instructed Lizardy and Vine to assist Tenya and told the others to stay and hold the line. Vine and Lizardy followed Ingenium and Tsutsumi through the gaps in the walls. Izuku berated Lamplighter for his reckless action as the remaining two soups prepared to confront Creati, Uravity, Invisible Girl, Red Riot, and Shoto. Back in the adjacent area, Tsutsumi shifted her arm back to normal before striking Ingenium in the back and knocking him to the floor. She grabbed him and threw him through a wall just as vines began to close in to restrain her. Tsutsumi dodged the vines and fired on them, cutting them apart. Vines strained as the shots connected. Tsutsumi was pressed against a wall when many of Lizardy's pieces surged in like a relentless storm. The assault pushed her but did not incapacitate her. She managed to brace herself and fling across the room, breaking apart many of Lizardy's fragments. She fired again until only a single piece of Lizardy remained. Ingenium burst back through the hole he had been sent flying through and tackled Tsutsumi, landing a series of heavy blows. Tsutsumi struck him in the abdomen, denting his armor and forcing him to stagger before he slumped to the floor exhausted. Tsutsumi was about to rise when Vine used her tendrils to restrain her. Tsutsumi was quick. She drew a knife and cut while firing her rifle at Vine, striking her shoulder and sending the green-haired teen into a pained cry. Vine's pain forced her to release Tsutsumi, and the former hero knocked her out with a single punch. Tsutsumi tore a rag and tied it around Vine's wounded shoulder, securing it before leaving. Meanwhile, Lamplighter blasted fire at Teenage Kicks while Red Riot shielded his teammates, using his hardening power to absorb the worst of the assault. Creati formed a metal staff with her power and produced a binding cloth for Uravity. Shoto warned Ijiro not to move, sidestepped, and launched ice at the two foes. Izuku used 55% output through his fingers to create a shockwave that shattered the ice. Creati looked toward Invisible Girl and gave her a nod. The daughter of Translucent turned herself invisible. Her costume was dislodged in the process, and she was quickly covered to preserve her modesty. Red Riot let out a battle cry and charged. Izuku powered up to 30% and met Red Riot head-on. Their fists collided. Red Riot unleashed a barrage of punches, but Izuku blocked and dodged most attacks, applying hand-to-hand techniques he had learned from Mother's Milk during his time with the group. Lamplighter attacked Shoto with fire, but the red and white-haired teen stopped the flames by firing back with his own. The flames clashed briefly before Shoto's assault overwhelmed Lamplighter, who dodged away. Izuku's eyes widened at the approaching fire. He powered up to 55%, kicked Red Riot to the floor with a heavy thud, and then evaded the flames. Shoto demanded to know whether Lamplighter hated his father and why. Lamplighter scoffed and launched into a bitter explanation about being chosen for a top team and how it had ruined him, criticizing the system that had put him where he was and railing about the ways he had been wronged. He added a bitter comment about Endeavor and the complicated ties between the heroes. As Lamplighter ranted, Invisible Girl managed to sneak up and pin him to the floor. She declared that he was under arrest, but Izuku used a black whip maneuver on her, forcing her to release Lamplighter, who then shoved her into a wall. Uravity cried out for Toru as a gunshot rang out. She narrowly dodged a bullet fired by Tsutsumi. Izuku called out concern for Tsutsumi and felt relief when she was unhurt. Shoto blasted at the three attackers, but Lamplighter extended a hand and stopped the flames in midair, compressing them into a ball. Lamplighter thanked his unseen allies and hurled the fireball at Shoto. The son of Endeavor raised a thick wall of ice to protect himself and his teammates. Seeing Invisible Girl too close to the blast, Izuku used Black Whip to pull her out of danger. The fireball detonated, producing a huge explosion that echoed outside Vought Tower and sent people running from the scene. When the ringing subsided, Izuku was on his feet holding the unconscious Invisible Girl, having shielded her with his body. He realized that her costume had been torn away during the blast and quickly covered her with the discarded fabric to preserve her dignity. Tsutsumi called out to check on Izuku, worried because he had been close to the explosion and because of his earlier cry. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, gently propping Invisible Girl against a wall while securing the costume around her. Lamplighter struggled to his feet, showing signs of burns from the blast, and lunged at Shoto. He pinned Shoto to the floor with his hands around the teen's throat, sneering that the boy seemed unharmed and that he intended to send a message to Vought. Lamplighter loosened his grip enough to place a hand on Shoto's face, using the remaining heat from the explosion to singe the side of the teen's face and hair. Shoto cried out in pain as the flames intensified. Izuku shouted for Lamplighter to stop and rushed forward. Lamplighter barked at Izuku to back off. In a surge of emotion and power, Shoto's flames flared, transforming from orange to a focused blue. The flare overwhelmed Lamplighter, and he was thrown back, incapacitated and collapsed on the floor, unable to continue the fight. Izuku stood frozen for a moment in shock at what had happened. Shoto's breathing calmed, but he looked stricken with regret and horror at his own loss of control. Tsutsumi approached and, seeing Shoto's state, rendered him unconscious, which allowed the flames to subside. Creati called out for Shoto as she and Uravity rose to their feet. Red Riot was getting up too, his hardened form cracked and showing clear signs of strain, but he still had fight in him. He urged that they were not finished yet and charged at Izuku. Izuku kicked him across the head at 30% output, sending him crashing into the wall. The impact worsened Red Riot's condition as more cracks spidered across his hardened form and he began to lose strength. Izuku cursed under his breath, produced several bandages, and worked quickly to stabilize Red Riot. Red Riot, surprised that Izuku was helping him despite labeling him a villain, acknowledged the assistance with a strained question about why a supposed enemy would help. He commented that it was super manly with a smile, then collapsed from his injuries while Izuku did his best for the red-haired teen. While that was happening, Tsutsumi faced off against Creati and Uravity, who looked nervous. Tsutsumi ordered them to stay down and warned they had no chance. Huey and Donna took the long way around as they sneaked toward Annie's cell door, a fire axe in Huey's hands. Huey hesitated until Tsutsumi gave him a look, then he swung the axe into the cell door with a loud bang, catching the teens by surprise. Tsutsumi transformed her arm into a rifle and fired disabling shots at each teen's legs, aiming to avoid permanent harm. The teens cried out and fell to the floor as Tsutsumi charged. Creati swung her metal staff and Uravity reached to make Creati weightless, but Tsutsumi knocked them both out in quick succession. Huey let out a relieved curse and dropped the axe. Izuku and Tsutsumi moved up while Izuku used his super strength to tear the cell door open. Annie ran forward and hugged them, saying she had heard the explosion and had been worried they were dead. Her relief turned to alarm when a figure sprinted toward them and grabbed Tsutsumi, pinning her against the wall. Everyone froze as Ingenium stepped forward, and Izuku reached to help until Tsutsumi slammed both her fists into Izuku's back and he hit the floor with a heavy thud. Tsutsumi told Ingenium to stay down. Ingenium, shaking with anger, insisted he would never comply until he made her pay. Ingenium accused Tsutsumi of what she had done to his brother. Tsutsumi admitted it was about that. Ingenium revealed that his brother Tensei's legs had been badly damaged and one had been amputated, leaving Tensei confined to a wheelchair and unable to work as a hero. He removed his helmet, tears mixing with his fury, and explained that he now carried the name Ingenium in his brother's honor and refused to let someone responsible walk away unpunished. Tsutsumi apologized. Ingenium snapped that an apology was not enough. Tsutsumi said she understood and offered a genuine, heartfelt apology. Ingenium's expression softened as he looked into her eyes. The group began to move away, passing Teenage Kix, who remained unconscious, and the spot where Lamplighter had fallen. As they moved, Toru Hagakure seized Annie from behind, holding her in a tight grip. Donna begged Toru to release her daughter. Izuku demanded that Toru let Annie go. Toru warned that any sudden movement would lead to consequences and accused Annie of being involved in the death of Toru's father, Translucent. Toru, voice breaking, said her father had not been perfect but had always made time for her, and now he was gone because of Annie. Tears streamed down Toru's face as she vented her grief and rage. Huey stepped forward and, in a strained confession, admitted he was the one responsible for Toru's father's death and that Annie had nothing to do with it. Izuku urged Huey not to do this, but Huey continued, taking responsibility and asking Toru to direct her anger at him instead. He said he had not known what his actions would lead to and expressed remorse, comparing himself to the man who had killed his girlfriend. Toru stared at Huey in shock, then released Annie, seething with rage and lunging at him. Izuku intercepted, catching Toru's fist and rendering her unconscious with a precise move. Donna rushed to check on Annie while Huey helped her to her feet. Izuku urged everyone to leave, and they quickly exited the tower before the authorities could arrive. Sometime later that night, everyone regrouped at the hideout. Izuku explained what had happened at the tower and what had become of Lamplighter. Mother's Milk reacted angrily, saying they had only been supposed to watch Lamplighter. Izuku defended their choice, arguing they could not leave Annie to Vaught's mercy. Mother's Milk blamed their actions for Lamplighter's death. Tsutsumi countered that Lamplighter had put himself in harm's way by attacking Endeavor's youngest and that the responsibility did not lie solely with them. They argued while Grace Mallory called Butcher to report Lamplighter's death. Butcher calmly assured Mallory that another witness could take Lamplighter's place. The next day, Izuku, Huey, Butcher, Frenchie, Mother's Milk, Kimiko, Tsutsumi, Annie, and Donna sat on sofas and the floor, watching the television as the hearing began. The broadcast showed a packed room of politicians, reporters, Congresswoman Victoria Newman, Grace Mallory, Vaught's Director of Talent Relations Ashley Barrett, and several supes, Shockwave, Stormfront, Queen Maeve, and Homelander. The broadcast announced that the testimony they were about to hear would aim to prove that Vought was guilty of corporate malfeasance and multiple felonies. Richardson announced that the testimony would come from someone who had witnessed the crimes directly. He then called the former CSO of Vought, Dr. Jonah Vogelbaum. The doors opened to reveal Vogelbaum entering the room in an electric wheelchair, provided by Butcher. The attendees murmured among themselves and turned to watch. Homelander froze, not expecting to see the man he once considered an old acquaintance. Richardson asked for quiet, and the room slowly fell silent as Homelander and Vogelbaum exchanged a brief, tense look before averting their eyes. Izuku noticed that Homelander seemed uncomfortable being in the same space as Vogelbaum. Butcher muttered his approval under his breath. Richardson thanked Vogelbaum for appearing and instructed him to raise his right hand. He administered the oath and said Vogelbaum had 5 minutes for his opening statement. As the beginning of the testimony appeared on the broadcast, the hearing room erupted in chaos. The televised feed showed several people suddenly collapsing in a series of bright, violent bursts, as if struck by an unseen force. The scene was shocking and surreal rather than graphic, and viewers recoiled at the sudden, inexplicable violence. Even the speedster Shockwave was hit. He fell and struck the floor near Ashley, who screamed and stumbled back. The live feed then cut and displayed a technical difficulties message. Izuku reacted with disbelief, heart pounding, unable to accept what he had just seen. Huey asked what they should do next, and silence settled over the group. No one had an answer after witnessing such an attack in Congress. Sometime later, Annie said goodbye to her mother and returned to the old hideout where the group had gathered at the start of the season. Inside, plans were being discussed in rapid, tense voices. Frenchie explained that the RPG they had could release an electromagnetic pulse on impact and that the EMP should be able to interfere with Stormfront's plasma bolts, though it was only an estimate. Mother's Milk pressed for certainty, and Frenchie admitted it was a guesstimate. Butcher noted that Stormfront had been responsible for what had just happened on the broadcast, and he thanked Midoriya and Nagant for putting Noir, Dynamite, and Teenage Kicks out of commission and out of Vaught's immediate reach. He demanded to know the status of A-Train. Mother's Milk grimly mentioned they had enough epinephrine to counteract a speedster if necessary. Izuku protested that they could not simply go around killing every superpowered person they encountered. Butcher made it clear that was exactly what he intended, his tone uncompromising. Huey sided with Izuku and reminded everyone of Mallory's instructions that they primarily needed another witness for the hearings. Frenchie made an acerbic comparison about elaborate plans always failing and suggested a simpler, more violent solution. Butcher endorsed the violent solution, and the mood in the room hardened as the team prepared weapons. Frenchie helped Kimiko load a rocket launcher. Izuku argued that even if they killed every soups they encountered, it would not stop Vought or the production of Compound V. New threats would arise. Butcher replied that they would simply have to stop the people making those threats as well. Mother's Milk stated that Vought had attacked the country and that they could not be shown mercy. Annie and Nagant considered testifying to help stop Vought. Tsutsumi pointed out that escaped convicts and traitors lacked credibility. Annie countered that she might know someone who would be taken seriously and asked for a few hours to make arrangements. She and Huey left to act on that plan. Izuku called after them and asked if Tsutsumi was coming. She acknowledged Midoriya's ideals but admitted she agreed with Butcher on the need for drastic action. Izuku gave her a disappointed look and then followed Annie and Huey upstairs. Later they reached an apartment where Queen Maeve was waiting in the living room. Maeve warned them that contacting her had been a foolish move and that many eyes were searching for them. Annie asked about Elena. Maeve ignored the question. Maeve observed that Annie had brought Huey and turned her attention to Izuku, recognizing the bruise he had given Homelander. She commented that Izuku should be proud and noted that he was only the second person to have injured Homelander. She said the first was Endeavor, recalling a tense practice encounter that left Homelander with a few bruises and minor burns. Maeve inhaled from a cigarette and asked what they wanted. Annie explained that they needed Maeve to testify on the record against Vought, Homelander, Stormfront, and everything they represented. Maeve asked why she would do that. Annie argued that the situation had become dire and that Maeve might be their last chance. Maeve refused and said it was not just suicide, she was exhausted. Izuku, speaking on behalf of the group, told Maeve that they were all tired, but that the soups were hurting people and would eventually hurt someone Maeve loved if left unchecked. Maeve sat in silence for a moment, then snapped at them, asking if they were not aware of all she had already done. She recounted how she had intervened to protect Huey from Homelander's wrath and had tried to keep him from following in her footsteps. She admitted that no matter what they did, things did not seem to change and that she was done. She told them to leave. Everyone fell silent, gathered their things, and began to leave. Izuku was the last to go. Before exiting, he turned back and told Maeve she was wrong. Their choices did matter, and it was those choices that shaped the future and could bring change. He told them they just had to have the courage to follow through, then exited the apartment and climbed into the car with the others. Sometime later, while the three were on the road, a speedster suddenly slid into the back seat with Izuku, prompting everyone to scream as Huey swerved to avoid a crash. Izuku moved quickly to restrain the newcomer while Huey brought the car to an emergency stop and parked. Huey reacted in alarm at the sudden intrusion. Annie demanded how the speedster had found them. The speedster, A-Train, explained that he could cover the burrows fast and had simply been looking. Izuku held A-Train firmly, and when A-Train protested about being suffocated, Izuku released the direct hold and instead manifested black whip tendrils to bind A-Train's arms and legs in a non-graphic, precise maneuver. Annie commented on the surprise of A-Train showing up and A-Train snarled that his heart was fine, making a charged comment that only heightened the tension. Izuku tightened the black whip's grip as A-Train taunted them. Huey reminded A-Train that Izuku had once saved him and asked why he was coming after them. A-Train said he had come to give them something, reached into his bag, and Izuku produced a second tendril to take a small folder from A-Train's bag. When Izuku opened it, the folder contained background information revealing Stormfront's true affiliations. Annie reacted in shocked disbelief and asked if it was true. A-Train acknowledged that the new information made a lot more sense. Huey asked where A-Train had gotten it, and A-Train insisted he had not stolen it and tried to distance himself from the moment. When Izuku asked why A-Train was helping, A-Train answered that he wanted back in the Seven and needed Stormfront gone. He used coarse language to emphasize his intent and reminded Izuku they were now even. Izuku admitted he had not expected A-Train to do this. A-Train asked to be released, and Izuku reluctantly loosened the black whip restraints. A-Train moved with a blur and vanished from sight. They returned to the hideout later and found a woman there with the others. Huey asked who she was. Butcher introduced the woman as Becca Butcher. Izuku addressed her respectfully as Mrs. Butcher. Becca greeted them and Butcher introduced the three soups as Huey Campbell, Annie January, and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku offered a polite greeting and Becca responded warmly, noting that Billy had mentioned Izuku was a super but not affiliated with Vought. Izuku explained that after everything he had seen, he would never associate with Vought, that he wanted to be a true hero who saved people without seeking fame. Becca smiled and said he seemed like a good kid and that Ryan would like him. Izuku's smile faded into concern when he realized Ryan was not present. He asked why Ryan wasn't there. The room fell silent as tears gathered in Becca's eyes and Butcher hugged her. Butcher explained that Ryan had been taken by Homelander and Stormfront, and that Becca had escaped and come seeking their help, though they did not know where the boy might be. Izuku expressed sorrow and vowed that they would do everything in their power to find and save Ryan. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Tsutsumi, who had been silent and thoughtful, was addressed by Izuku, and she suddenly took him aside. When Izuku asked where she was taking him, Tsutsumi told him not to argue and insisted he follow her. Izuku hesitated, then took a deep breath and followed her out of the hideout while the others stayed behind. At the same time, Stan Edgar exited a building and walked toward his car when his phone rang. He asked who was calling, and Samantha informed him that a woman had said it was life or death and that he would know her. She gave the caller's name as Kana Tsutsumi, which caught Stan Edgar's attention. Later, Izuku and Tsutsumi made their way to a building where a meeting with Stan Edgar had been arranged. Izuku expressed uncertainty about the plan and asked Tsutsumi to do the talking. She asked him to be ready as backup in case things went wrong and told him it would be a surprise. Izuku took a steadying breath and agreed to follow her lead. They entered the building, passed a security screener who used a metal detector, and were allowed through after it was confirmed they had no weapons. They were shown to a table in what appeared to be an otherwise empty upstairs restaurant, where Stan Edgar sat waiting. As a waiter took a note about Gruyere puffs and left them alone, Stan Edgar greeted them, addressing Tsutsumi by name and mentioning that it was a pleasure to finally meet Izuku. He offered condolences for Izuku's father, which produced an awkward silence from the teenager and a cold, steady stare from Tsutsumi. Stan Edgar asked if either of them would like an order, lightening the moment with a small suggestion about indulgence. Izuku declined. Tsutsumi moved to the point, asking if Edgar had forces in place outside to ensure their safety, mentioning snipers or other soups on standby. Edgar admitted that he had expected her perceptiveness. Tsutsumi said she had not called for compliments and insisted they get straight to the point. Edgar responded that he was uncertain about what she meant. Tsutsumi proposed a theory. From what she could tell, Izuku Midoriya might be Vought's contingency plan for Homelander. Tsutsumi caught Izuku off guard by asking if he was the one, and he looked between her and Stan Edgar in confusion. Stan Edgar said that he did not think he followed. Tsutsumi explained that the boy could bruise Homelander and had lately been developing new powers. She suggested that it was easy to imagine what other abilities he might gain or how strong he could become with age. She added that Ryan had been an unplanned contingency, a plan B for Homelander in case Izuku did not turn out as expected. Stan Edgar said that he could neither confirm nor deny those claims. Izuku realized then that Vought had selected him as a baby to take down Homelander if the hero ever went rogue. The three fell silent as a waiter brought a glass of ice water to Stan Edgar, who thanked him before the waiter left. Izuku asked how his parents could have agreed to injecting him with Compound V, insisting they would never do such a thing. Stan Edgar revealed that his parents had not consented. Vought had given Izuku Compound V without his parents' knowledge. He warned Izuku not to accuse his mother the next time he saw her. Izuku reacted with disbelief and demanded why they had done it. Stan Edgar insisted that selecting Izuku had not been a whim. He said Vought had researched and concluded the Midoriya household would be a suitable environment to raise Homelander's eventual replacement. When Izuku asked why, Stan Edgar explained that Homelander had not been raised properly. Tsutsumi let out a dry chuckle and agreed. Stan Edgar said they had deliberately chosen not to ask for permission because they wanted Izuku to be raised by loving parents who would allow him to choose who he wanted to become. They had been confident he would want to be a hero, and, ironically, they believed he would one day surpass Homelander. Izuku brought up A-Train and the death of his father, asking if that was why A-Train had been kicked out of the Seven and whether it had ruined Vaught's plan. Stan Edgar said that was not the reason, though he admitted it could be considered a contributing factor. Tsutsumi pointed out that contingency plans meant nothing if Izuku decided to take down Vought and Ryan was beyond their reach, and she said they could fix that. Stan Edgar called Homelander a friend and said he had no intention of betraying him. Tsutsumi accused Stan Edgar of using her and Noir as personal attack dogs. Stan Edgar replied that her remark was hurtful. Tsutsumi countered that he had turned a dangerous figure into a public darling. Stan Edgar argued that Stormfront stirred people to anger, and angry people wanted Compound V. Vought profited from demand, and he framed his actions as business decisions tied to stock prices. Izuku suggested that Stan Edgar should be more worried about Stormfront. Stan Edgar conceded she was a concern but insisted he could not behave like a reckless man lashing out. When Tsutsumi proposed they get Ryan away from Homelander, Stan Edgar asked how they would do it. Tsutsumi said the method was their business. She explained that once they had Ryan, she would call Vought so their people could triangulate a cell signal, extract the boy, and then Vought would hide him better this time. Stan Edgar agreed to get Rebecca and Ryan to safety. Tsutsumi rose and extended her hand. Stan Edgar shook it. She told Izuku to come, and he followed her out, turning once to see Stan Edgar already looking away. Time passed. Izuku and Tsutsumi returned to the hideout and explained everything to the others. Butcher reacted with outrage at the idea of handing Becca back to Vought after she had escaped them. Izuku asked Butcher to calm down and insisted that Tsutsumi had only told Stan Edgar what he wanted to hear. Mrs. Butcher and Ryan were staying with them. Mother's Milk asked if Izuku had lied to the CEO of Vought. Frenchie complimented Nagant's nerve. Becca thanked Izuku for risking so much for her and Ryan despite not knowing them well. Izuku smiled and told her she did not need to thank him. It was simply the right thing to do. Izuku then laid out a plan. Getting Ryan back was their top priority, and they would have to do it discreetly and quickly to avoid direct confrontation with Homelander and Stormfront. He explained the strategy to everyone. A few days later, the team positioned themselves some distance from the cabin where Ryan was being held. Izuku noted that Stormfront's true nature would soon be all over the news. Huey showed the group that it already was, displaying news coverage and videos exposing Stormfront's ties. Tsutsumi, Frenchie, and Kimiko worked in the forest setting to deploy dozens of Vought sonic devices when they spotted Stormfront flying overhead. Frenchie grabbed his walkie and reported that she was on the move. Izuku also saw Stormfront fly past them. A sharp voice ordered someone to get back immediately. Frenchie asked for a moment. After several minutes, Frenchie and Kimiko returned thanks to Tsutsumi's flight and speed. Izuku called for everyone to get ready. He and Tsutsumi climbed into one car with Butcher and Becca while Frenchie took a position at a laptop, syncing up the Bluetooth devices. The devices began emitting a high-frequency sound that affected Homelander and Ryan's hearing. Mother's Milk raised his hand as Homelander flew overhead and signaled the release, and Butcher slammed the accelerator. The convoy reached the cabin with Izuku and Tsutsumi activating their powers and Butcher carrying a fully automatic rifle. Izuku kicked the door down and the group swept the interior for threats. They found Ryan at the bottom of the stairs, whimpering with his hands over his ears, overwhelmed by the high-frequency sound. Becca rushed to him with headphones and placed them over his ears, calming him. Becca hugged Ryan and kissed his forehead, reassuring him that she loved him. Izuku moved to usher them out. He introduced himself to Ryan and said they were going to take him and his mother somewhere safe. As they carried Ryan to the car, Izuku froze when he saw Tsutsumi twirling a knife. Tsutsumi said she intended to distract Homelander long enough for them to escape. Izuku demanded she get in the car, but Tsutsumi was resolved and told him to leave without her. Butcher called for Izuku to hurry. Izuku, reluctantly trusting her, warned Tsutsumi that she had better make it back and then got into the car with the others. Tsutsumi placed a spare phone inside the cabin, called Edgar, and slipped out toward the forest. As Butcher drove, Izuku's danger sense flared and he gripped Butcher's shoulder, warning that something was wrong. Butcher turned the car around and returned to join the rest of the group. Mother's Milk asked in confusion what Tsutsumi was doing back there and where Nagant was. Izuku explained that Tsutsumi had stayed behind to hold off Homelander. Frenchie reacted with disbelief, and Mother's Milk warned that she could be putting herself in grave danger. Butcher added that Izuku's danger sense was acting up and urged Izuku to take Becca and Ryan to Mallory and find safety. Izuku resisted, insisting they would face whatever was coming together. Butcher insisted more urgently that their priority was survival, that keeping Becca and Ryan safe was what mattered most, and that Izuku, Becca, and Ryan had the best chance to carry on the fight against Vought and Homelander. Becca pleaded with Butcher not to sacrifice himself. Butcher admitted he was no father figure and said he did not want to pass his own problems onto the child. He urged Becca to raise Ryan well. They shared a brief, tender embrace before Butcher steeled himself. Izuku, conflicted and heavy-hearted, bound Becca and Ryan with his black whip and prepared to leave. Suddenly Izuku's danger sense flared wildly. He moved instinctively, pulling Becca and Ryan aside as a bolt of energy nearly struck their previous position. Stormfront was approaching. Stormfront commented on Izuku's reflexes and implied they would not be enough. Then she called for Annie. Butcher shouted for Izuku to run. Izuku engaged his power and sprinted away at a controlled speed, carrying Becca and Ryan. A few kilometers away, Tsutsumi watched from a concealed perch and scouted through the scope of her rifle. She had seen a Vought squad enter the cabin and heard the men screaming before the interior fell silent. After a tense pause, Homelander emerged from the cabin appearing battered and with his clothing torn. Tsutsumi took a careful shot aimed at him, but Homelander detected the muzzle flash and avoided the round. He used his speed to move toward where the shot had come from, but Tsutsumi moved quickly as well, slipping into the forest foliage and using the natural camouflage to stay hidden. Homelander called out that he was not there to play games and demanded she show herself. Tsutsumi fired 2 quick shots. Homelander dodged the first and narrowly avoided the second, which had been placed where she predicted he would move. Tsutsumi held her position and kept silent. Back on the road, Izuku had carried Becca and Ryan for miles until he stopped when Stormfront landed in front of them, a smear of blood on her face from the earlier skirmish. Stormfront called to Ryan in a taunting tone. Izuku warned her to stay away from the boy, concentrated his power to a controlled level, and struck Stormfront with a focused blow that sent her reeling into nearby trees. He ordered Becca to take Ryan and run. Becca resisted, reminding him of Butcher's wishes, but Izuku insisted that their safety came first and pushed them to escape. Someone shouted for them to go as Stormfront pushed herself back to her feet, wiping at her mouth and glaring at the young man. Stormfront warned that it had been a big mistake. Izuku told Mrs. Butcher to go now, urging Becca and Ryan to run while the 2 supes charged at each other. Izuku and Stormfront grappled through the trees. Izuku landed several punches that staggered her, but Stormfront smirked and struck back. Izuku was surprised by her strength. He was using 55% of his power and still felt outmatched. He worried that pushing beyond that would risk severe harm, but he relied on his combat training and the Black Whip technique, manifesting dark tendrils to restrain her. Stormfront noted that he really did have multiple powers and that this would make things more interesting. She then shot upward into the sky. Izuku threw everything into stopping her at 55%, but she lifted him and began flying at top speed, dragging him across the forest and slamming him into trees. Grunting with effort, Izuku risked a single full-powered strike, channeling one finger into a shockwave that struck Stormfront and sent her tumbling out of the sky. Izuku released his tendrils and came to a halt. Stormfront halted herself inches above the ground and shouted in pain as she steadied herself, then unleashed a burst of lightning. Izuku used his speed to dodge, ignoring the pain from an injured finger as he shifted his power to another digit and fired at full strength. Stormfront anticipated the attack and dodged, the shockwave creating a large impact that felled trees. Izuku closed the distance and kicked her in the face, only for Stormfront to grab him by the throat. She taunted him, and Izuku slammed his fists into the sides of her head to break the grip. With her briefly stunned, he uppercut her into the air, used Black Whip to yank her back down, and continued landing blows. Stormfront clung to the tendril and channeled lightning into it, sending the surge down toward Izuku and startling him enough to lose his hold. She crashed onto him and dragged him across the ground. The green-haired teen managed to land a few more strikes until they rolled to a stop, and he bound her with the black whip before swinging her against the earth and into trees like a rag doll. Stormfront screamed in fury as she prepared to overload the tendril with electricity, but Izuku released the binding at once to avoid repeating the same mistake. Free, Stormfront grabbed him and rocketed them both high into the sky. Izuku pummeled her in an attempt to make her let go as they ascended, but she began choking him in midair. Stormfront ranted about exposing the past and claimed she and Homelander would lead a supremacist movement to remake the world and eliminate those they deemed unworthy, naming Izuku and his friends as starting points. She urged him to watch his life fade away. In response, Izuku reacted violently and struck at Stormfront's face and eyes, forcing her to reel back and release her chokehold. Stormfront shrieked and threw him off. The black whip caught him and slowed his fall. Rubbing her face, Stormfront opened her eyes and glared with a dangerous expression. She screamed a vicious insult, then seized the black whip, tore it apart, and grabbed Izuku, diving downward with him. Elsewhere, Tsutsumi and Homelander continued a brutal pursuit. Homelander's eyes flashed ominously and he unleashed a devastating burst that consumed the trees around them. Tsutsumi barely escaped, sustaining an injury to her leg, and found herself exposed with nowhere left to hide. Tsutsumi fired her rifle at Homelander, but he used super speed to evade the shot and grabbed her arm. In the impact, he severely injured her arm, rendering her incapacitated. He then yanked her into the sky and slammed her down like a meteor, the ground exploding beneath them. Tsutsumi groaned in pain as he struck her again, leaving her winded and hurting. Homelander mocked her by reminding her of their past, calling her Nagant, and accused her of trying to hurt him. Tsutsumi gave a defiant smirk and asked if he was afraid to find out whether she could hurt him. Homelander answered with a brutal strike to her face that left her stunned and bleeding from the nose. He demanded to know where his son was, demanding the answer again and again while striking her repeatedly. A distant crash interrupted the confrontation. Tsutsumi insisted that she did not know where his son was. Tsutsumi grinned, blood on her face, and said that she had done her part. Homelander then took off into the air, leaving an injured Tsutsumi in the crater. Not long before, Becca and Ryan had been running through the forest when Izuku and Stormfront crashed to the ground nearby. The shockwave sent them flying. The mother and son looked up in horror as Stormfront pinned Izuku to the ground and used electricity against him. Izuku writhed and screamed, clearly in agony and losing strength. Stormfront ranted that Izuku and those like him had no right to exist and told him to die, her laughter manic. Izuku grew weaker as the assault continued. Becca shouted for Stormfront to stay away from Izuku and lunged, plunging a knife that forced Stormfront to release him. Stormfront recoiled, removed the blade, and cursed Becca before striking her in the ribs and sending her into a tree. Ryan panicked while Izuku begged Stormfront to stop, but she intensified the attack. Ryan's fear turned to anger. His eyes began to glow and for the first time, he unleashed heat vision. The blast severely injured Stormfront's left arm and left her unable to use it. She screamed, and Izuku, drawing on his own anger, got to his feet. Izuku charged and tackled Stormfront. She tried to use electricity with her remaining arm, but Izuku grabbed her wrist and twisted, disabling her ability to fight. Izuku raised his fist, hatred in his eyes, and slammed it down with a full-powered attack that produced a massive shockwave. The force of the blow threw Stormfront across the clearing and left her motionless. The impact left Izuku panting and his right arm broken. The dust settled. Izuku stared in shock, realizing what he had done. Nearby, Ryan was crying as he tried to help Becca to her feet. Becca, breathing shallowly and gravely injured, told Ryan that she loved him and urged him to be taken care of by Izuku and Billy. Izuku promised to look after the boy. Becca managed a small, tired laugh before she succumbed to her injuries. Ryan screamed for his mother as Izuku hugged him. Then Izuku froze as Homelander slowly landed in front of Stormfront's motionless body, devastated and fighting back emotion. Homelander asked whether Izuku had killed her. Izuku explained that he had not meant to kill Stormfront, that things had spiraled out of control. Homelander extended his hand to Ryan, but the boy hid behind Izuku. Homelander announced that Ryan belonged to him and suggested he would not allow anyone to take the boy after Stormfront's death. Izuku said that he had promised to take care of Ryan and was not intimidated by Homelander. Homelander advanced a few steps, and Izuku began to prepare himself. Queen Maeve intervened, ordering Homelander to let them go. Homelander asked what she was doing, and Maeve produced a recording taken by a passenger that showed Homelander and Maeve abandoning flight. Maeve demanded that Homelander stop hunting Starlight and leave her and Elena alone, threatening to release the footage. Homelander threatened to destroy everything if she did, and Maeve replied that exposing him as a monster would be worth it if it meant no one would love him again. After a tense moment, Homelander stepped aside. Izuku powered down, put Ryan on his back, and walked away with Maeve. In the aftermath, the deaths at Congress were blamed on Stormfront. The release of Compound V was put on hold, Annie's name was cleared, and A-Train returned to the Seven. Time passed. At a lake, Izuku, Butcher, and Ryan sat together, staring at the horizon. When their time together ended, Izuku and Butcher said their goodbyes to Ryan and then entered a car with CIA personnel. Mallory and Tsutsumi approached them. Izuku recognized Tsutsumi and expressed relief that she had survived. Tsutsumi replied with a wry remark about not dying easily, and Izuku responded that he had not expected her to. Izuku said he was glad she was okay. Tsutsumi rolled her eyes, spread her arms, and told him to go ahead. Izuku hugged her as tightly as he could. He then asked whether they would be able to visit Ryan. Tsutsumi replied that Ryan could not stop them. Butcher warned that Vought would want him back. Mallory told the others not to worry about Vought and asked whether anyone thought the child would turn out like his father. Izuku answered that he would not, if the child was raised properly and surrounded by people who would love and care for him. Mallory said she hoped so, then informed them that all charges against them and the boys had been dropped, even for the crimes they had actually committed, and that the White House was opening an Office of Superhuman Affairs with Victoria Newman in charge. Mallory added that Newman was arranging some off-the-books funding for a team to keep tabs on Supes and asked if anyone was interested. Izuku agreed immediately, and Tsutsumi said she would sign up as well, since someone had to keep an eye on him. Mallory looked to William, and Butcher, who had remained silent, said maybe, but that he wanted some time for himself. He put on his shades and walked away, making a rude gesture as he left. Izuku then asked if he could see his mother in person. Mallory agreed. The three of them got into Mallory's car and drove to a remote home. They knocked on the door and waited until Inko opened it. Inko's eyes widened in shock when she saw her son. Izuku told her that he was back, and Inko ran forward and embraced him, tears in her eyes. Izuku and Inko clung to each other, both of them crying as Tsutsumi and Mallory watched with warm smiles. More than a year had passed since Izuku had killed Stormfront and since he and the others had joined the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. Their new duty was to monitor, police, arrest, and help convict any Supes accused of illegal activities. Huey chose a desk job at the Bureau, and Mother's Milk retired to civilian life. Izuku supported their decisions and understood why they did not want to return to the dangers they had already faced. One day, Izuku and Butcher watched live feeds from the spy cameras Frenchie and Kimiko had placed around an apartment where a Supe named Termite was hosting a party. The footage showed a chaotic, rowdy gathering with behavior that crossed lines, so the team focused on tracking Termite rather than lingering on details of the party. The fact that Termite could change size made surveillance difficult. Tsutsumi, positioned on a distant roof, used the scope in her rifle arm to scan the crowd but could not see him clearly at his smallest size. Frenchie reported over the earpiece that they had lost sight of him, cursing in frustration. Tsutsumi then used her flight to move to a new vantage point and searched the other angles of the apartment until she spotted Termite and his companion. She hesitated to describe what she had seen. Suddenly, Termite reverted to his normal size in an abrupt way that caused a violent, chaotic accident inside the apartment. Tsutsumi reported that his companion had been killed in the sudden upheaval. Izuku immediately ordered Frenchie to find Kimiko and get inside. Frenchie and Kimiko burst into the room and were confronted with the aftermath of the accident. Termite angrily demanded that they leave, but Frenchie refused and Kimiko braced herself for a fight. Termite tensed and, in the blink of an eye, shrank to evade Kimiko. He then grabbed her by the ankle and threw her through the window. Frenchie tried to flee, but Termite moved with blinding speed and knocked him to the floor. Tsutsumi dove through the broken window and into the room to assist. Frenchie panicked as Termite attempted to slip into a narrow gap in the room to hide or escape. Tsutsumi groaned in exasperation and surged toward him. A short neutral bridge of events followed as the team prepared to contain the situation and tend to the survivors. She moved quickly and took Termite into custody. Termite screamed and lunged to bite, but he misjudged and recoiled, clutching his jaw and letting out a muffled cry. Tsutsumi looked down at the tiny soup with the same cold expression she usually wore. She knew she could easily crush him, but knowing the Bureau and Izuku would not want that, she held back. Tsutsumi warned that if he tried to return to normal size while in her grip he would kill himself. She and Frenchie left the apartment, meeting up with Kimiko and taking Termite away as their prisoner. The next day at the Bureau, Huey was having lunch with Victoria Newman. Victoria reached for his bagel and asked for a bite. Huey joked about Valtrex, teasing that he loved the bagel so much he might fake an illness, and Victoria grinned before backing off. Victoria then asked how things had gone with Termite the night before. Huey said he had not checked in with Izuku yet but was sure it had gone fine. Victoria said she hoped so. Huey defended Izuku, saying he knew what he was doing. Victoria acknowledged that Izuku was a good leader but said that if things went wrong she would be worrying about Kana and Butcher, particularly Butcher. Later that morning Izuku called everyone to the boys' office: Tsutsumi, Butcher, Frenchie, Kimiko, Huey, and Annie. Izuku reported what he and Tsutsumi had learned from Maeve. Butcher said they had a lead. Izuku asked Huey if he could tell Ms. Newman so they could get the green light, but Huey fell silent. When Izuku asked what was wrong, Huey revealed they could not tell her because she was a soup. He explained that the previous night he had seen Victoria with a man calling her Nadia. They had argued and fought, and the man had been killed. Huey added that he suspected she was responsible for the popper attacks from the previous year. Tsutsumi reacted with disbelief. Huey said he had intended to tell Annie first but Izuku had called, so he had decided to tell everyone at once. Izuku asked what they had been arguing about. Huey stammered that the man had said something about Red River. Frenchie immediately searched on his computer and found Red River listed as a group home owned by a Vought subsidiary. Izuku noted the connection. Tsutsumi muttered that of course it would be Vought related. Annie suggested that this might be where Victoria had grown up. Huey corrected himself and called Victoria by her alternate name, and Izuku reminded everyone they could not have known. Tsutsumi emphasized that Victoria had murdered Rainer and the Congress members and had to be treated as dangerous. Izuku cautioned everyone to stay calm and think things through. Annie proposed leaking the information to the Times, but Izuku rejected the idea, warning that Victoria could kill everyone in the Bureau, including Huey. Huey mentioned he had to go into work that day for an all-hands meeting at 3. Annie insisted he call in sick, but Izuku pointed out that if Huey stayed home Newman might become suspicious. Izuku told Huey to act like it was just another day at the office and not to do anything unusual. Huey agreed. Izuku then revealed one more item. He took out 2 small green vials and explained that Maeve had given him temporary Compound V, an untested substance that could give someone superpowers for 24 hours. He said he had thought about discarding it but had decided to bring it for the team in case any of them needed a chance to defend themselves against soups. He offered the vials to Huey, Butcher, and Frenchie. Butcher immediately stepped forward and accepted one, saying that if it could even the odds he would take it. Huey hesitated and said he did not know yet. Izuku told him he did not have to decide immediately and that Izuku could hold onto the vials if he changed his mind. Frenchie declined for the time being after looking at Kimiko and then back at Izuku. Izuku put the 2 vials away. Annie announced she needed to leave for the soundcheck for Homelander's birthday special and told Huey not to do anything and to wait for her. Huey agreed and the couple left. With the team assembled, Izuku outlined the plan. To find the weapon that had killed Soldier Boy, they needed to find members of Payback and have them account for what really happened, and he assigned Frenchie and Kimiko to retrieve Crimson Countess, and said Tsutsumi and he would go after gunpowder. Tsutsumi noted that it was a little overkill to go together, but accepted. Butcher said he would pay M.M a visit, explaining that Soldier Boy had killed his grandfather long ago and M.M might have information about Soldier Boy or other payback members. Izuku warned Butcher not to coerce anyone into joining the team. Butcher agreed with a wink and left the office. The team split up. Izuku and Tsutsumi later arrived at Vaught's 33rd Annual Firearm Convention and Exposition. Izuku passed through one of the metal detectors and showed security his phone to comply. The guard whistled in appreciation at Tsutsumi and welcomed them in. Izuku was struck by how casual everyone at the convention was with guns and ammunition, even noting a small table of children with gun-themed coloring books. He could hardly believe how normalized it all was. Tsutsumi told Izuku to focus on gunpowder, having dyed her hair black for the mission. They entered a hall where gunpowder was preaching to a seated audience and took empty chairs all the way in the back. Izuku noticed a mother holding her toddler on her lap and felt a tight knot of unease at the sight. Gunpowder launched into a firebrand speech denouncing a presidential candidate and warning of a slide towards socialism, claiming that steps would include confiscation of firearms, compliant news coverage, and a curriculum that would teach children to despise the country and the Constitution. He exhorted the crowd to arm themselves and cheered the Vought Rifle Association, closing with a reminder about a hollow point promotion. The audience roared approval while Izuku and Tsutsumi remained silent. Later in the parking garage, Gunpowder approached his car unaware that neither Izuku nor Tsutsumi had confronted him earlier. He unlocked the door and reached for the handle, but Tsutsumi appeared behind him in the window's reflection. She moved with sudden, precise force and slammed the old soup onto the car roof. The impact bowed the metal and shattered the glass. The car alarm screamed. Gunpowder groaned as Izuku arrived. Gunpowder demanded to know who they were. Izuku said they needed him to come with them. Gunpowder refused and swore he would not go. Tsutsumi announced that he had no choice and, with controlled efficiency, struck him repeatedly until he was unconscious. She then carried the old man over her shoulder as they headed to Izuku's car. Izuku joked that bringing both of them had been overkill as he climbed into the driver's seat. Tsutsumi stowed Gunpowder's weapons in the trunk, slid into the back, and Izuku drove them away. For Homelander's annual birthday save, the event unfolded differently than expected. Homelander staged a rescue of a paid actress portraying a civilian, and because one of the other major figures was already dead, the scene did not trigger the same catastrophic fallout as other versions had. Homelander did not snap or force anyone into a fatal plunge. Sometime later, Izuku and Tsutsumi returned to the office and carried the still unconscious Gunpowder into the concrete basement. They sat him in a chair and secured him with chains. Izuku asked if the restraints would hold. Tsutsumi replied that if they did not, she would. Izuku told her to keep watch while he stepped out. Upstairs, Butcher, Frenchie, and Kimiko greeted Izuku. Butcher reported that had provided dirt on Gunpowder. Izuku said it was fortunate they had brought him in and explained that they would interrogate him when he woke. Tsutsumi was watching him in the basement. When Izuku asked after the Crimson Countess, Frenchie reported that she had escaped. Izuku accepted that they had done their best. After a time, Gunpowder woke, gasping as he took in his surroundings and found Tsutsumi watching him with a stoic expression. He shouted for release and lashed at the chains but could not break free. Tsutsumi stated that release was not an option. Izuku and the others entered the basement and made it clear they wanted answers. Gunpowder demanded to know what they were after. Butcher brought up Soldier Boy. Instead of the specific, invasive question Butcher had been about to ask, he instead inquired generally whether Soldier Boy had mistreated Gunpowder in the past. Gunpowder denied knowing, refusing to cooperate at first. When Izuku asked more directly whether Soldier Boy had ever behaved badly toward him, Gunpowder continued to stonewall. Tsutsumi then used the knife at her belt to deliver a sharp, painful strike to his leg, eliciting a raw, startled cry and forcing him to the edge of coherence. She pressed the point of the blade against his other leg in a controlled, menacing manner to make her point. Gunpowder screamed and panted. The pain broke something in him and he confessed that Soldier Boy had been rough with him, calling it hazing that had gone too far. Izuku pressed for the central question. What had really happened to Soldier Boy in Gunpowder? Insisted Soldier Boy had not died in an accident and that the official story about a nuclear meltdown was false. When Izuku asked what had actually killed him, Gunpowder at first claimed ignorance. Tsutsumi intensified the pressure, and he finally admitted that he had been in Nicaragua in 1984 but had not seen the death happen. He said he had not witnessed the crucial moment and urged them to ask the others and the people who had handled the operation. His anguished cry drew the group's attention. Gunpowder revealed that they had been working with the CIA. When Izuku asked who the case officer had been, Gunpowder, in pain, named Grace Mallory. Butcher reacted with disbelief and fury at the name. Izuku said he did not yet know what it meant. Tsutsumi reminded the others that they could not let him go. Izuku felt the weight of the decision. Killing him would be wrong, but releasing him felt dangerously risky. He apologized quietly to Gunpowder and told Tsutsumi to make it quick and painless. Gunpowder begged, insisting he had told them everything he knew and pleading for release. Tsutsumi withdrew the blade from his leg. She then transformed her right arm into a rifle in one fluid motion, and Gunpowder's pleading rose into a desperate, broken plea as the scene held on the tense, unresolved moment. A captive begged not to be killed, and Tsutsumi ended the plea with a single, decisive shot. The basement was soundproof, so no one outside heard it. Izuku and the others moved quickly and methodically, removing the body and wiping the room clean so there would be no traces left behind. The next morning, Izuku and Tsutsumi trained in the office building's practice room. Their sparring was casual but focused, a steady exchange of punches, kicks, blocks, and dodges that pushed reflexes and endurance. Tsutsumi observed that Izuku had become a quick learner, and Izuku credited her guidance. Tsutsumi locked him in a firm headlock, testing his composure. Izuku struggled to find leverage and breathe, and Tsutsumi challenged him for holding back. She reminded him that practice should build the habit of going beyond comfort zones and asked if he would still restrain himself when someone tried to kill him. The challenge spurred Izuku to push his power to 65%. He escaped the hold, swept her leg, and executed a controlled takedown, then held a training pin until Tsutsumi acknowledged his improvement and noted he was still holding back. Izuku promised to give his all when necessary. Their exchange softened into a moment of mutual respect, and when the training hold left them in an awkward position, Tsutsumi asked him to get up. Izuku flushed with embarrassment, apologized, and stepped away. They both laughed it off and left the practice room together. In the office, Izuku froze at the sight of a familiar face. Mother's Milk was back, smiling at him. The two embraced, and Izuku asked if he had returned for good. Mother's Milk said they would see. Tsutsumi gave a nod of greeting. Huey arrived shortly after, appearing surprised and pleased by the reunion. Izuku noticed Huey's left hand was bandaged. Huey explained that in a moment of frustration he had broken a jar and cut his hand. Billy Butcher approached with his usual blunt energy, relieved to see the group together again and railing quietly at those who had put themselves above others. Izuku asked him to ease up. The conversation turned practical. Ryan needed to be kept somewhere safe. Tsutsumi confirmed arrangements had been made. Izuku explained that Mallory had relocated with Ryan and his mother the day before. Frenchie announced he could not join the visit because of an urgent personal matter and left after promising to return. Huey said he had to report to the bureau and parted ways with words of caution and good wishes. Izuku and the remaining team Tsutsumi, Butcher, Mother's Milk, and Kimiko got into Izuku's car. Izuku drove, Tsutsumi rode shotgun, and the others took the back seats. They arrived at the secluded house where Mallory, Ryan, and Inko had been staying. Mallory greeted them on the lawn, surprised but composed at the group gathered there. Ryan ran out to them with bright excitement and hugged Izuku first, then moved on to Butcher, who joked about the boys' enthusiastic grip. Mallory invited them inside. Izuku embraced his mother, and Inko asked if everything was all right. Izuku admitted he wasn't sure. Butcher asked about the security of the place. Mallory said they would need to keep moving at some point, but for now the location was secure and they could regroup. Mallory observed that the only thing that might give them away was this clown show stumbling onto her driveway. Tsutsumi replied coldly that this was not a social visit as they entered the house. They decided that Inko, Ryan and Kimiko would stay outside while the rest spoke with Mallory. Inko played Connect 4 with Ryan on the porch while Kimiko leaned against the wall. Ryan mentioned that Izuku had told him Kimiko had powers. Kimiko nodded. Ryan said he had powers too and took his turn in the game, followed by Inko. Ryan asked whether Kimiko liked hers, and she shook her head. Inko asked why, and Ryan suggested it might be because she was scared of them. Kimiko paused and then nodded, and Ryan admitted he felt the same as he made his move. Inko asked if that fear was why Ryan had not wanted a dog, and Ryan admitted he had been afraid he might hurt it. Inko gently touched his cheek in a comforting, maternal way. Kimiko typed on her phone and showed a message expressing that she understood and that she had hurt people. Ryan told her he was sure she had not meant to. Kimiko typed again and showed a message saying she hated her powers and wished she had never had them. Inko rose and cupped Kimiko's face, telling her that it was not powers that made people do harm but the person behind them, and that the past did not define her. What mattered was how she chose to use her abilities now. Kimiko nodded with tears in her eyes, and Inko hugged her, followed by Ryan. Inside the house, Mallory insisted that Newman had been made head of the bureau because Mallory had ordered it and that Mallory had tried to save Newman from the attack on Congress that Mallory believed Newman had caused. Izuku pointed out that they had been working for Newman the whole time and that Huey had been giving her every piece of intelligence she requested. Mallory demanded to know the plan to eliminate Newman. Butcher answered that their options depended on what Mallory could tell them about her supposed holiday in Nicaragua. Mallory denied ever having been to Nicaragua. Tsutsumi accused her of lying, saying that Gunpowder had identified Mallory as the case officer on a classified operation that had been Soldier Boy's last. Mallory scoffed and repeated her denial. Mother's Milk asked for clarification, and Mallory maintained that Kana must be mistaken. Izuku raised his voice and insisted there was no mistake. They had all been there when Gunpowder confessed. He implored Mallory to tell them everything she knew, no lies and no omissions. He explained his fear of Homelander after Homelander's recent birthday speech, when Homelander had stopped smiling and ranted about being controlled, and said he feared Homelander might snap. Izuku admitted that despite gains from Tsutsumi's training, he still could not use all of his power without risking harm to himself, and being chosen by Vought to surpass Homelander would mean nothing if he did not survive. He pleaded for information about whatever had killed Soldier Boy in case it could be used to weaken Homelander. Mallory warned that Nicaragua was ancient history and that she could be killed for telling them, but she began to explain. She said the operation had been part of Operation Charlie, an off-the-books program intended to help the Contras fight the Sandinistas, and that funding had been raised through illicit means. Some funds had come from arms sales to Iran, but much of the rest came from trafficking cane into the United States to finance weapons purchases. She had been in charge of moving the product and using the profits to buy arms for the fight. Izuku reacted with disbelief. Mother's Milk called it self-justifying nonsense and asked whether Mallory had been involved in something else. Izuku asked what she meant. Mallory confessed that there had been an unwritten policy to sell cane in minority neighborhoods to destabilize and demoralize them while avoiding white neighborhoods. The admission shocked Izuku, and Mother's Milk and Tsutsumi watched her grimly. Mallory continued that in late 1984 they were preparing for a major offensive when higher-ups decided to test a group of soups called Payback in a trial run to integrate superpowered operatives into the military. The roster included several reckless members and Soldier Boy. Mallory said she had met Stan Edgar that day, representing Vought. She had overheard Edgar talking in private and had glimpsed Noir without his mask. Edgar had argued that some heroes should remain anonymous and had warned Noir that showing his face to the public could provoke backlash because of his race. Tsutsumi confirmed that Noir was black, and everyone fell silent, aware of the era's implications. Mallory recounted that she had not stayed long, but later ran into Soldier Boy, who had tried to flirt with her and been rejected. Soon after, their camp came under attack when someone betrayed their position. The Sandinistas had brought Russian special forces, but those forces mattered little to the Soups. Chaos erupted, and Mallory had been knocked out by a nearby explosion. When she regained consciousness, the scene resembled a dramatic battlefield from an action story, debris and motion everywhere, and many of her unit had been lost. Survivors were scattered and the situation was dire. He heard someone coughing and looked to find Noir badly injured, his head having taken a severe blow and the left side of his face badly burned. Noir and the rest of Payback were the only other survivors. Crimson Countess approached in tears and said that the Russians had killed Soldier Boy and taken his body away in a chopper he watched lift off in the distance. He had lost 116 men, and Vought had been granted full immunity. That was the day he decided to make them pay. Izuku apologized quietly. Tsutsumi observed that none of them had witnessed it happen either. Butcher asked if anyone knew where the Ivans had taken the weapon people were calling the soup gun. Mallory explained that the trail had gone cold behind the Iron Curtain and that her reach only went so far. Mother's Milk confronted Mallory about what Soldier Boy had done to his family and why Mallory had not told them the whole truth. Mallory replied that it was not that simple. The room fell silent. Mallory then asked Izuku, Kana, and Marvin to leave, and the three of them nodded and stepped out, leaving Mallory alone with Butcher. Their private conversation followed the same course as before, and soon Butcher exited the house to the others waiting outside. Izuku asked what Mallory had said. Butcher announced that they were leaving and began to walk past them. Ryan called after him and wanted to know where he was going. Butcher replied that he was heading into the city. Ryan asked when he would see him again. Butcher said Ryan would not see him again because it was not safe. Ryan grabbed Butcher's arm, demanding he keep his promise to always watch out for him. Butcher told Ryan to let go. Ryan refused. Izuku moved in, worried that Ryan might hurt Butcher, and managed to make Ryan release him. Izuku reassured Ryan that they were not abandoning him and that they would return, though they did not know how long it would take. Ryan muttered an uncertain response, turned away, and went back into the house without looking back. They piled into Izuku's car and drove back to the office in silence. Kimiko was not as upset as expected, supported by Inko and by Butcher having been gentler with Ryan than usual. When Frenchie returned, he admitted that he had been detained by Little Nina, a Russian mob boss he had worked for before joining the boys. Butcher brusquely called for details and suggested they could use that connection. Frenchie warned that dealing with Nina was a bad idea, but Butcher insisted it was a very good one. Butcher argued that Mallory had said the weapon that killed Soldier Boy was in Russia, and that Little Nina could provide access and information to get them in and find it. Izuku hesitated but realized Butcher was right. Even if they could get to Russia, they would have no starting point once they arrived. Reluctantly, Izuku told Frenchie to set up a meeting. Frenchie acknowledged the order and reached for his phone. Izuku looked at Butcher and warned him not to make him regret the decision, and Butcher only grinned. They were led by Frenchie to a Russian grocery and deli called Tverskaya. Inside, they moved toward the back to meet with three men who checked them for weapons. Tsutsumi warned the man checking her to be careful, and he proceeded more respectfully. Once cleared, they were allowed into the kitchen where Little Nina was waiting. Little Nina greeted Izuku and the woman accompanying him and commented on how attractive they were. She offered to make pelmeni and remarked that Sergei's cooking was unforgettable. The crude remark about its effect was omitted. Little Nina expressed lingering resentment that Butcher had been taken from her and pointed out that Frenchie was now under Butcher's control. Izuku defended Frenchie, insisting that Frenchie was not a dog and should be treated with respect. Little Nina moved on to the business at hand and asked what they wanted in Russia. Tsutsumi produced a large bag and set it on the table. Izuku explained that inside was enough money to cover Sherry's debt, plus an additional 100,000 for Nina's services. Little Nina examined the bag of bills and asked whether Izuku's organization knew he was giving them their funds. Izuku told her to let him handle that. Little Nina said the money was acceptable for her trouble but reminded them of the personal cost, her time, stress, and suffering. She said she had been sleeping poorly. Izuku asked what she wanted in return. Little Nina demanded Sherry. Frenchie reacted with disbelief and refused. Izuku firmly refused to hand Sherry over, saying that giving her to Nina would only lead to harm. Nina insisted she would make it quick and painless, but Izuku replied that in her experience she did not. They discussed the options, and Nina said there was one thing she could ask for as payment while eyeing Izuku and Tsutsumi. Tsutsumi immediately said that would not happen. Nina grinned, considering her position. She considered her next move. Meanwhile, Huey was at Vought Tower talking with Annie. The small confrontation with Homelander unfolded as it did in canon, the only difference being that Huey's arm had never been broken, so there was no cast for Homelander to mock. Izuku and Nina eventually reached an understanding. Later, Izuku, Tsutsumi, Butcher, Mother's Milk, Frenchie, Kimiko, and Huey met at an airport and made their way toward a private jet that Nina had arranged, passports already prepared. Huey had joined them at the last minute, explaining he wanted to help and get away from the office and Victoria for a while. Izuku was concerned for his friend but understood his reasoning and allowed him to come along. Izuku felt relieved to see the team together again. Back at Vought Tower, Annie knocked on Maeve's door. Maeve opened it, reluctant, and shut the door about to close it, but Annie stopped her and asked to talk. Maeve reluctantly let her in. Annie noticed a large training mat on the floor and asked about Maeve's training. Maeve admitted she had been drinking and acting recklessly lately and said that people believed whatever she let them believe. Annie asked if Maeve had ever heard of something called BCL Red. Maeve understood immediately, saying that it was a weapon that could kill Homelander if Midoriya could find it, and that she knew who had set them on that path. Maeve explained that was why she had been training and trying to stay sober for months to potentially buy the kid and Nagant a few seconds to get good shots, and at the very least to be able to strike back herself. Annie suggested they try to find others to help. Maeve dismissed the idea at first, insisting this was her problem because she had been the one with Homelander. Annie warned that Maeve could not do it alone and that Homelander would kill her. She also said Midoriya would feel the same. Maeve paused, then acknowledged she would keep training and picked up her sword to continue. By the time Izuku and the team reached Russia, it was getting dark. They had settled into an abandoned gas station, and Izuku prepared to watch Vought's show, American Hero, on his phone to gather information. Tsutsumi joked about checking the newest members of the Seven. Izuku agreed that it couldn't hurt to prepare. On the screen, Homelander introduced the final 3 contestants: Supersonic, Silver Kincaid, and Moonshadow, competing for 2 open spots on the 7. Homelander praised their journey and announced Supersonic as the first new member. Supersonic walked up to Annie and embraced her, with Homelander welcoming him warmly. Homelander then introduced the final new member as the explosive hero Dynamite, revealing Katsuki Bakugu to the audience. Silver Kincaid and Moonshadow were stunned as Dynamite grinned and joined Homelander on stage. Homelander welcomed him and placed a hand on his shoulder, praising the boy's potential and explaining that he had chosen the new members accordingly. Starlight asked Silver Kincaid and Moonshadow to leave the stage, and they did their best to compose themselves as they departed. Homelander then publicly claimed a romantic connection with Annie, presenting their relationship as real and official. Izuku, disgusted, paused the video, not wanting to watch more. Huey reacted angrily to the news. Tsutsumi and Izuku reminded each other that, if necessary, Midoriya or Tsutsumi could handle Homelander. At that moment, Izuku's phone rang. He answered and learned that Nina had contacted her allies in the Kremlin and located the lab they were looking for. Nina, however, had required they do a job first as part of the deal. Tsutsumi said they should get ready. Frenchie asked what kind of deal Nina had made. Tsutsumi explained that he had to deal with a dangerous man who had crossed Nina. She had arranged for him to be placed close to the target for the night so he could carry out whatever needed to be done. Back at Vought Tower, the 7 assembled in the meeting room to welcome their newest members. Homelander formally introduced Supersonic and Dynamite and expressed how pleased the team was to have them. He arranged a spread of Mexican food as a welcome gesture and made a comment meant to make Supersonic feel at home, calling attention to the building's taco bowls and awkwardly insisting they were the best. Supersonic responded that he did not actually speak Spanish, maintaining his composure after years of dealing with prejudice. Homelander smiled and gave a thumbs up. Dynamite tasted the food and gave a casual appraisal. Homelander ended the meeting and stood facing the window. A-Train asked to speak up about something, and Homelander invited him to continue. A-Train said he wanted to talk about Blue Hawk. When Homelander asked who Blue Hawk was, Ashley Barrett identified him as an out-of-Trenton hero, and Homelander acknowledged the information as the conversation continued. In the meeting room, A-Train reported that a teammate had been over-patrolling black neighborhoods and that it had become a serious problem. Starlight reacted with genuine concern. A-Train thanked her and suggested benching the teammate for a while, arguing it might win votes with African American communities. Dynamite laughed. He dismissed the concern as unimportant and asked who cared about a low-ranked teammate. Homelander agreed with Dynamite and told A-Train that it was bad luck for him. Homelander then dismissed the others, leaving only him and Ashley in the room. A-Train followed Dynamite into the hall, demanding who had asked for his opinion. Dynamite replied that he did not need anyone's permission and said what he wanted when he wanted. A-Train accused him of owing his position to Homelander. The line of accusation about what Dynamite had done to get there was left unsaid. Dynamite sneered and mocked A-Train's new suit. Tensions exploded. Dynamite struck A-Train in a burst of power that sent the speedster hard against the wall. The impact left A-Train dazed and struggling to regain his footing. Dynamite ranted about being manufactured into a role model by Vought and how he had been pushed into the top ranks, insisting he belonged where he was. He taunted A-Train further, shouting and goading him. Dynamite shoved A-Train again, forcing him down and leaving him winded and in no shape to continue. Homelander approached and told Dynamite to behave. Dynamite moved to stand beside Homelander. Homelander then instructed A-Train to stay put, rest his legs, and clean himself up. Dynamite turned and gave A-Train a rude gesture before the two blondes walked away. A-Train fought the urge to retaliate, and Supersonic restrained him. The speedster stormed into an elevator with Supersonic following. Inside, A-Train seethed, cursing both his teammates and the institution he served. Supersonic warned him to keep quiet in case Homelander heard. A-Train vented about being dismissed by someone younger despite everything he had done, feeling like his recent mistake had reduced his value to garbage. Supersonic suggested, cautiously, that they could do something about it. A-Train listened, asked what was meant, and Supersonic revealed an alliance he had been forming with Annie and Maeve to challenge Homelander. A-Train immediately agreed to join. In Russia, Izuku drove a van to a mansion where a pair of armed guards stood at the front. Tsutsumi was his passenger. Izuku noted that they had arrived. Tsutsumi stepped out of the van in a composed dress and heels, keeping her expression steady. Izuku blushed briefly at her appearance but forced himself to focus on the mission. He asked if she was sure she wanted to do this, and she replied that it was too late to back out. She promised not to be long and closed the door behind her. Before she walked away, Izuku lowered the passenger window and told her she looked nice. She allowed a small, private smile and continued toward the mansion. A guard at the door asked if she was Irina. Tsutsumi confirmed her identity and apologized for being late, saying she had been slowed by traffic. The guard noted her lateness and opened the door for her. Inside, the guard escorted her to the master bedroom. The room was chaotic with a number of guests and attendants. Tsutsumi kept her expression controlled as she followed. An overweight man in a robe was speaking with a young woman, and when he noticed Tsutsumi, he turned his attention to her with a leering expression. The man called to her, and Tsutsumi forced a polite smile as she approached. The man announced that he had something planned and gestured toward a nearby closet. Tsutsumi steadied herself and prepared to follow his lead. Contraband was spread out in the open when the man opened the closet, items mockingly themed after members of the Seven. He selected the Starlight-themed piece and walked away with the woman he had been speaking to. Once he left, Tsutsumi's smile vanished and disgust showed on her face. She did not engage with the contraband. Instead, she moved quickly and silently, incapacitating the man without hesitation. The girls in the room reacted in shock as the man collapsed. Tsutsumi then turned to the two guards and, in a burst of precise, non-lethal strikes, rendered them unconscious. The third guard who would have come in never appeared because no gunfire had been triggered. Tsutsumi took out her phone and photographed the target to send to Nina as proof the job was done. As she began to walk away, one of the frightened girls grabbed a guard's dropped firearm and fired toward the back of Tsutsumi's head. The shot did not penetrate. Tsutsumi's durable protection held. She turned toward them with a cold, stoic expression. Tsutsumi told them that they had seen nothing, then walked out of the mansion. She exited to the waiting van where Izuku sat behind the wheel. He did not need to ask whether the mission had been completed, and neither of them spoke about the details. Tsutsumi was clean, with no visible signs of injury or blood on her dress. Izuku drove them back to the gas station to meet the rest of the team. Kimiko felt frustrated at not having had to perform the violent work herself. Butcher and Huey took their first injections of Temp V as planned, though they did not linger over conversation. They moved on. After an hour they set out again toward the compound that housed the soup-killing gun. Mother's Milk commented that Nina had not done them any favors and that the place looked more like a military compound than a lab as he stood outside the fence while Izuku worked on the circuit breaker box. Izuku told everyone to stand back and then lightly struck the box. Sparks flew and the compound lights went out. They left the van and approached the compound together. Mother's Milk grabbed a guard in a chokehold and declared their intent to move in. Izuku retrieved the guard's clearance card and used it to open a secure door, and they moved into a laboratory space. Mother's Milk referenced a movie in grim humor before knocking out another guard. Izuku urged everyone to move quickly as they fanned out to search the room. They found a massive container at the center of the lab. Huey asked what it was, and Izuku admitted he did not know. Frenchie discovered Jamie, the soup hamster, and the alarm sounded. Izuku ordered everyone to get ready. Most of the team took cover while dozens of armed guards stormed the lab, firing fully automatic rifles. Butcher, Mother's Milk, and Frenchie returned fire. Izuku and Tsutsumi, who were resistant to those weapons, engaged the guards with close-quarters combat, and Kimiko joined them. More guards kept coming, and soon Butcher, Mother's Milk, and Frenchie ran low on ammunition. Kimiko stopped fighting to assist Frenchie. Butcher activated his newly acquired Temp V enhanced abilities Super Strength, Invulnerability, and Fiery Energy Vision and used them to push through the enemy. The team, already familiar with Temp V, were not surprised by the powers themselves, only by the confirmation that the drag worked. With Butcher's help, Izuku and Tsutsumi handled the incoming guards one by one. Huey began to help earlier than in other versions, using his teleportation to move around the lab and quickly incapacitate guards, preventing more casualties. When the confrontation ended, Izuku felt sick at the scene of many guards downed around them. Butcher forced open the large container with his strength. Steam billowed from inside as a silhouette of a man became visible. Izuku recognized him and exclaimed in disbelief at Soldier Boy. The team watched as Soldier Boy freed himself from restraints and a breathing mask, his beard now visible as he staggered out. Soldier Boy fired an energy blast toward Frenchie. Kimiko pushed Frenchie aside and took the hit herself, absorbing the strike. Izuku and Tsutsumi immediately intervened, striking Soldier Boy from behind and rendering him unconscious. Frenchie rushed to Kimiko's side and panicked when her regeneration did not activate. He questioned why she was not healing. Izuku instructed Tsutsumi to carry the unconscious Soldier Boy. She complied without argument, slinging him over her shoulder. Izuku carried Kimiko in his arms and they hurried back to the van. He told Butcher to drive immediately, and Butcher complied, taking Huey into the passenger seat. The others boarded the back while Mother's Milk checked on Kimiko as Izuku and Frenchie worked frantically to help her. Butcher noted that Soldier Boy had always been a tough figure, but now something severe had been done to him. Butcher asked what they thought. Izuku and turned to the rearview mirror and saw Butcher's reflection, stunned by how unconcerned he was about Kimiko's condition. Izuku then looked at Huey, who had his arm out of the passenger window, streaked with blood, and was wearing a satisfied smile. To be continued.